store right there that we're told this situation happened outside. It looks like you're still able to get into that grocery store. So the secured scene, to my point of view right here, isn't like quite blocking the entrance of that grocery store. So unsure if it happened in the street in front, if it happened in the sidewalk. We're hearing all of these folks chatting, some slurs, some loud phrases against the agents. Right, let's spin around right here because as you see, they're just adjusting the tape right here. That tape right there is connected to a Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, but right here, it appears to me, right there, you have federal agents against Hennepin County Sheriff. So I'm unsure of the Sheriff's Office role at this point. I'm unsure. Let me move away from that megaphone so you can hear me a little more. We're unsure of if they are just re-upping that tape or if they're working to move the line back. And this is what we're seeing right here. We have the agents right there and then bystanders talking to them with just one line in between. It looks like two people being escorted by agents out. And I'm just going to take a pause for a quick second so Ray, our photojournalist, can kind of show you this as it unfolds. I'll step back and just kind of do a little more narration as we can. Why don't we, Ray, just give the viewers a quick point of view, just a big scan of what's going on here.
I'm from Chicago.
If you're just joining us, thank you for watching our coverage. We're here in Minneapolis at Nicollet and 27th Avenue. Reg Chapman anchoring while we're here, boots on the ground. Reg, I'll send it back to you, and we're just trying to learn more, and we'll see if you have any other information there in the studio.
Thank you, Frankie. CBS News has confirmed that the Department of Homeland Security has said that the suspect did have a gun. As well as 2 magazines were at the scene. They are tweeting a picture to CBS News that the suspect allegedly had a gun and 2 magazines. And that's what we found out by CBS News has confirmed that from the Department of Homeland Security. We've also heard from Governor Walz, who did say that he has confirmed there has been another shooting by a federal law enforcement officer here in the city of Minneapolis. That shooting happened near 27th and Nicollet Avenues, not far from downtown, in front of the Good Grocer. We are expecting to hear from Border Control Captain Greg Bovino. His press conference was originally stated for 11 o'clock this morning. It has now been pushed to noon. We're expecting to hear more from him. We will have a crew there to get his remarks about what is happening right now near 27th and Nicollet Avenues. The city of Minneapolis has put out a tweet asking people to remain peaceful. For the people who are there at the scene, they're asking others to avoid that area if at all necessary right now, because there's so much going on there. They're asking for people to avoid that area and for crowds there to do it, use their First Amendment rights, but also do that peacefully. All this is happening a day after thousands of protesters merged into downtown Minneapolis during the Ice Out, a scheduled event, and other events across the city where members of the clergy and people from all over the country came to express their discontent with ICE in our communities. That happened yesterday. It was a very peaceful event, and now this is happening now near 27th and Nicollet Avenues. We do know that there has been a shooting by a federal law enforcement agents there at that scene. It is a very chaotic scene. There are protesters there. They are blowing their whistles and a lot of profanity. That's what Frankie Mellister was telling us, being very careful with the audio in that area. If you look, you're seeing video there of the federal agents. We are told from HSI, Border Patrol, and ICE are also on that scene. Hennepin County Sheriff deputies are there trying to control the crowds, trying to keep people peaceful as they exercise their First Amendment rights. Once again, we did hear from Governor Walz, who did confirm that there is a shooting there by a federal law enforcement agency agent, we don't know exactly the condition of the person who was shot. We do not know the condition of the person who was shot right now, but CBS News has confirmed that there was a gun and 2 magazines on the suspect at the time of the shooting, and they are tweeting pictures of that to CBS News at this hour, telling us that that suspect who was shot by a ICE agent is actually had a gun in his possession as well as 2 magazines. Once again, the crowds are growing there outside the Good Grocer there at 27th and Nicollet Avenues. We do have a reporter at the scene. We will have another reporter at a briefing by Greg Bavino that's scheduled for 12 o'clock to hear exactly what he has to say about this, what seems to be the 3rd shooting here in our city by a federal law enforcement agency of someone who is a Minneapolis resident. So lots going on right now. We're getting information in just constantly. People are showing up at the scene, but the city of Minneapolis is asking people to avoid that area if at all possible, and for those who are there to remain peaceful. Try to remain peaceful as you exercise your First Amendment rights. Now, there are those federal officers on standby. As Frankie Mellister told us, they do have chemical irritants ready to deploy. Right now, the crowds are remaining behind the yellow tape, and that's a good thing. They do not want any interaction with the crowd as they investigate exactly what led up to the shooting and what is going on there now at the scene. Once again, the city of Minneapolis is asking people to avoid that area if at all possible and to remain peaceful if you are there. As Frankie was telling us earlier, a lot of people are just showing up. They're hearing about this. There are a lot of people on patrol with those whistles. We're hearing a lot of those whistles in the background. People are blowing the whistles at the ICE agents who have joined HSI agents as well as agents of the Border Patrol. They're forming a perimeter around that area, trying to keep that scene safe as investigators move in to try to figure out exactly what happened. As you can see there, I think that tape goes all the way from 27th, possibly to 25th Avenues there on Nicollet, making sure that the crowds stay back while they investigate exactly what's happening. Once again, if you're just joining us, breaking news, the Governor Walz has tweeted that he is aware of another shooting by a federal law enforcement agency in Minneapolis, in the city of Minneapolis, South Minneapolis this time, near 27th and Nicollet Avenue in front of the Good Grocer there. As you can see the video there on your screen, crowds are growing and federal agents are forming a perimeter around that area, trying to maintain the sanctity of that scene while they investigate exactly what is happening. Lots going on right now near 27th and Nicollet. Once again, the city is asking people to avoid that area if all possible. If you are there, to be peaceful. If you are there protesting at this hour. Once again, CBS News has confirmed that the suspect did have a gun. The individual, we'll call him an individual, had a weapon at the scene with 2 magazines there. They are tweeting pictures to CBS News that this is what that individual had on him that was shot at this hour. Right now, crowds are growing outside of the Good Grocer there near 27th and Nicollet. We see a lot of federal agents on the scene. We also see Hennepin County deputies there trying to keep the peace, trying to keep the people who are there blowing their whistles and screaming at ICE agents at bay while they investigate exactly what happened. We do see HSI agents, Border Patrol, and ICE agents on the scene. Photojournalist Ray Campos there at the scene giving us that live look. As you see, they're in force. We believe about 3,000 of those agents are in Minnesota at this time. They were sent here for Operation Metro Surge, and that's been going on about 6 or 7 weeks right now. More than 3,300 people have been arrested, we're told, but CBS News and WCCO has not been able to independently confirm that those numbers are correct. But we are told from DHS that 3,300 people have been arrested during this Operation Metro Surge. All of this is happening just a day after thousands of people descended upon our city in Minneapolis, taking place in an ice out. The biggest of those events started at the Commons outside of US Bank Stadium and went all the way to Target Center, where there was a rally that went on for most of the afternoon. We have another reporter on the scene. Our Adam Duxter is there live near 27th and Nicollet. Adam, if you can hear me, what's going on there?
And you can see that cloud, that is not fog, that is tear gas, and that has pushed a lot of this crowd back. I can tell I can tell you. Sorry that it hurts to breathe out here. And this is when we have seen some of the largest clashes with these federal agents and the people on the scene. As you can hear, more chemical agents being deployed is when a scene like this happens, Reg. As you hear more chemical agents being deployed, we see these large clashes when they try and get these crews out of the scene. Again, you could just see it. You could see this cloud, and I could tell you that at 26 and Nicollet, it is hard to breathe. You can see state patrol on the scene. You see these buses, and you can see they sent a number of state troopers in all at once, presumably for crowd control. But you could just hear more of those chemical agents being used right now. And I could tell you there's maybe 100 to 200 people who are on the corner of 26th and Nicollet attempting to get closer. And then these tear gas and whatever chemical agents that they're using were deployed. You can just hear these bangs after bangs. And honestly, Reg, I'm worried for Frankie and Ray. They're basically on the other side of this block. I'm not sure what they're seeing right now, but I can tell you that Minnesota State Patrol is on the scene and presumably assisting with crowd control. But you can just see that cloud right there. And I can tell you, Reg, that if anyone is in that cloud right now, they are hurting. Because even from a distance, the tear gas, it burns everywhere inside of you, Reg. But again, there are reinforcements, so to speak, on the scene. We know it was federal agents on the scene this morning. Presumably, you don't want to speculate, but doing some sort of effort. But now you have local authorities. Again, Minnesota State Patrol, you see the state trooper trucks there. And you could just see that haze right there, Reg. And also, not worth, forgetting, Reg, that it is blistering cold outside. Even a few minutes outside is very, very cold for anyone right now. But again, it was just a moment ago as we were walking up, they deployed those chemical agents and it dispersed much of the crowd. We'll try and get a little bit closer. Obviously, we want to stay out of harm's way ourselves. But Reg, I can tell you that the reinforcements, so to speak, on scene wasted no time. And they're trying their best to clear out any crowd that is here at the moment.
Thank you, Adam Duxer on the scene there. Be careful out there and make sure you catch your breath. Those chemical irritants are really bad, and they've been deployed, as you said, by members of the Minnesota State Patrol. There, the city of Minneapolis did send out information asking people to avoid that area if at all possible, and asking for the protesters who were there, exercising their First Amendment rights, to be very peaceful. Let's go to Frankie Mellister, who's also boots on the ground. He's on the other side of where those chemical irritants were being deployed. Frankie, what's going on now?
Yeah, Reg, so we're just south of where Adam is. We're at 27th and Nicollet, but I'm going to step out and show you right here, as Ray Campos behind the camera shows you, agents are coming from where Adam was. And as you could hear Adam, and I hope he's doing okay up there, he was breathing in some chemical irritants. So we're seeing a lot of those agents move from north there, south, where exactly we are. We're told that the incident happened around where we're standing right now. There's a grocery store that we're hearing the incident occurred nearby, and that grocery store is right here on the corner of Nicollet Avenue and 27th Street. So you hear the folks chanting, and I'm going to try and speak louder as that is happening. They're chanting shame, and they're saying that as these agents kind of just walk south in this area. You're seeing agents right there from Border Patrol. We're also seeing some Hennepin County sheriffs, as we've been mentioning all morning long. But as I've been here, we're noticing also those Hennepin County sheriffs are kind of on the outskirts of the scene. And it seems like just trying to secure and protect what's going on. Ray is shooting to our east right there. So as I'm going to back up because we know that there's some profanity as people are upset out here. But you're looking east right there. There are some agents that are standing by on 27th Street East there, as Ray shows you now the intersection of 27th Street and Nicollet Avenue. We have not seen any chemical irritants be deployed here as they have been where Adam is, just north of there. But I'll tell you, as we get closer, maybe, do you want to kind of show them what it looks like up there? I got you. Ray's up on a hill trying to give you a good point of view there. But as we walk right up to the line right here, you can see that they have chemical irritants in hand. And we're going to watch and be careful, our crew. I'm just going to move you out of the way, man, right here. You can see right there that they are ready to deploy them if need be. We're seeing the amount of agents grow. We're also seeing the crowd of agents grow as time goes by. This tape line that you're seeing right here has been extended more and more since we've got here. We've probably been here about an hour or so. And I do want to reiterate what Adam said. It is bitter cold out here. And this comes just a day after that thousands took the streets of downtown Minneapolis chanting their words against the federal agencies. We just asked Border Patrol Vivino a few days ago how many agents remain in our area, and he said that there were thousands still. He did not say that he would give us any specific number either. So right here, you're looking at the corner of 27th and Nicollet. We haven't seen any chemical irritants be deployed here. There are some agents in the vehicle there. There are some, obviously, that you're looking at just standing on guard outside. We're seeing folks come out here with signs. We're seeing folks come here from all different neighborhoods. I've spoken with one that traveled here the second they heard of the incident that happened out here. We know that Governor Walz confirmed on social media that there was a incident. There was a shooting involving federal agents right here in Minneapolis. And that right there, you just saw a bystander throwing snow. And as you see right there, chemical irritants being held up at least by one agent. Ray, let's go ahead and show this point of view right there. Agents are looking to move back. So as this unfolds, it looks like people are running. And we are gonna... Ray. Yeah, we're gonna move back. Stay on with us. Stay on with us. I'm watching out for Ray, my colleague. Ray, I got you right here. Let's move back. Let's move back because agents ended up charging out. They're gonna keep going, so we're just gonna move. Thanks for staying with us, guys. We're okay. I want to reiterate, we are okay. Ray's trying to give you the best point of view. We are moving west, and this is where agents ended up coming. So are you okay? Let's move this way. This is the only safe way to go.
Can they see us and hear us? Okay. Reg, I just want to show you, we talked about earlier, this is what we were talking about between these clashes between people who are out here and federal agents, as we've moved in significantly since you last saw us where the tear gas was deployed. And two federal agents, U.S. Border Patrol, came back to get that silver SUV you see right there, and were immediately met with the crowd. You see everyone, Reg, in those high-vis vests. I do believe that is Minnesota State Patrol that is out here. Again, helping to work with crowd control. We've heard from them in the last few weeks saying that they're going to be here potentially assisting, and that if you see any of their deputies with Minnesota State Patrol, they would be wearing those high visibility. As you hear another boom off in the distance, you can see, Reg, if we zoom in all the way, this is a sense we're coming up on the intersection of 26th and Nicollet, and that would be the intersection of 27th and Nicollet, as you start to see just dispersing people where chemical agents presumably again were deployed. But you can see Minnesota State Patrol here as these crowds are moving up. And then I want to point your attention here, Will, if we could show, these are more vehicles that are attempting to get into this crowd. And I would guess, Reg, there's probably about 100 people out here. But this is where we've seen some of the most significant clashes as these people are going to attempt to block the path of these vehicles. And again, this is where you worry, as I'm going to try and get really close to our photojournalist Will Griner out here, because this is where you worry, Reg, that they're going to start deploying more chemical irritants. It is these situations where people are attempting to get in the way of law enforcement as they're trying to move in and out. We've seen with federal agents on certain scenes where people will bash in these windows and then the federal agents will come out and deploy tear gas or pepper spray. But again, Will, I want you to see this, Will, as Will is showing who's inside that vehicle there. Will, we're seeing now people walk up on this line. Will, to your left. Will, to your left. Now they're walking back people, Reg. You see it right now. And this is where, again, you start to worry about people's safety and the potential for a clash. We have State Patrol walking people back. And these people, these are actually conservation officers. You can see it on their vests. Will is getting right up to one right now. And again, they're trying to get these vans through, but this crowd is doing everything they can to block it. They're trying their best to do a semicircle as you hear these shouts of shame. They're trying to get these vans through, Reg, but you really worry about people clashing with law enforcement that's out here on the scene. It appears that these law enforcement are now walking backwards and attempting to set up some more of a perimeter. Again, this is crowd control, Reg. And this is people who are very, very, very upset clashing right now. Again, I believe these are with conservation officers that are out here, and they're out here, as you can see, Reg. They've got the full kit on, if you will. And again, Reg, I'm not sure if they're going to deploy more chemical irritants. We saw that happen just a moment ago. But this is a very, very, very tense scene. As tense as one as I've ever seen, Reg, in the last few weeks, Reg. And we apologize for the profanities over the air. But again, this is a very, very, very tense scene, Reg. As you see people walking right up to the line here.
Adam, the city of Minneapolis is also tweeting, asking people to avoid that area near 27th and Nicollet if all possible. And they're asking the protesters who are on the scene now to remain peaceful. This has been their message from the beginning since Operation Metro Surge began. They want those who are protesting to remain peaceful while exercising their First Amendment rights. If you are just joining us, we are on the scene near 27th and Nicollet Avenue, where a federal agent has shot one individual. We are being told that Governor Walz knows about this as well, and he is tweeting that he knows that a federal agent has shot a man near 27th and Nicollet, and that's why Frankie McLister is there. Frankie, were there chemical irritants being released where you were at?
Reg, there were, and there's actively some, so we're going to continue to keep watch right here. My man, Ray Compass, behind the camera. We have a security agent with us, too. The three of us just trying to do the best we can while this unfolds. We have seen different chemical irritants be deployed, pepper balls, because what we saw was occurring was an individual, a bystander, threw a chunk of snow at an agent. And let's move back, Ray. We're just going to move back a little more. We're on 27th. Ray's going to try and do his best to show you what it looks like we're doing right here. I'm going to ask some of these community members their plans. What are your plans with these right here? What are your plans with these? Just to kind of block off the road. It seems like that's what they are trying to do. Many very upset out here. We're on 27th Avenue, 27th Street, one of the two. Be careful there, Ray. West. You're looking at Nicollet. This is the area. Adam was on the north side. We're on the south side of Nicollet. And what we know thus far from what we've heard is the incident occurred earlier at this intersection. So you're looking at kind of the area that this video that has gone viral this morning and bringing more and more folks out to this part of Minneapolis. As Governor Walz confirming online that there was a shooting involving federal agents. CBS News continually working to find out more about the specific situation itself. You can learn more on our website as this unfolds on WCCO.com. And we are just continually working to kind of see, and this is how fast things change out here, guys. Now you see it's a little calmer. There's not really much ruckus up in the air. you might hear some profanity. Ray, let's kind of show right behind here. So we're west on, what was this, 27th, I believe, 27th and Nicollet. This is where everybody kind of pushed back. Ray showing you the perspective of where community members kind of came. And those irritants, guys, when they are deployed, you breathe them in and they get in your lungs, and they're kind of hard to get out of your lungs and your breath as just time unfolds. And as things get more intense, you don't know where other pepper balls are being sprayed to, and where things are going to continue to get more intense and not. What we did see is right there, you're looking at the intersection again, Nicollet and 27th. There's more and more agents there. This is the most probably biggest group of agents I've seen since we've been out here. And I'd say we've been out here probably about an hour or so. We know that chemical irritants, where my man Adam Duxer is, right on the north side of Nicollet. He's at 26th and Nicollet, right south of downtown Minneapolis. We're in the Garfield neighborhood. There are things being thrown over there. So agents are running this way. Just want you to know that, Ray. We saw more, and they're coming. They are coming. Ray, be careful right there, man. And what I witnessed before the agents just started to come up a little more was I saw some more snow being thrown. So watch out, dude.
Frankie, we are just hearing that
You're
the
live.
individual who was shot by the federal
Yeah,
agent has died. We are
Exactly.
just now learning that
Okay.
the individual
So, Ray-
who was shot by a federal agent there near 27th and Nicollet Avenues has died. That shooting happened a little over an hour ago near 27th and Nicollet in front of the Good Grocer. We are just learning that the individual who was shot by federal agents here in Minneapolis has died. Earlier, we did learn from DHS. They said that that individual had a gun and 2 magazines. And now we are learning that that person who was shot by a federal agent near 27th and Nicollet has died. We do want to apologize for the profanity that you were hearing, because this is a very fluid type of situation.
Scott,
The crowds
let me know
are
if you wanna
growing.
come to us.
Even though the city of Minneapolis is asking people to avoid that area if at all possible. They are asking the people who are there exercising their First Amendment rights to protest, do so peacefully. But as Frankie Mellister was saying, that they saw some of those people out there throwing chunks of snow or ice at those federal agents. That's why chemical irritants have been deployed. We have Adam Duxer on the north side of the incident on Nicollet Avenue, and Frankie on the south side, and both have experienced chemical irritants being used to control the crowds. We also see members of the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, as well as people from the State Patrol, as well as conservation officers there trying to control the crowd. Our Adam Duxer is there, boots on the ground. Adam, what's going on now?
Yeah, Reg, it's essentially a standoff now between this line of conservation officers and this crowd. I want Will to turn around and give you an idea of the size of this crowd right now. And more people are showing up by the moment. And there's people who have come here essentially, Reg, on a moment's notice. I wanted to talk to one person. Tell me, what brought you out here this morning to be here in person?
After hearing about what happened this morning, I decided I had to come out because of the shooting that just recently happened. We need to show ICE that this can't keep happening to our people, the people of Minnesota, and we're not going to stand for it.
We're on 26th and Nicollet. This is Eat Street. This is a vibrant part of our community. And you're looking out right now at this. How would you describe just the way you're feeling right now when you see what you're seeing on the street?
It's a mix of heartbreak, and it brings a sense of community together to see all these people that have decided to come out. But it is heartbreaking that we have to keep doing this in order to get justice for what's right.
Are you worried about chemical agents and chemical irritants?
Yeah.
We saw the crowd get tear gas a moment ago.
Yeah, it's terrifying. I hope everyone can continue to mask up. I mean, we don't have what they have to protect ourselves.
If you were to want people who are watching at home right now to know one thing, what would you want them to know?
I would tell them to keep using their voices and speak out and continue to, if they're able to, come outside and show what we stand for here.
What's your name?
Regina.
Are you from here in Minneapolis?
Yes, I'm from St. Paul.
Thank you, Regina. I
Of
appreciate it.
course.
Stay safe and stay warm. And Reg, that is what you're hearing from so many people here, as it's essentially devolved into a standoff with these conservation officers out here right now. As you mentioned, Regina, as we see more chemical agents now being deployed over on this other side, just to the east of us in this neighborhood here. We're going to try and get a little closer and see if there's a clash there. Again, people are going around the side as you're just hearing a bang and a boom out here, essentially every other minute at this point. But you saw part of the crowd leave where we were standing with the conservation officers. And now you see more chemical agents being deployed here, essentially trying to drive people. This is just east of Nicollet and 26, Reg, down an alley. I'm not sure what maybe led to this, but you hear these whistles going. I'm going to try and find someone, Reg, that maybe saw what potentially led up to this and talk with them. Did you see what happened just there?
The shooting itself?
No, just now in this alley.
Popping smoke or whatever else ordinate.
Who's down there? Did you see?
I believe it's ICE. That's what some people are saying.
And so just another conflict. I'll let you catch your breath. Reg, again, we're hearing just people who say they feel like they have to be here. They have to show up. Again, it's very, very cold outside. It is dangerously cold outside. And you can hear just the frustration in people's voices. But again, this was, just about a half block east in this alley where, excuse me, Reg, as I'm breathing in some of these chemical irritants myself, something happened here. And it kind of drew the main attention away from Nicollet for a second. And you've got people who are here, Reg, just looking for some sort of way to do something. And again, they're met with these chemical agents and this tear gas and these chemical irritants. As we walk you right back over here to essentially what you want to call the main standoff. This is on the north side again. If you're just tuning in, we're just north of 26 and Nicollet, and I want you to look at this line essentially of conservation officers who are essentially standing off right now with people in the crowd. I will say that there hasn't been any clashes, if you will, between these conservation officers and anyone in this crowd. We did see a moment ago as they're attempting to bring more vehicles into this scene. There were some very tense moments where it didn't look like they were going to be able to get through, and they're thinking about more clashes or more chemical agents being deployed. But you can see this is where we're looking, Reg. 26 in Nicollet. And again, this is just over 2 weeks, 2 weeks and 3 days after federal agent Jonathan Ross shot and killed Renee Good. It has sent so much more people here to the front lines, if you will. So many more people feeling like they need to show up for themselves and be active themselves. We saw yesterday thousands and thousands and thousands of people in downtown Minneapolis on the coldest day of the year so far, just trying to make their voices heard. And not even 24 hours after that, again, we know that a federal agent has shot and killed another person. And Reg, we know that there's 3,000 federal agents in town already. They've been touting the thousands and thousands of arrests that they've been making since Operation Metro Surge began the first week of December. But you're also seeing the strife now of a community and just the frustration and heartbreak of a community who has now witnessed a federal agent use a gun for the third time in the last 3 weeks, if you will. Again, one of those shootings was fatal. Actually, two of those shootings now we know were fatal. And we're gonna continue to monitor what we're seeing here, Reg. But again, it's such a tense scene here on the north end of where the shooting happened.
Live near 26 in Nicollet. Adam, thank you for that update. We are also talking about the individual who was shot has died. We also have some video that is circulating on social media that shows what led up to the shooting. We want to warn you, this could be very graphic and upsetting for some of our viewers. The video shows a bunch of federal agents actually having an altercation with the individual on the ground. You can see one of the agents come in, they are punching the man, and then all of a sudden you hear gunshots. We're not exactly sure where those gunshots came from, but the crowd erupts after that happens. And like you see, once again, there's an altercation between that individual on the ground near 27th and Nicollet. Several officers on top of this individual. They are punching on him, and then you hear shooting and profanity. That is a video that is circulating on social media. It's been given to us, and we are sharing it with you as we learn more about what is exactly happening there and what happened at 27th and Nicollet. We're told that at 11:30 there will be a briefing by Mayor Jacob Fry as well as Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Since Operation Metro Surge began, they have been asking protesters and crowds to remain peaceful, and they will continue to do that again at 11:30 to briefing and talk more about this federal agent allegedly shooting an individual, and that individual, as we have learned, has died from his injuries. We do have several reporters on the ground. Adam Duxter is on the north side of where the incident unfolded, and Frankie McLister is on the south side of where this incident unfolded. We did hear from DHS, who wrote into CBS News and showed pictures saying that the individual who was shot and is now dead had a gun and 2 magazines on his person. They are also tweeting pictures of that to show that he did have a gun and 2 magazines. We did just show you this video that was given to us here at WCCO showing those agents on top of that individual. Punches are being thrown by federal agents, and then the sound of gunshots. The crowd erupts with a lot of profanities, but as you see right there on your screen, several agents, more than 4 or 5, are on this individual. One agent comes in swinging, and next thing they know, they kind of disperse, and we hear gunshots. That is video that is circulating on social media right now about what happened at 27th and Nicollet right before shots rang out, and now the individual who was shot, we are learning, is deceased. Governor Walz has also tweeted that he is aware of this happening. We're going to expect to hear from Mayor Jacob Fry as well as Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara at 11:30. And then we're told a press conference at noon from Border Patrol head Greg Bovino. He was expected to speak at 11 o'clock today, but has pushed that back to 12 o'clock because of the incidents that are unfolding in South Minneapolis. This is the 3rd shooting that we've had of federal agents of Minneapolis residents since Operation Metro Surge began. And all this comes just a day after thousands of protesters came to Minneapolis to express their concern about ICE being in their community. There were ministers and people from all over the country that showed up. They marched from the U.S. Bank Stadium Commons all the way to Target Center, and that's where they held a rally to show that they do not want ICE in our community. Once again, let's go to our Adam Duxter, who is on the north side of this incident near 26th and Nicollet. Adam, what's going on there now?
Yeah, Reg, you saw us a moment ago standing kind of face to face with those conservation officers just north of 26th and Nicollet. What you're looking at right now is essentially a half a block to the east. This is an alleyway. We're looking right at Little Tijuana, right here just off 26th and Nicollet. But you also see those agents lined up, and the crowd has essentially here learned that this is the way to get to the federal agents. And so now this is a standoff. Again, if Will can show, Will, can we show these conservation officers maybe to the right? So that's where the Nicollet is. That's Nicollet, and all the conservation officers are here. Again, this is a half block to the east. As you see this standoff between presumably federal agents down there. We see some plainclothes people, and you could see them standing there essentially looking at this crowd. And when you were with us here, probably, what was that, 5 or 8 minutes ago, we were here in the same area, and we saw chemical agents being deployed. And I believe now this is why. Again, you have part of this crowd here who is so frustrated and angry and wants to get close to the federal agents who are here on scene. Again, Reg, they haven't been able to clear this scene yet. And when Renee Good was shot and killed, again, just over 2 weeks ago, ago, that's where we saw some of the largest clashes between people who had shown up and the federal agents, was when the federal agents were trying to get out and get their vehicles out. And that's when you saw people being tear gassed. That's when you saw people being pepper sprayed, essentially from point blank range. Our crews were caught up in that moment because at some point, Reg, these federal agents are going to have to get out of this intersection. And at this point, Reg, I don't know how they're going to do that without there being some sort of clash. We saw just a moment ago a clash when they were trying to get local law enforcement through this crowd on Nicollet. And I could tell you, Reg, that at some point, again, these federal agents are going to have to get out of this area. And you can see them standing right in front of Little Tijuana there to give you kind of a landmark of what we're near. We're just north of 26th and Nicollet. And you see this crowd of about maybe 24 people. There's more kind of around us right now. It's a standoff, Reg, and they're waiting to see what's going to happen. We've already seen chemical agents used one time against this crowd here, just again, a half block east of 26th and Nicollet. But you're just not sure what's going to happen next. And Reg, if I could show you one more time, it's like I said, it is as true to form as you can get to the word. This is a standoff because you have that crew that we just saw right there, and then we have this crowd here that are standing off against the conservation officers that are on the scene. Again, we've seen Minnesota State Patrol troopers. We've seen, the conservation officers who are here on scene. These are the local law enforcement agents who are being called in to serve as crowd control for these federal agents who are here. But again, Reg, the thought that keeps going through my mind is at some point these federal agents are going to have to try and clear this scene. You don't know when it's going to be, what they have to do beforehand, or what they're trying to do beforehand, or if they're trying to strategize a crowd control plan. But I can tell you, as someone who was at the scene 25 minutes after Renee Good was killed 2.5 weeks ago, is that when these federal agents try and leave this scene, that is when we are going to see a clash. That is kind of the fear between them and the crowd that's here. So we'll continue to keep watching this, Reg. We'll try and look for some more people to talk to potentially. But again, this is where you saw, again, just about 10 minutes ago, the chemical agents deployed. I was running towards it. I was trying to figure out what was going on. This is what we saw, which is, again, this is the crowd with the conservation officers, and this is the crowd here standing off of federal agents. And again, Reg, I can't begin to describe to you how surreal it is to be here and just hear things exploding or blowing up every few minutes. And again, you would guess that is the chemical irritants that they're using to try and clear the crowd where they can. But just an absolutely surreal morning when it is real feel, in the negative teens. This is the crowd that's shown up, and we're not quite sure what's going to happen next, Reg.
Adam, do the crowds appear to be growing? Because I know the city of Minneapolis is asking people to avoid that area. Are they listening, or do you see more people actually showing up there in protest?
Yeah, Reg, when we first showed up, for folks who just turned on the TV, when we first showed up here, myself and the photojournalists I'm working with, there was caution tape up probably a block to the north, so that'd be 25th and Nicollet. There was caution tape up, and people were trying to kind of huddle around that caution tape, and then we saw the chemical agents dispersed, and the crowd kind of scattered back. But now you are seeing, and we're getting a sense, this crowd is growing. Again, Frankie's on the south side of the crowd, and we are on the north side. I'm guessing for many people, if they're coming from the north side, we're just about a mile from downtown, right? And so it's hard to gauge really how big this crowd is when you've got half on one side and half on the other side. But I can tell you, between this group here and the group that's standing off with these conservation officers, I'd say it's probably about 100 or 150 people, with people coming by the minute. And I can tell you this, Reg, I mean, this is just what we've seen over the course of the last few weeks, is that when we pulled up, there are, Honda Civics pulling up with 4 people in it, and they've got gas masks on, and they've got, they're ready. They're ready to be here. And people are coming together. They're coming in groups. We've seen people over the course of the last, month and a half spend entire days following around these federal agents and working in groups. There are people who have mobilized using signal chats. There are people who have formed community task forces. There are people who in their neighborhood have neighborhood crews who go out and watch. And so you're watching people show up together. But again, Reg, I don't know what's going to happen next. And at some point, these federal agents are going to have to get out. I don't know if they're going to try and go north. I don't know if they're going to try and go south. But I can tell you just from watching what we've seen, whether it was at the South Minneapolis shooting where Renee Good was killed, whether it was at the North Minneapolis shooting last week, Wednesday, where we saw, a man get shot, or even today, you would anticipate that these big clashes are going to come when the federal agents are trying to leave the scene and get out of here. And you just hope and pray, Reg, that no one else gets hurt in all this. You really do. But this is what we're seeing, Reg. It's a standoff right now. And I think we're going to try and get maybe a little bit closer to the scene. Nicolette talked to a couple of people, but it's a standoff and more people are showing up by the minute.
Thanks a lot, Adam Duxer, live there at 26 and Nicollet Avenue in South Minneapolis. I'm now joined by my colleague and friend, Susan Elizabeth Littlefield.
Yes.
We are learning from the Associated Press that the individual who was shot and killed was a 51-year-old man, according to the Associated Press. We do have some video that was just into our studios that shows exactly what led up to the shooting. Hopefully we can roll that video. And it was given to us by a bystander, and it showed this man was being pummeled by some of the ICE agents, and then they dispersed and there was gunfire. So right now we're going to go to Frankie
McLister.
Frankie is on the
North
south
side.
side. But are you on the north side now, Frankie, or are you on the south side?
South side.
No, we're on the south side. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Frankie.
Okay, good. So as you see, we're right now on 27th. You're looking towards Nicollet. We've just had to honestly back up more and more as this just continues to be super fluid and can get pretty hectic on a moment's notice. You're seeing a lot of bystanders that have backed up because before Adam was talking, we saw more chemical irritants deployed this way, and we're going to continue to pay attention to that. But I spotted a woman who was kind of comforting an individual that was seemed to be in the middle of everything and had to run back here. Your name was Joy, right, ma'am?
Yeah. My name is Joy.
Where do you live, and what brought you? As we know, the people are irritated. There's a lot of just profanity going on.
Yeah.
What brought you out here? And kind of just tell me who you were chatting with and what words you were using to comfort her.
So my husband is in there somewhere. Like, we were at home, in our posh home in Edina, and we were watching the news and learned that there was another shooting here. And we were just like, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand what's happening here. So we came out immediately. And we were here after a lot of the folks were getting pulled out and tear gas and can't see out of their own eyes because they're literally blinded by the chemicals. And so I was helping people back there, and I happened across this woman. I don't know where she is now, but she was having a panic attack. She was in the moment of having a panic attack. And I walked up and I gave her a huge hug, and I just said to her, I said, we got this. This is when we show our resolve as a city, because we're better than this. We are under attack by this administration right now, and this is not okay. It's just not. I'm a 55-year-old woman who lives in Edina, and I have to come in here and tell the world, we have to change this. This is not okay for our city.
How long have you lived in the Twin Cities?
This is my second stint in the Twin Cities. I've been here. I was here 13 years the first time. I left for a little bit. I've been back now for 8.
Let me ask you, scenes like this have just drawn a spotlight across the world, across the country. What do the Twin Cities mean to you? What do you want to show to people outside that are only seeing instances such as all this tension happening right now and back in 2020?
I believe that the Twin Cities represents the best of America on a fundamental level.
Why and how so?
Because we represent this idea of embracing others from other places. I mean, there are 160 different nationalities that live in this city because there's a lot of refugee programs that are based out of this city. We invite them in because we know that they belong here, that they're welcomed here. This is about attacking the fundamental principles of our country right now. We are one country, regardless of where we come from. We're all immigrants and we're sitting on native land.
I'm just going to ask us to move back as maybe Ray can just kind of point the camera. This is, again, just how fast things are moving, where you're seeing some folks that just ran, but it looks a little calmer. And thank you for your time, Joy. Please take care of yourself. All right, please. Adam was saying just he can't even describe, honestly, the feeling out here. Talking with folks like Joy, guys, and just hearing these explosive sounds, it is kind of, I won't cut it, very surreal to be out here. We're at the corner of 27th and Nicollet. You can see the smoke that has filled the air. We got here probably, let me look at my phone right now to even see the time. I see it says 11:10 a.m. I also see it's -10. Clearly, that's not stopping folks from showing up and voicing their opinions against the federal agents that stand right there in the center. And if you look at the intersection, it looks like it's completely on fire. When we got here, it was a little bit that chemical irritants weren't deployed. We saw the agents just moving in more and more, and kind of just some on side streets as we're on now, standing by. To be prepared to deploy the chemical irritants. And now, as you see, they're not shy about doing that. The first one I want to notice that I saw being deployed was right shortly after a bystander took a chunk of snow and threw it at some of the agents. So that quickly made them move towards the bystanders here. As the video of the man in his 50s that we now have confirmed did die in the situation this morning. But as that video circulates, we know that more and more people hear about the situation and come out to where it happened. And we'll see if we can't give you guys a little more point of view closer. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Frankie. And we heard that woman's voice. We heard the urgency. I think a lot of people are finding out, turning the TV on, looking at social media and saying, oh no,
not again.
No, not again. I think that's the sentiment of a lot of people this morning. We're getting bits and pieces. And we first got this information, Reg, you said you guys were off the set about 9 o'clock and you start hearing there's a shooting involving ICE.
And now we have Mike Max, who was out there on the scene. And Mike, our sports director, is doing what he can to help tell the story.
All
Mike, what's going on? Yes.
One Minnesota, man. We're all in this together, and we've got the traffic trying to come through. We've got the Border Patrol here, and we've got protesters right here. So they just came over to back people off. And what's happening is the line of demarcation just keeps getting a little bit closer here, a little scary. They're also trying to allow traffic to come through here, but you can see what's going on. They're within a few feet of each other, and you see more people, more law enforcement coming now from the, I guess what would be south, and they're trying to, obviously, this situation just could escalate any time because the people are hot and they're getting closer and closer and trying to move people into certain directions, keep them on the sidewalks, all of that, because you've also got traffic coming through here that they're trying to make way for in South Minneapolis. Some perhaps curious, some perhaps live in this area. But right now you can feel, because it's drifting our way again. Here comes the tear gas, and the Border Patrol, federal officer, Bureau Border is trying to keep peace. You can feel.
How do you feel about that?
You can feel it. What you're basically seeing behind me is protesters calling out law enforcement for what they believe happened this morning not far from here, and law enforcement trying to hold their own and stay calm. But this is electric right here. We'll try to get a different angle on it, but this is going to go on for a little while, I think, as they try to bring traffic through as well. We'll keep you updated, Reg, but it's tense out here again.
The temperature is so high right now. We know Adam Duxter has a different perspective of this going on. He is also near the scene. Adam, what is it like where you are right there near Nicollet in the scene of where this happened?
Susan, Reg, look at this. This is an armored vehicle that is trying to get through the scene. Look at this.
This is level.
Look at this. There's a dozen people. This is north. This is on the north side, and you see people trying to punch the windows off of this car. and people are literally hanging onto the hood of this vehicle. People are throwing trash cans on top of this vehicle, but this is an armored vehicle. I cannot make out who this is, what agency this is, but this is an armored vehicle trying to get in the scene. And again, reg ensues. I've been saying this as we see another clash here between the conservation officers trying to clear the scene. This is where we're going to see these clashes, is them trying to get in and out. And I'm not sure who's in there, guys. I'm not sure who, but I can tell you we were just trying to talk to someone a moment ago, you know, hey, how do you feel? What do you see type interview? And all of a sudden you just hear that thing coming through and it's just pure chaos. You saw people hanging on the hood right there. And you just fear for people out here as you see these conservation officers now. This is, again, this is as intense as it's been, and we apologize for the profanities that you're hearing on your TV right now. But that is a seriously heavily armored vehicle that just made its way through. You saw people literally hanging off of the hood of that car. Again, I apologize for the profanities that you're hearing, but that was as intense as we've seen it out here so far this morning, guys. And again, that's Black Sheep Pizza right there in the corner. We're on 26 and Nicollet. You're headed into Eat Street. These are the restaurants that make Minneapolis famous, as far as, and I fear there's going to be some sort of chemical agents deployed here. I'm not sure who is in that car as we see the back door open of this vehicle now. Will, I want to stay close to you just in case we do see some sort of chemical agents deployed. I fear that could be what's coming next. But Reg ensues. This is the heart of Minneapolis as far as Eat Street. This is where people come when you have friends and family come into town. You say, hey, let's go to Eat Street, Nicollet, and you say, let's go there. This is the culture and the diversity of this city is Eat Street, and it's everywhere down here on Nicollet as far as the different restaurants, the different types of food, and this is what you're seeing now just be the heart of this fight, as we just saw that heavily armored vehicle come through, and people fight. But I mentioned earlier we saw a standoff in front of Little Tijuana. We saw now them coming through by Black Sheep Pizza. Guys, just really hoping for people's safety out here on this scene now.
Okay, well, we want you to watch your safety too. Thank you so much, Adam. You and your photographer, stand by, take care. We're going to go to Frankie McClister, who is on the other side of the action. I think the south
He's
side,
on the south
right?
side of that event. Frankie, what are you seeing right now?
I'm not sure if we can hear Frankie right now. It sounds like his audio might not be up, but we do know he is on the other side of the scene. And this shows that the protest, the emotion, it is spread out, and we expect to see it just spread out more and more throughout the day. And Reg, let's recap really quickly of what we know so far.
Can you hear us okay? Can you hear us okay?
Now I think we have Frankie right now. Frankie, what is going on there where you are?
Yeah, we'll show you, and I'm sorry about that mic issue there, guys, but we just are moving north right now because we are seeing what appears to be, as we up, watch out, Ray, agents just threw more. There's more being thrown. There's a dumpster on fire there. This right now, I believe you're looking at, is near Bladesdale and 26. We're trying to stay back here, but we pointed out this smoke up in the air, and now you're seeing this is the most, guys, intense I have seen since covering Operation Metro Surge. The dumpster's on fire right there. That restaurant is Luna in the Bear, a very well-known restaurant in this area. We're kind of like in the Whittier neighborhood, trying to watch our step and make sure that things don't get worse as we're giving you a live picture right here. We were on 27th. We moved up an alley when we saw this black smoke here. And guys, I want to point out, this is just one day after we know thousands took the streets of downtown Minneapolis. It got quiet right now. And this is how quick things evolve. So Ray, our photojournalist, just noted that these guys are State Patrol right there. A good point you make right there. State Patrol is the other agent, the only local agency I have seen out here, we did see MPD come down some of the city streets, but haven't seen them exactly on the ground like State Patrol is right there. A lot of folks, let's kind of show how the irritants are affecting people right there. You can hear those sounds, guys, of pepper balls. Now they're just coming from all ends. It's in the negatives out here, and it seems like that fire right there is calmed down of some sort. No sign of Minneapolis fire at this time, but it looks like there are agents, federal agents. You can see kind of the difference in the uniforms too. So now we have some that are walking down here that are mad at State Patrol. They're yelling. They are over here. As we know, people are mad and screaming some profanity. But guys, we're gonna stay right here, kind of monitor the situation. And Susan, Reg, come back to us. We'll try and ask some of these folks if they know anything about what happened right here.
Okay, well, we can see how high the tensions are. Take care. We're gonna go to the other side of the action. Adam Duxter is near the scene where the shooting happened. After 9 o'clock this morning, we know that a 51-year-old man is dead. We expect a lot of questions to be answered in about 12 minutes when we're expecting a press conference. Until then, we're going to go to Adam on the scene. Adam, are you catching some of those irritants, it sounds like?
Yeah, Suze, this crowd, you saw just a minute ago, that heavily armed vehicle roll right through. A dozen people hanging onto the hood. Now you see, I'm guessing this is tear gas. We're just downwind of it enough, and it's enough to disperse this crowd a little bit. I can tell you guys, I could hear your reaction when that truck was pulling through. That was the reaction of everyone that was out here. I mean, I just saw a dozen people hanging on the hood of that vehicle and it driving right through. Chemical irritants seem to come from the west of us, kind of behind Black Sheep Pizza, but you see it's enough to drive back the majority of this scene. And one thing I want to say to you guys, when we were walking up here, again, I think it's so important for people to remember as they're watching this. This is the cultural hub for the city of Minneapolis. As you hear more chemical agents being deployed here. The
families go to dinner there all the time.
But this is, you got a Thai restaurant right here. We have, the Copper Hen is right here. Little Tijuana is right here. Black Sheep Pizza is right here. And this intersection, as you can hear, that pop, 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 pop. I'm not sure if you guys can hear that in the background, but my guess is they're trying to I don't want to speculate, but they're trying to move people out of the way. They're trying to clear a path of some sort. These chemical agents are no joke for people who are watching and they wonder what it's like. It's intense.
It's got to be worse now because it's so cold. It's got to hurt trying to breathe with the cold and the irritants.
Yes, and I will say, Reg and Suze, I want you to look at this. This is, as I try not to slip and fall here, but this is things that people have just shown up and dropped off. These are eye wash. These are water bottles. These are earplugs. People are asking if there's hand warmers in here. There is hand warmers here. So again, these are people who just come up and drop these things off. I can tell you that when we got hit just a second ago, as the chemical agents started to waft over us, we start walking away. So someone handed me a bottle of water, and so the crowd's starting to come back. The smoke is clearing literally, but again, we're going to continue to watch what happens here. And you can also see, though, last thing I want to point out, we are starting to see barricades, or at least an attempt to barricade multiple blocks here of Nicollet headed north towards downtown. And so, again, there's going to be some moment where they try and get these federal agents out of here. It has not happened yet, I can tell you that.
Okay, Adam, we see the scene right here. One theme from the beginning is it seems it's hard to tell which law enforcement is which. Is that what it's like on the ground?
I can tell you this, Suze, is that our local law enforcement has made a concerted effort over the course of the last couple of weeks, whether it be State Patrol, whether it be the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, to attempt to distinguish themselves. You can see that these conservation officers here are wearing those high vis, those bright green jackets. That is done deliberately. They want to look different from the federal agents. I can tell you that, many people know this, but when you start talking about federal agents, there are different divisions. There is HSI, there is ICE, there is ERO, there's Border Patrol, and then even within Border Patrol, we've seen BORTAC walking around with Greg Bovino. That's a tactical unit. We've seen multiple, different types, even within the federal agents. So again, to answer your question, these high vis vests, these are conservation officers here with the state of Minnesota, and we haven't really seen over the course of the last few minutes a presence of federal agents, towards the front of the line here.
Adam Duckster, thank you there on the north side of this incident. We want to toss to Mike Max, who is also out there amongst the crowd. Mike, what are you seeing?
Well, it's crazy. We got our first dose of tear gas, and so it took us a little while to recoup. And we're sitting out here. Joe Van Ryan, our photographer, was able to find some water. But what was kind of becoming interesting about this is the sophistication of it is you see people going back now. They were just tear gassed and they released the chemicals. People have figured out kind of the cadence to protesting and these confrontations. So they know the chemicals are going to be dispersed. They hear the flash bombs. They leave. Many of them have masks that you'd wear like for COVID. Many others have actual tear gas masks that they came with. So they know what they're up against, and they know that after a while, when this subsides, and you can see it happen, playing out in real time, they now return. Okay, we're listening to an announcement. Hang on one second. This has just been declared an unlawful assembly in the background by the Minnesota State Patrol. So technically, of course, that gives them some more authority. They're asking them to disperse, and all bets are off as to what's going to happen next because they've declared it, and obviously that changes how this thing can be orchestrated. But you can see the people there have right now, no intention of leaving. They've just threatened an arrest if you don't leave this area peacefully, and I don't see anybody leaving right now. And as I mentioned, they've kind of figured this out. They've figured out where they can be, what they can do, where the lines are, what to wear, all those things. And so after they have an altercation, you might think that drives them back home. They simply retreat 2 blocks and then return to the scene. And so you can see it behind me now. And boy, this could get a little bit dicey. American flag coming down here. And the bullhorn is out. They are. I don't know if you can hear that or not.
Which is an additional crime.
But in essence, they're threatening a crime and arrest. So what we might see next is people being arrested and taken away. We saw it, during the George Floyd riots. We saw it during they put them in the paddy wagons. But you can hear some of the flash bombs, and here comes the chemicals again. So we'll keep you updated here. We're going to try to get a little bit closer to the scene, Reg.
Okay, thank you, Mike, so much. And for our viewers who are in other parts of the country right now, it is 9 degrees below zero in Minneapolis, and you can see how high the heat and the tensions are. We expect a lot of our questions to be answered here momentarily, about 2 to 3 minutes. Our Esme Murphy is standing by. Esme, we are expecting to hear from the mayor, state officials, get some questions answered, and you are outside. What do we know about this upcoming press conference?
Well, actually, Suze, I've been told that it's the mayor and the police chief who are going to be addressing reporters here. We've not heard about state officials. I can tell you there are reporters gathered here. Many of them are setting up. People are awaiting this news conference. I can tell you that privately here at City Hall, with the mayor's office, with the chief's office, they have been scared that something like this was going to happen again. And that is one of the reasons I'm told that the mayor was not out front yesterday. They've been trying to tone down the rhetoric. They've been trying to keep it calm. They've been trying to keep it cool. Obviously, this is the worst case scenario. but we are told that the mayor and the chief will be in here momentarily. Normally, City Hall obviously is completely shut down on a Saturday. Now you've got half a dozen cameras here, maybe more, waiting for this news conference, waiting for details. I'm sure we will get them. And I'm sure that we'll hear from the chief and the mayor, who've been very blunt in their assessment of how ICE has been operating in the Twin Cities. And that's something that they're very concerned about. The chief, frankly, has been very open about the fact that he feels that these kinds of, but ICE's tactics are not true police tactics, for what it's worth. That's what he said. Those are his words. He's put that out there. The mayor obviously has expressed his concern many, many times, and we are certainly expecting to hear that. We're also expecting to get the details of exactly what happened. Perhaps they have some more explanation of exactly what happened in that video.
Okay, thank you so much, Esme. We'll check back in when that begins momentarily. And as Esme said, this is the police chief and this is the mayor. We expect them to answer questions because this last incident happened in the city of Minneapolis, which is where they are. So we should know more about that investigation. But Reg, it was after your show this morning, around 9:15, we started to hear there was a shooting, right?
We started to hear reports that there was a shooting near 27th and Nicollet Avenue. That's right outside the Good Grocer there in South Minneapolis. Along East Street, like you said, is where a lot of people go. Families go.
Yes, there's a lot of immigrant-owned restaurants there, just a very family-friendly area typically.
We did have video into WCCO that showed the incident that led up to the shooting, where you saw federal agents on top of one individual on the ground. There was punches exchanged, a lot of the officers, 4 or 5 officers on the man, and then you see them leave the man, and then you hear gunshots and the crowd erupts, a lot of profanities. That's why we are not running the audio on this, because of the profanity. But this is video into WCCO that shows us exactly what led up to the shooting, all those federal agents on top of the man. And we have learned that 51-year-old man, according to the Associated Press, is dead from his injuries.
So we know this was a fatal incident, but we have many questions about how it unfolded, exactly what happened, and we expect to have answers here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and our Caroline Cummings joins us now because she's hearing from elected officials. And what are you hearing from them about this incident?
Right. Well, we heard from Governor Tim Walz earlier on social media. He said he was in communication with the White House, and he said, quote, the president must end this operation. We also we're reporting that 2 Department of Homeland Security officials have told CBS News that the person who was shot had a firearm. And we also are reporting from our own Jennifer Merrily that the ATF is doing a trace on that gun that was recovered. So what is unclear right now, yes, the gun here is the gun that they recovered on the scene. Again, it's unclear where it was recovered. We do know that DHS is saying that the person who was shot and killed had this gun. So hopefully we'll get some more clarity in this press conference about where that was recovered. We do know, as I just said, that the ATF is running a trace on that firearm. We also got some statements from other elected officials, Senator Amy Klobuchar saying to Republicans in the Trump administration who have, quote, stood silent, get ICE out of the state now. She put that on social media. The Hennepin County Attorney's Office emphasized in a statement, Mary Moriarty, the Hennepin County attorney, that, quote, the scene must be secured by local law enforcement, and we expect the federal government to allow the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to process the scene. Why does that matter? Well, of course, there has been this tug of war, if you will, between the state and federal authorities over the scene at the Renee Good shooting, which happened, now we're coming up on 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, on January 7th. The state said that the federal government took over the investigation, did not allow them to see any of that evidence. That has been a point of contention. They want the state to be involved in that investigation. So here we are, unclear to what extent the BCA is involved at this point as they try to secure that scene, but perhaps it's another answer or question we can get answered at this press conference with the mayor and Brian
key
O'Hara.
Question. And I want for people at home to know, you know, we've all covered these types of things over the years, and typically law enforcement does work in unison on these type of incidents, right?
Yeah, it does. It does happen where they can work concurrently with each other, or they'll share. But I will make a a note that there have been instances where the FBI or the feds have taken over an investigation. Mary Moriarty explained at a news conference in wake of the Renee Good shooting that had happened, right? That the feds took over an investigation, and her concern was not with the FBI investigating, but was with the FBI protocol, which again, she said that they're entitled to have, of what information would the locals see. And she said, absent the state being fully involved in the investigation, there's only high-level information that the locals might see. So that's why she and Governor Walz and the mayor have called for an independent state Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and Investigation. Of course, we know in the Renee Good shooting that is not happening right now, but it is unclear to what extent the state will be involved in any investigation here.
So that'll be a big question. And it looks like something else is unfolding. I mean, we are getting this second by second. It looks like a person is down. We have seen them moving right there. And this is near the scene of where the shooting happened.
It appears that they're in handcuffs there, Suze. You see that?
Well, as Mike Max reported earlier, that this scene has been declared an unlawful assembly.
They said
that people who were out there were going to be arrested. And as we see right now, they are being arrested. Let's go to Mike Max, who is right there while that is happening. Mike, can you tell us exactly what is going on right there?
Well, I can tell you what's unsafe right now. They're bringing out dumpsters to put them here to impede anybody coming through downtown. So they're finding dumpsters from all over in different ways to prevent vehicles from getting through here. And when we look behind here, I don't know if they're destined for this location or not, but you can see emergency vehicles. This would be their route to whatever it is that they've been called upon, or maybe they're standing on standby. But in essence, what we've got here is a blockade, so to speak, so that if you try to come down here on 25th and Nicollet, you can only get to 25th because right now it's blocked off. I don't see any law enforcement or anything like that around here, but they're simply blocking it off and creating, if you will, their own perimeter, I guess. So it's another thing that we're watching because we can't tell if those vehicles are destined for here or if they're just going to come down into this area or if they're just on standby right now. But that's what's going on here on 25th and Nicollet, still a couple blocks away from Ground Zero.
The scene, Mike? Are people leaving or are more people coming? Because it has been declared, as you told us earlier, an unlawful assembly. They should leave if they don't want to get arrested, but are people still coming?
People are still coming. Lots of traffic coming through. You don't know where the people are that are driving, if they're trying to be part of this or they just had to be in the area. But I think they're here to be part of the movement. There are some semantic issues. It's hard to park in this area. I mean, there's just not that many parking spots in this area. As you know, it's very tight. And so that part is difficult. So too is the fact that it's cold and getting over here. But the fact that they have declared this, and they say they may be making arrests here shortly, has not deterred anybody. In fact, it seems like there's more people coming. They've got to park some ways away, but you can see right here what's happening. Those are the dumpsters that are coming here, and they're forming their own unofficial barricade here so that if somebody wants to get through here, at least to 25th, you can turn right or left. But you're not going to be able to get through because there's too many people and there's too much stuff between what would be, they're just putting that right in the middle of the street so you can't get through. And so I don't know what the strategy is there, if it's to impede all law enforcement, emergency vehicles, I don't know, but it's a fortified effort. And because they're so close to apartment buildings, there's a lot of dumpsters that they can find readily in this one block area. So that's what they're doing right now. And they're just moving it down here and creating, like I said, their own perimeter. And I don't know how you clean that up, but you certainly are not going to get through with the vehicle right now.
Looks like those are people who are living in the community who are doing this right.
Yes. Yes, this is, again, organic, right? What we see a lot around here. They figured out that, and you can see it again, Joe, if you point down here, it's a brigade. I mean, they're just bringing dumpster after dumpster. And at 25th and Nicollet, you can hear it. You're not going to be able to get through or get out of. I don't know if that's the strategy or not, to keep law enforcement inside there so they can't leave as well. But you can see what you can see what they're doing right here. They're creating their own perimeter, and it is the.
Over here.
Are you just trying to create a perimeter?
Yes, sir.
And what's the intent?
We're just blocking off there. It's protecting our community around here. So
Is it more for incoming vehicles or for ones that would want to get out?
More for incoming. We're just protecting our community. We're standing out here. We had a big protest yesterday over this, and then this is what they do a day after the protest. We're just getting tired of this, and we want them to go back home so we can go back to living our lives in our cities.
So you're just trying to keep, though, to be clear, vehicles from coming into this scene or this area?
We're just protecting our community, making sure they stay where they are and we'll stay where we are.
Okay, the one thing I say, if there's an ambulance that needs to get through, can these be cleared quickly? If anything, God forbid, anything happens?
We'll let our paramedics come through if they need to go through, but not the ICE agents.
Okay, there you go. So that's the intent. Like I said, this is moving in real time, and it's something else. So you can see down there, and like I said, I don't know if they're on standby or if they need to come through here, but hopefully they're true to that too, because you could move these if it was an emergency. And I hope that if anything, like I said, God forbid happens, that they need to access this for an emergency, that an emergency vehicle can get through. But here we go. And it's not, I just see people, registers, and they just keep coming. They're not going anywhere. The crowd's going to get bigger, and it's going to continue to get bigger. And I don't know where it ends, but it's going to continue, I think, to develop based on what we're seeing here. And it doesn't matter that they're saying stay home, all those things. People are finding their way over here. It just takes them a little bit longer because you have to park a long ways away.
Mike, the -9-degree weather doesn't seem to be deterring people.
I got to tell you, if you told me 9 below and you'd be out here, and I don't know what adrenaline does. I think most of us would say that in part we've got adrenaline going here, right? Because I can't explain why we don't feel cold, but nobody out here seems to be cold. They've got water bottles that they can access. A lot of people are providing water for them. But yeah, I mean, nobody here, it seems like they're bothered by the cold. Am I correct about that?
I'm pretty bothered.
Yeah, but you're okay.
We're handling.
Okay, there you go, and that's what it is. That's what the and that's what it feels like out here. You don't feel the cold right now. Maybe you will at some point in time, but right now you're so focused on what's going on around you and what's happening here. And like I said, here you can see a part of it. I don't know what they're doing on the other side, but you can see down there. Here we go, the flashbangs again. You can see the smoke there in the distance.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I've noticed, and I said this before, Reg and Susan, is people understand that tear gas is coming, and then they understand that there's kind of a waiting period while you have to wait that out. And that doesn't mean they're going to leave and go home. That means that they're going to get out of the way, out of harm's way. But then at some point in time, they can return to wherever it is that if they want to protest or get up close. So I don't think that those chemicals are having the same effect that maybe they did initially, because people now understand what they're up against and they understand the effect of everything that's coming their way.
And Mike, I know you were on the ground in the unrest after George Floyd was murdered. How would you compare the environment you're feeling right now to that aftermath?
Different, and here's why. First of all, it was 70 degrees and it was perfect weather during the George Floyd, the 4 days of George Floyd. So that changed some things to an extent. It's also different demographics of people that are out here, completely different demographics to an extent of people that are here for maybe slightly different reasons, maybe offended by something that people that rallied around the George Floyd did not. And that's the feeling that I get here. To an extent, there's some crossover. There's some of the same people. There's people that are anti-law enforcement, things of that nature, but it's a much different crowd, a different spirit. I would say more sophisticated in how they protest, in that they've got the tear gas masks, they've got all kinds of things that they're prepared for what's going to happen, as opposed to during George Floyd, we would walk and talk and they'd go and we didn't know what was coming next, nor did they. Here, they're prepared. They understand what could happen when they're down here. And I can see some more, here's some more garbage cans coming to the rescue. They're just going to keep fortifying this. I don't know where that ends, but
this is just a community effort.
Here. Community effort. Well, once they figure it out, and you do what you do, and you evolve, and you make the best of or worst of whatever it is. And once they figured out that all these these trash cans and dumpsters were around and they were on wheels, they go, okay, well, let's take a stand here and let's put it out there so that people can't get through here. And so that's what they've done in essence. And I've got to say, it didn't take them long, and they figured that out. And there's a lot of alleys here, and anybody that's been in South Minneapolis knows how this lays out and what it's like. But there's a lot of apartments and a lot of things like that have dumpsters and material that you can access rather quickly. You don't have a lot that you can do here because it's so tight and so crowded, but that's the one thing that they were able to find and move into this area. And we do, by the way, we're at 25th and Nicollet, and there's no law enforcement that I can see around here either. So I don't know if they're aware of this or if it's important to them, if it's a priority to them. But where we are, there's no law enforcement. That's at least 2 blocks away right now from where we are. So I don't know if this would strike them as being something that would create a confrontation, or that they'd try to move this or try to do something peacefully. But at some point in time, somebody's going to have to deal with this. We just don't know when and how.
Thank you so much, Mike. And we know we have crews on the other side of that too that we're eventually going to go to. Right now, all eyes are on a press conference with the mayor, with the police chief, Caroline Cummings, joining Reg and I right now. And the big questions we expect to get answered here.
Well, they both have been calling for peace since all this started. This is something that the police chief was afraid was going to happen, that the crowds would clash with the federal agents, and then we would have a chaotic scene like we're seeing right now down at 27th and Nicollet, where the shooting happened right in front of the Good Grocer there on East Street. And we talked about East Street there and how important it is, big fabric of our community.
Yeah, I mean, we have people watching right now from other parts of the country, but to kind of set the scene, this is a very multicultural area. There's tons of restaurants. People come to Eat Street, as we call it.
From Mediterranean food to Asian food, Caribbean food, it's
Mexican,
all there.
Yeah, it's all right there. So it's very interesting that this is all unfolding right there. Such a different feel than you usually get when you take a stroll down Eat Street.
Well, that's what Mike was talking about, how just it seems like the neighbors there, they're more sophisticated, they're more organized there, and they're just saying they're protecting their community from these federal agents. You see they're putting up the barricades, they want them out, and they want to keep their community safe.
Guys, we have a new statement in from DHS. The spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin, said that at 9 o'clock this morning, or around 9 o'clock this morning, quote, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. And we do have a photo of that handgun here we referenced earlier. So they're saying that he had this gun at the scene, that he approached officers with that handgun. Of course, we have seen some video circulating on social media about what transpired. We talked about, we silenced that video for profanities. In that video, it appears that there is another bystander recording from a different angle. We don't yet have that angle. We can only see what we can see. This is what DHS is telling us. We're going to hear from, this video here that you see. This is the only angle. Which is hard to watch. Yeah, and it's hard to see fully what transpired. You know, DHS is saying that this person approached officers with a gun. It's not immediately clear in this video, at least what transpired leading up to this moment. Of course, videos are snapshots in time. So hopefully the police chief and the mayor can update on what their officers on the scene had gathered so far from witness accounts. And we're hearing that in about 10 minutes, we'll hear directly from the chief and the mayor.
I think it's going to be really interesting too, because last time, you just got that DHS statement. We heard completely conflicting narratives from right off the bat. So we'll be looking now to see and refresh us again, that DHS statement. So we have that fresh on our mind.
So they said this is according to the Department of Homeland Security spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin. She says, quote, at 9:05 Central Local Time, DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. We have a photo of that handgun that we've shown you on our air here. She continues, quote, the officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. She goes on in this statement here about claiming that there were some additional guns that this person may have had. But again, we have the video. We haven't heard from local law enforcement yet. And there is a renewed call for the state to be involved in any investigation on this. As we talked about earlier, right, there was a little bit of a conflict between the state and federal authorities over the Renee Good shooting investigation, and that the state said that they would really like to be included in that to see the totality of the evidence. The federal government, according to the BCA, blocked them from seeing that evidence. So there is no state investigation happening at this time. Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty says, quote, we expect the federal government to allow BCA to process the scene. Again, that's a big question I have. Curious to see if the chief or the mayor can speak to what extent state investigators are on the scene, to what extent the Minneapolis police is investigating or is involved there. There is a lot of things we don't know yet, because a reminder for our viewers, we have that video of what transpired from one angle. We have it confirmed that a 51-year-old man is dead from that shooting by federal agents. And we also have DHS telling us that this person approached officers carrying out an operation and had a gun.
Which is a huge difference from Renee Good in that case.
In that she did not have a gun.
Right.
What we're being told, yes.
Yes, from this one account, that's very different than the situation with Renee Good, which will be interesting because we do know that law enforcement officers do have protections if they feel a threat. So that sounds like that is going to be a big question when we hear the other information we're getting.
And of course, members of the community have been concerned and wanting to have a full investigation over the Renee Good shooting, and not just saying that there shouldn't be one, right? That the officer was acting in self-defense. That's what DHS has said. And they're saying, well, if we don't have an investigation, how do we know that for sure? And so I think there's some distrust there among some in the community over that very thing that you get at of, what DHS says in the immediate aftermath of a shooting like this, and then what people see on eyewitness video. But as we should well note here, that video is from one angle. There appears to be somebody taking a video from the other angle. Hopefully we will be able to see such a video. But for now, this is the information we have. What DHS says, a man is shot dead, and what this video shows, and our crews on the scene documenting for us what is transpiring on the ground in the immediate aftermath of that shooting.
And what we hope to hear from the mayor and the police chief here momentarily, but we also hear from the head of Border Patrol. Gregory Bovino is supposed to speak as well. He had a press conference slated for 11 o'clock, and he set his back to noon. So we don't know. We're going to have dueling press conferences here to figure out exactly what the feds are saying and what the city is saying as well. So this would be interesting to see.
And in these breaking news moments, we only have what we have at the time. And we, as we've been telling everybody, setting the scene of what happened, we know a 51-year-old man is dead from an altercation with federal agents, shot dead earlier this morning. DHS, in a statement to us, claims that this
looks
person
like the mayor is here. We have Mayor Fry and then the police chief also on scene with information.
I'm going to turn it over to the chief to provide an update and some of the details based on the limited amount of information that we have thus far this morning, and then I will provide some comments myself. Chief.
My name is Brian O'Hara, B-R-I-A-N, O''H-A-R-A. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At approximately 9:03 a.m. this morning, Minneapolis police received the report of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in the area of East 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue on the south side of the city. Officers arrived and found an adult male with multiple gunshot wounds when they arrived. Life-saving aid was being rendered, and he was transported by ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting, but we have seen the video that is circulating on social media. Our demand today is for those federal agencies that are operating in our city to do so with the same discipline, humanity, and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there's a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly at this time. Minneapolis police have given multiple warnings for the crowd to disperse. We are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We've requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government. I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again, to make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this is doing exactly the opposite. Are you standing up for American families right now? Or are we tearing them apart? The invasion of these heavily armed masked agents roaming around on our streets of Minneapolis, emboldened with a sense of impunity, it has to end. This is not how it has to be. So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents.
Director Sayer.
My name is Rachel Sayer, and I am the Director of the Emergency Management Department for the City of Minneapolis. I took this job to keep us safe because I live here, and this is my community. We are doing everything we can to mitigate the impacts of this terrible situation. The city's Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated, as it has throughout the surge in federal agents over the last few weeks. We are tracking impacts and coordinating the city's response to this situation, which is having profound repercussions in our community. I can't underscore enough how much Operation Metro Surge is impacting our city. Families with loved ones detained and those who are afraid to be in public lest they become targets need help accessing the most basic necessities like food, housing, and rides to school. Businesses are shuttering and our local economy is severely impacted, which means families are suffering just as we were rounding a corner in our recovery. Many of our Minneapolis residents, my neighbors, my friends, my community members, are ceasing participation in public life, afraid to even go to the doctor. In response, the city enterprise continues to utilize our entire emergency apparatus. That means staff across departments, often around the clock, are putting their regular jobs on hold in order to respond to the impacts of Metro Surge. I want everyone to know there are numerous resources available to community members right now. We have mental health help available. We have food assistance, housing and rental assistance, legal help. We are sharing information about what to do if you are exposed to tear gas, pepper spray, or other chemical agents. And the state AGs and ACLU are collecting reports of rights violations. You can access these resources on the city's virtual resource center at minneapolismn.gov/ICE. Please share this information with your neighbors. We have help and we want you to be able to access that. My background is in international humanitarian response in conflict zones in Yemen, Haiti, Syria, Iraq, and Ukraine. What I've seen here is what I've seen there. A powerful entity violently and intentionally terrorizing people, making them afraid to go outside so they can't earn a living, so that kids are forced out of school. This has a lasting generational impact. People can't plan a single day of their lives because they don't know who is around the corner and if their family member or neighbor is about to be taken away. In these times, you see both the best and the worst. The worst is the terror and the feeling of helplessness. The best will continue to be our community's response. The way we are showing up for each other, that is in the absolute worst of times. We're showing up for each other in the absolute worst of times. I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
We'll open it to questions.
We are seeing an incredible volatile situation unfolding right now around that scene. Is there any communication right now between local and federal law enforcement or cooperation, or where do those efforts stand to try to calm what's going on down there right now?
I'll turn it to the chief to answer.
So the question was, there is an incredibly volatile scene in South Minneapolis right now, and the extent of communication with law enforcement agencies. We've established a command post that is led by Minneapolis Police, and there are representatives from all of the regional, local, county, and state organizations. We have had communication with Homeland Security, but they have not been able to provide us any specific details around the incident itself. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of people on the streets of our city, and we are doing everything that we can to maintain the peace right now, led by Minneapolis Police, but with the help of the Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin and Ramsey County Sheriffs. Several suburban towns are in the city helping us with 911 calls. We have done an emergency recall of all sworn personnel back to duty. And we are working with the fire department right now to ensure that 2 small fires that were started in the area are safely extinguished. But again, we need everyone to avoid the area if possible. And the people who are in the area, we understand your frustrations. This is not sustainable. But we need people to leave the area at this time.
Is the National Guard involved?
We have communicated with the National Guard. They have been on standby for several days. And we have ensured the National Guard, as well as all of the local law enforcement partners, are aware of the situation.
Chief and Mayor, if I can ask you, this is a statement from Tricia McLaughlin, spokesperson for DHS. She said in her statement, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. Seen here, they showed a picture of it. The officers attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid. Is that what happened?
So Minneapolis police, the question was, you read a statement from DHS saying that a weapon was presented and there was attempts to disarm the person. Again, like I stated earlier, Minneapolis police, as well as our supervisors, our watch commander responded to the scene. We were not provided any public safety statement around the incident, what happened. We have since seen a video that is circulating online, like thousands of other people have at this time. So we do not know what happened prior to the recording that is online right now. I immediately called for the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to respond, to conduct an investigation. They are on the scene. I believe the FBI is on the scene as well. But I think the video speaks for itself. What I can tell you is we have identified this person, 37-year-old white male, resident of the city. The only interaction that we are aware of with law enforcement has been for traffic tickets. And we believe he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Chief, can you clarify, was MPD cut out of this investigation? Has the BCA been cut out like we've seen from the 2 previous shootings?
The question was, has MPD been cut out of the investigation and has the BCA been cut out? As I stated, I immediately requested the BCA to respond. It's my understanding that they are on the scene. I have not heard anything otherwise. There was initially some information was relayed to me over the radio that our officers were told that they were either not needed or could leave. And I gave a direct order to ensure that Minneapolis police maintain the scene as well as other state and local law enforcement.
Chief O'Hara, do you know whether it was multiple officers involved in the shooting or one officer? And do you know their whereabouts? Are they in custody at all or still on the scene?
So the question was is there multiple officers involved in the shooting? That is the preliminary information. That is our understanding, that it was more than one law enforcement officer involved in the discharge. And again, there is public video that shows several law enforcement officers in a scuffle with someone.
Can you talk about the discrepancy? The initial reports said that the victim here was 51 years old. What the information that you have, where's that from?
So the question was, the initial reports said the victim was 51. The information that I have is we sent Minneapolis police officers to the hospital with the individual who was shot, and they have since identified that person.
2 more questions.
Do you have a name of the individual who was shot?
I do, and I'm not releasing it.
Are you able to talk? Have you been able to talk with top ICE and Border Patrol officials to ask them to please be in on this, or have you talked to them, or have you been rejected?
The question was, have we talked with federal law enforcement to be in on this? We have had conversations with Homeland Security Investigations this morning. We are told they do not have any information to share at this time, but we will attempt to maintain those communications going forward.
Do you believe that?
Last question,
Do you
last
believe
question.
that?
Last question.
Do you believe that they have no information to share at this time?
The question was, do I believe that they have no information to share at this time? I don't know if the individual that we were in contact with would or not. This is a Saturday morning. And just like it was for us, it is a scramble to do an emergency recall and to get people to the scene.
All right, thank you guys. We'll have more information if we get any later throughout the day.
That was Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara and Mayor Jacob Frey talking to us about the incident. And Caroline, you were taking copious notes here.
Yeah.
The mayor was very
Yes.
Think about what he said and what he wants President Trump to
Yes,
do.
he said to President Trump, quote, this is a moment to act like a leader. Let's achieve peace. He claimed that these officers who have been, of course, 3,000 of them, as we've been reporting in this operation, have been, quote, emboldened with a sense of impunity. I think what stuck out to me the most was to what extent Minneapolis police have information from the federal government.
I
We
agree
heard our
fully.
Esme Murphy ask the question. DHS says that this man approached officers with a gun. O'Hara says we were not provided any statement. We've only seen the video, so we don't know what happened before that altercation. And then he said that the 37-year-old man who lives in Minneapolis, they say that's the victim, when asked about conflicting reports, we reported on our air what the Associated Press said, which is that it was a 51-year-old man. He said Minneapolis officers accompanied the man to the hospital. That's how they confirmed his identity. And in that confirmation of who he is, they say they have a name that they will not release. They said that they believe him to have no criminal record. You heard that, Reg.
Yep.
And that they believe that he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So that's some new information about the person who was shot and killed, a 37-year-old man, according to Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. And yeah, that's the biggest thing that I took away in terms of new information that we had not yet heard, and that they had not heard directly from the Department of Homeland Security.
That was very different. I mean, we cover these press conferences regularly, all three of us as reporters, being out there, and you usually get more information at this point. But the chief made it clear he does not have much information right now.
Well, it's
and
a very developing
very
scene.
interesting.
Yes, it's very developing still. But remember, DHS in its statement this morning said around 9 a.m. Law enforcement officers were doing a targeted investigation. I'm reading verbatim from her statement here in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for a violent assault. And then DHS, Tricia McLaughlin claims the individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. We have a photo of that handgun that we've been showing you on here. But again, Minneapolis police say that they got no public safety. Yes, that they are going off very limited information. Right. And that right now, what they know is based on that video that we've talked about, we've seen, which captures one angle of this incident. It appears that there is another person who shot another angle on their cell phone of this incident from that other side, right? Because remember that video, if we can take it here, we're seeing it from across the street, and we're seeing a clear confrontation between multiple agents and this individual who is knocked on the ground. It is unclear what transpires. It is not clear that he was brandishing a gun in this circumstance. Of course, DHS claims that he was, and what we know now is that this is a 37-year-old man who lived in Minneapolis, according to Brian O'Hara, the police chief, and that they believe him to be somebody with no criminal history, and that he is a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry.
Mayor Fry says the citizen was pummeled. Those were his words exactly. He said he was pummeled by federal officers. And the police chief also had a message for those people who are out there at the scene right now that this is an unlawful assembly. It is unsustainable. And if you are there, they're asking you to go home, because you can, face arrest for being there at an unlawful.
And the chief acknowledged the anger. He said, I understand the anger, but this is now an unlawful assembly. You need to disperse. And Reg, to your point, he did say this is not sustainable, right? We've heard the local law enforcement, even in other agencies, he's talked about suburban police departments helping with mutual aid in this scene. We heard from some local police chiefs about the concerns they had about some of the tactics being used, saying that their own off-duty officers had been targeted by federal agents, and some concerns about that. We've heard the chief talk about the concerns about tactics, and he mentioned that today too. He said their request is that these agents act with, quote, discipline, humanity, and integrity that they expect of their local law enforcement here in the city.
And you have to acknowledge the emotions of the moment. And we saw yesterday 10 below zero, thousands and thousands of people marching through the city because they didn't want the violence to continue, and then people waking up to this today. So we know emotions are high. That being said, the chief said, I wrote this quote down, please don't destroy our own city. So trying to temper the emotions that are getting harder and harder to temper.
And once again, we hope to hear from Border Patrol head Gregory Bovino. He is slated to have a press conference to give his take on exactly what happens. We're hearing
And
from
that
them,
will
but
be
we hear-
interesting.
That will
We're
be very
also
interesting.
we're also going to hear from the governor here at 1:30. I'll be heading that way here shortly to that press conference. Usually, or I should say, at least in these recent incidents, namely the Renee Good shooting that happened on January 7th, the governor was flanked by his Department of Public Safety chief, Bob Jacobson, and Bob Jacobson, DPS, oversees the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, or the BCA is under their purview, right? So I'd be curious to ask the governor there, when we talk about, as we mentioned earlier on this broadcast, there has been a point of contention between the state and the federal government over the Renee Good shooting. They say that they would like the state to be involved. BCA claims that they have been shut out of that investigation.
Right.
I'd be curious to ask the DPS and BCA, have they gotten any word about, to the extent that they would be allowed to be processing this scene? It sounded like we did not hear anything from Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara in terms of what that sort of coordination looks like at this point.
I want to bring up something too. There was kind of a solemnness to him delivering the information this morning, and a life has been lost this morning. And you could tell the heaviness. He said that they had officers at the hospital to figure out and identify who this person is. So there's also the level of mourning. There is sadness, there is anger. And these images we're seeing just portray that, right?
Yeah. And what we're
But
seeing right
they're
now
saying,
is
please don't make it worse.
it's escalating as we see this video of also seeing people being taken away in handcuffs, as once again, the police chief said this is an unlawful assembly, not sustainable, and that people
Getting gassed, you can
are
see their faces.
facing arrest because of that. So
Covering. And they have asked people to stay home, but you can see people, it does not appear to. We also want you to hear what the mayor is saying. I mean, there has been so much conversation back and forth through us, the media, from Washington here. Mayor Frey said he had a very important message he wants the president to hear.
To President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents.
We know that's a request that the mayor has been making for a while now. And I know, Caroline, you've heard from the federal officials who came into town this week. I mean, we know the vice president did. And from all accounts, we haven't heard signs of slowing up as up to this moment.
Right. So I was at Vice President J.D. Vance's appearance in Minneapolis. That was on, we're on here on Saturday. It's on Thursday.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes these days pass like years.
Right.
So in that address, the vice president really talked about how he said he was meeting with local business leaders and law enforcement agents, saying, we need to lower the temperature. But he really emphasized multiple times, and you heard the mayor actually directly mention this. He said, there needs to be more collaboration between the local officials, the state officials, and the federal officials. And, the mayor said today he's tired of being, quote, I'm tired of being told locals are being, it's the responsibility of the locals to turn down the temperature. And we also heard from Greg Bovino earlier this week, too, that they're not relenting at this point. There's no end in sight yet for this operation.
We'll see if this changes things today. And Caroline, we know you're going to go talk with them, listen to the mayor.
Yes.
Right.
Or I'm going to the governor. We just heard from the mayor.
Yes,
the governor. We're going to hear from him. I am just told from the governor's office that he has activated the State Emergency Operations Center. He's meeting with public safety officials right now as we are on the air, and he will have that press conference in an hour, and I will be there. So.
Anything big you want to ask him?
Well, I really want the question to be answered about to what extent is the state involved in processing this scene and what investigations are going on. But we've got, I think, Esme Murphy here with us with an update from that, what we just heard from the mayor and the police chief. Esme?
Well, Caroline, I can tell you the thing that really stood out for me is one sentence from the chief. It said, this is not sustainable. This cannot go on. This is not sustainable. And I think that is what a lot of people in the city are feeling right now.
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm
He
hearing
also said
multiple
that,
things in my IFB from up
the
there.
mayor also said, how many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? These are extraordinary words from both the mayor and the chief. They used the word invasion several times. There had been an effort to tone down the rhetoric. The rhetoric is back up with this incredible shooting. I can tell you that the mayor and the chief, obviously, I was surprised to see had such little information. They had no information from DHS directly. I actually quoted from Tricia McLaughlin, the DHS spokesperson's comments, written statement, and they didn't know. They did say, though, that this 37-year-old white male from Minneapolis does have a permit to carry, as do thousands of people in Minnesota. But again, it obviously a very concerning moment here, and the concern, as has been the concern since Renee Good was shot, is that is this going to happen again? And actually, the question has been, when is this going to happen again? The mayor and the chief have both said they were very concerned that somebody else would die on the streets of Minneapolis, and now that has happened. The concern now is that no one else does. We were told that they will come back if they have any additional information, but for now, that's it. But they have very little information. They are obviously on the scene. I thought it was interesting that they said that the BCA was on the scene, because that's something that's very important to the state, that the BCA be part of this investigation, that the state be part of this investigation. The FBI is on the scene, and we heard just yesterday that the FBI agent who was going to open an investigation into Jonathan Ross, the agent that shot and killed Renee Good, has resigned because she apparently, we're told that she felt that she was not able to go forward with her investigation, which would have been a civil rights investigation into the death of Renee Good. So there are a lot of questions here, a lot of questions about who has control of the scene.
now it's bad
Right
again.
now, I think it's extraordinary that the police chief and the mayor have been shut out from some of the initial statements and initial investigative results from Border Patrol. I think this is something that's incredibly unusual, and I think their language is very concerning here, that obviously this is something that is very, very dangerous.
Kelly's
It's a very
IFB
dangerous
did not have the
situation.
problem
And
with
I think a
the
lot of
coming
people
from the
are worried
studio.
perhaps this could happen again.
Esme, I know you mentioned at the beginning that it was surprising how little information the chief had. Give us some perspective here. In a situation like this, typically the chief would have more information, right?
Absolutely, Susan Elizabeth. I mean, this is the streets of Minneapolis. This is, we're just a couple of miles from two different Minneapolis police precincts, and they have no information. There's a man dead on the streets of Minneapolis. There are videos showing it. The videos have created a great deal of concern. And the mayor did talk, the chief did talk to DHS, but did not get any information. We'll toss it back to you now.
Thank you, Esme. Let's go live to Mike Max, who's back at the scene. Mike, it looks like the scene is getting even more chaotic. What can you tell us? What's happening now?
It is, yeah. What's happening is a couple of cars have blocked the streets so that a Humvee back here you can see cannot get through. We've got one car coming this way, another going that way. The white Ford pickup here was parked for a while. Eventually they asked it to move. This woman came down this way and said she's not going to move. So now they're taking her out of the vehicle, and you can see what's going on. They had asked her to move this scene, and she didn't. And so you're watching a live arrest on the air because she had come down here and they'd asked her to leave. And so they were impeding traffic. The white pickup truck, I believe, succumbed and agreed to leave. But this vehicle right here said she was not going anywhere for a bit. And they asked her to leave a couple of times peacefully. Then an argument ensued, and you can see the end result is she's been arrested. We saw another person arrested before, and ICE has commandeered her vehicle. And I assume that she's going to the local precinct, but it's heating up. There's just too much commotion down here right now. There's so many things going on. They're trying to establish a new perimeter. You can see what's going on here. Here comes the next one. We interviewed that gentleman. We'll bring you that later as to what he was trying to achieve by having that pickup truck there. We'll bring you that a little bit later. But in essence, you can see the Humvee over here came down and asked people to leave. Now you got people throwing things from their houses.
And Maxie,
vehicles have
is
been
that
commandeered.
Humvee the federal agent?
Yes, it's a federal agent that came when they couldn't get the vehicles to leave. And now you can see what's going on.
Yes, they're taking
That's the
someone
lady.
down in front of us right
Yep.
now.
It looks like the agents they're having to be aggressive because the crowd is very chaotic right now. They have been told this is an
Yeah,
unlawful assembly.
crowd's chaotic, and the people wouldn't leave, and so therefore they'd asked them to leave. They asked them to move with the Humvee. Nothing happened, and eventually this is the end result. And we saw someone else arrested for something else. We'll try to get another shot of this, another perspective on it, because we're being asked to move back to the sidewalks. But it is extremely aggressive, and there's just a lot going on right now.
And are you seeing a lot
And
of
what they're-
agents
what
right
they're-
there?
A lot of agents right here because they've come to the scene. They've reestablished a whole different, hopefully I can show you later. They've parked cars for about 2 straight blocks in the middle of the street, police vehicles. So they're establishing a new perimeter so that the traffic can't, and if somebody drives down here, they can't get close to it. That's the pickup truck. We interviewed the gentleman that owned it earlier. We'll bring you that later in the newscast. And he was taken away because he was blocking traffic. He was a South Minneapolis resident. That told me he was waiting for someone, but that was his way of playing a stall game. Here comes the Humvee, and they're just really trying to reestablish another avenue or venue that people can get to and from. And with emergency vehicles possibly being needed in this area, this becomes some main ventricles to what has become Ground Zero. But they're taking the vehicles and leaving them right now, and. Here's another one.
What's the problem? He's trying to move his car.
So in this case, what it looks like is he got out of his car and said,
He's trying to leave.
I'm not getting involved in this. And you can see him right there. And so in this case, I think they just want him to get out of the way or to park it somewhere else. You know, the other thing that the game that's changed here is you can see it up on the porch over there. Everybody is rolling on video all the time in this day and age. And so everybody's got a camera and everybody's capturing everything. Every time that we set up to do a report, there's 3 cameras trying to capture what it is that we're doing. And you just feel that, but it's everywhere. It's an automatic as soon as something happens. You can see the ICE agents now walking this way and basically taking over this street right now.
And Maxie, we just heard from the police chief and the mayor. They're asking people not to come to that area. They're saying, we don't want to destroy our own city. Do you see anybody, or the crowd's growing?
They're growing, but what police have done is, you can't see it here, but about a block down, they're parking vehicles in the middle of the street for like a block at a time. So therefore, you can't get close or as close as you could. In essence, they're creating their own circumference here so that people can't come and go as they want. Now, you can see right there, they're getting closer and closer to whatever it is. And here comes another vehicle. Well, these are police vehicles. These are border vehicles. And they're going to try to get them out of here safely. So that's why they wanted to clear this path. And that's why they're, in essence, becoming the chauffeurs for them. You can see what's coming here.
Are they deploying more chemical irritants there, Maxie?
Those are agents. Yeah, here we go. If they get too close.
And we know in other areas right now we're seeing more gas
and those are all agents.
495.
Yeah, you can kind of anticipate it sometimes because you can see it's building towards an apex. We saw one person that was arrested and taken away, and then what ensued was it's almost like a routine to it. You can see it. This happens, then this is what's coming next. So you can almost anticipate if anybody gets aggressive when the gas is going to be deployed or the chemicals are going to be deployed. There's just kind of a rhythm to it right now because this has been done so many times over and over and over in this town that you begin to, there's a playbook to it almost. And it is much different than, you asked earlier about the George Floyd riots, much different than that. The demographics of the people that are out here are much different. There's much more driven by a different kind of political ideology, I guess. And during the Floyd riots, you actually were having a lot of conversations with people. But I got to tell you one thing, we're going to bring it to you a little bit later, too. There was a lady visiting with an agent, and they were just talking back and forth. And so we interviewed her afterwards to find out. She said, well, I just think, there we go. She just said, I think it's important for me as a protester to humanize them and to let them know that I'm okay. And it was a rather compelling interview that we'll bring later on in our newscast somewhere about how I don't think I'm doing any good by fighting hate with hate. Let's see if we can at least establish some kind of a dialogue. But that is few and far between. Most are very aggressive. Most are shouting things in their face, and you're just watching, waiting to see if anything else erupts. Now there's a van here. I don't know if it has. It's got some things written on it that we can't show. And I don't know if that's considered to be impeding traffic either, if they're going to take that out as well. But
okay,
we're going to move down here a little bit and see if we can get closer to the perimeter and show you what we're talking about.
Thank you so much, Mike. And remember, I mean, -7-degree temperatures they are dealing with out there. On the other side of the perimeter, we are going to go to our Adam Duxter, who has been at the scene since right after this happened this morning. And I believe Adam is where we're seeing more of that gas be
and
deployed.
more arrests. It seems like we saw a takedown too where Adam is. Adam, what's going on where you're at?
Yeah, Reg and Suze, I want to show you guys something. There is another barricade that's up here now, but this is one that this crowd brought out, and I want you to hear from someone who's out here right now. Tommy, right? Yep. Tommy, tell people who are watching you at home right now, who are you? How do you relate to this?
I'm Tommy Vigos with Pimento Jamaican Kitchen and a proud citizen of Minneapolis. And what we're doing is we're letting people know that this is our block and we're going to protect our people. We're going to protect our community. We hear explosions behind us right now, but at the end of the day, we have volunteers ensuring that the protesters stay peaceful and stay on this side. We literally brought our barriers out from our rum bar to ensure that people know do not cross it. And as long as the police are aware that we have volunteers here, we don't need them to get involved in dispersing crowd. We have our own people doing that. We don't need them to cross the line. We don't need them to escalate. We don't need our people to escalate. We just need to ensure that everybody remains calm and peaceful throughout this process.
For people who don't know, Pimento is how far from where we are right now?
Walking distance. I'm looking at it right now. And this has been the safe space for our community. And the fact that it's right here on our doorstep is alarming. Nobody's safe in Minneapolis anymore, right? Brother George Floyd was murdered, lynched just a few blocks from here. Brother Winston was lynched just a few blocks from here. Sister Renee was lynched just a few blocks from here. And right here on our block, on our doorstep, on our safe space, Nicollet Avenue has been that safe space for so long. Immigrants, of diverse people coming together for healing, for safety, for comfort, and now it's being violated right here in the heart of the city. But we're doing what we do best, protect our people, keep our people safe, and remember that Minnesota, this is one love and one Minnesota. We're leading with compassion, we're leading with community, we're leading with heart. Nobody's gonna break the Minnesota one love.
We've been talking all morning. The fact that this happened right here, I mean, this is Eat Street.
Eat Street.
And people come here, they bring their friends, they bring their families, they bring people from out of town. What does it mean that this happened here?
It means that none of us is safe. It means that there's no limit, there's no line drawn, and that's why we're calling on the mayor, we're calling on the governor, we're calling on the president of the United States. Come home to Minneapolis. Let's sit down and break bread together. Donald Trump loves jerk chicken. He's from New York. So we'll have a summit here at Pimento where we can host everybody together so we can figure out how we can tone down the rhetoric. Enough is enough, right? What do we need to do to figure out how to put this to an end? And we need somebody to stand up tall and be like, enough is enough. We don't need this escalate anymore. And I'm willing to be that person to host the president, to host the governor, to host the mayor right here at Pimento. This is where everybody come anyhow when they have issues, so we can break bread together and figure out what we need to do to scale this back.
I mean, we're standing right next to this line. We've been tear gassed here multiple times. You've heard the dispersal order. That seems like that was
tear gassing now. They're tear gassing now. We can see tear gas. I smell it. I feel it in the air.
Are you afraid at all?
We're not afraid because, one, black people, we're not afraid of this because we've been experiencing this for generations. But secondly, I'm not afraid because I know that Minnesotans will stand together and protect each other and make sure that we're all safe. I'm not afraid because I know that this is a part of the revolution not being televised. We're not afraid. We can hear those explosions. We're not scared. We're not afraid. We're going to continue to keep our people safe because one Minnesota united is how we're going to do this. We're going to show the world that we are indeed a model city. We're going to show them that no law, no government is going to break the backs of Minnesotans who love their neighbors as the Lord requests.
Tommy, how does this end?
It ends when we all as leaders stand up and say enough is enough. Enough is enough. And right now, enough is enough.
Thank you, Tommy.
We got Mike Max right in the middle of some commotion.
Maxie.
We're going to break from you, Adam. We're going to go right to Mike Max. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, what's happening?
Well, we just got gassed again, so I'm not going to be able to go, but they're trying to get vehicles out of here. Vehicles. Oh, God,
Okay.
here we go.
Okay, we're just going to watch the video right now. As you can hear,
Yeah,
Maxie.
Clear back there, Maxie, and I think he's with the photojournalist Joe Van Ryn. So
Yes.
they've been out there on the scene, and they've been trying to get that scene clear for quite some time. It's
But
been
that
called an unlawful
shows
assembly. It shows us how emotional
high
people are.
the temperature is right now. And what happened this morning, no doubt, only intensifying that. We know a life was lost. We know there are a lot of questions. We're expecting to hear from the federal side of the investigation shortly. We're going to hear from Greg Bovino. We want to know more about what happened. We heard that a gun was presented to agents and that it appears they acted. We know that a 37-year-old man has lost his life. Now, this all comes in the context of 2 weeks of mourning and protesting after Renee Good was killed. And as it looks right now, it's just heating up. You know, the mayor said, though, please don't destroy our city. They were pretty clear that they did not want people to show up, but it seems like, you know, it is the cat's out of the bag.
Well, the
when you
police
look at
chief says
video.
this is not sustainable and that they want people to stay away from that area. If you are there, they're asking you to disperse because it has now been declared an unlawful assembly. So they can face arrest if they do not disperse and get out of the way of the investigation and of those federal agents trying to contain that scene there, because there's still an investigation underway. Like you said, we're hopefully to hear from the head of Border Patrol so we can get the federal side of what they're saying. But we did hear the mayor make a plea to the president. How do we end this? How many more lives have to be taken before this action is ended and we can sit down and have a peaceful resolution to it all?
Well, you heard Tommy right there. I mean, we've had Tommy on our show a lot.
And I've eaten at One Love Special a lot down there. Yeah, definitely. But you're looking at a live chopper forward. You can see the chemical irritants in the air. They are really trying to disperse that scene. And oh, that's something to see from the air there.
And as you saw, our Mike Max and our Joe Van Ryn running from the scene right there as things are heating up. And I mean, just look at that. Again, factor in, I keep bringing it up because it's so important. I mean, there's people around the country who've never felt temperatures like this. It's 7 below zero right now in Minneapolis with high winds, the wind chills, no doubt, much lower right now. So you add that on top of the irritants, on top of the mourning, on top of the anger, on top of the frustration. And just like people were saying, how long can we sustain like this? I think that's a big question.
But as you said, they do not want to see the city burn. Again, like what happened during George Floyd, the uprising. So they're asking people to be peaceful if they are out there. If they are out there, try to disperse. It's time to go home, they're saying.
Yes, I mean, the exact quote from the mayor, please don't destroy our own city, asking people to not get violent. Now, what we see right there are crowds. We see emotions, a lot of that happening. Now, any second now, we're going to hear from Greg Bovino. Very interested on that because what was striking when we heard from the police chief, in his own city, he had very little information about why a man had died. And 37-year-old, what do we know about that man?
Well, first of all, let's listen to a woman who showed up out here at the protest and why she felt motivated to come out here and be a part of all this.
What brought you out here, and kind of just tell me who you were chatting with and what words you were using to comfort her.
So my husband is in there somewhere. Like, we were at home, you know, in our posh home in Edina, and we were watching the news and learned that there was another shooting here. And like, we were just like, I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand what's happening here. So we came out immediately, you know, we were here after a lot of the folks were getting pulled out and like, you know, tear gas and can't see out of their own eyes because they're literally blinded by the chemicals. And so I was helping people back there, and I happened across this woman. I don't know where she is now, but she was having a panic attack. She was in the moment of having a panic attack. And I walked up and I gave her a huge hug, and I just said to her, I said, we got this. This is when we show our resolve as a city, because we're better than this. We are under attack by this administration right now, and this is not okay. It's just not. I'm a 55-year-old woman who lives in Edina, and I have to come in here and tell the world, like, we have to change this. This is not okay for our city.
How long?
It's not okay for our city.
Yeah, I think those are shared emotions by a lot of people. And, you know, people have many perspectives on this. We've seen that, right? But I think something everyone can agree on is that someone lost their life, and that's a really sad thing this morning.
A 37-year-old resident of Minneapolis, according to the police chief, he has no criminal history. He does have a lawful permit to carry a gun, and they're saying that the only thing he's had on his record are traffic tickets.
And that's what Minneapolis police could tell us. So far, we got one statement from DHS, which is the federal side. Again, we're going to hear from the federal side. You can see right there any second, Greg Bovino. What they have told us is that a weapon was shown to agents, and they responded.
And they
right?
responded exactly, saying that they basically fear for their lives, and they were in an altercation with this guy, and then the agent fired to protect themselves.
And I'm really curious to hear what they have to say here, because again, the police chief said they had very little information. So we know most of the information is in the hands of the feds right now, and that's who we're going to hear from.
And the question was asked, there was very little coordination between local and federal officials. And like you said, the police chief said he's a top cop, and he doesn't know what's happening on the streets of Minneapolis because he says the feds are not sharing that information. So I'm curious to hear what the feds have to say, although they first reported it was an immigrant who approached those officers with a weapon. We have not seen that in the video that was given to us here at WCCO, but there are other viewpoints of that. We're hoping to get that video in
Right,
soon
because
as
we
well.
don't know what happened leading up to that video. And the police chief said that. He said, I don't know what happened. Everyone has seen video where we see someone just taking lick after lick. But what happened before that, what transpired, that's what we're waiting to hear more about from the federal officials any second now.
But our Caroline Cummings is all her way to hear from the governor. The governor's going to speak in about an hour, and we're kind of curious to hear what he has to say and what questions he will have of our federal law enforcement partners here that are on the ground in the city of Minneapolis.
I'm curious, Reg, you and I both have been reporters for several decades, and something that has stood out to me for the past 2 weeks is typically when we go to these scenes, we often do see law enforcement working together. Yeah. They thank each other. That's the first thing we do. We kind of make jokes sometimes. They thank everybody, you know, everyone who came out. And this is the first time I can remember getting different perspectives from law enforcement.
Same way. Photojournalist Chris Cruz and I have worked with Operation Safe Summer, where local and federal law enforcement work together to kind of clear the streets of the worst, the bad guys who they want off the streets. They always work together in these situations. Like you said, they're thanking each other. They're working in conjunction with each other. They partner. Everything they do is for the safety of the community. It's been different since Operation Metro Surge here. We're not seeing the cooperation between local and federal law enforcement officials.
And in an example there, we see the yellow vest. So there's different law enforcement on scene too. And honestly, I found it hard at times to tell who's who.
Yeah. Well,
so that makes it trickier keeping the peace.
It does. But we knew at first it was HSI and Border Patrol and ICE agents out there forming a perimeter. Then we saw the vests, as you said. And those were Hennepin County sheriffs trying to show themselves different to State Patrol.
Yeah, explain the conservation officers.
And the conservation officers are also used because, like the police chief said, they were calling out all their local partners. And even the DNR has been at some of these scenes. They're trying to make sure they use every lawful law enforcement agent to help control the crowds. They're not arresting people. They're not doing anything like that. They're just trying to control the crowds, to keep people safe and to keep our city from burning.
Right. And I think that is what obviously the mayor and the chief were afraid of this morning when they issued that very clear statement asking people not to come to the scene. But we see people are coming to this scene, and that is no doubt fueled by emotions.
And if you talk about Adam Duxter was talking about how it's almost a standoff. If you see the agents forming their line and you see the citizens there in South Minneapolis standing their line too. Because as Mike Max talked to one of the protesters out there, they're just trying to protect their community. They set up a border there. They put trash cans out there to make sure, as they said, we don't want ICE agents in here. We'll stay back this way. We want them on the other side of our perimeter trying to protect their communities.
I really enjoyed that interview that we got from Adam Duxter with Tommy, who owns Pimento, a business right there near the scene of the shooting on Eat Street. He has Caribbean food, great spicy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But he was just searching for, he said, one love. And it does in this moment feel like unity is far away.
Well, he offered to use food, which is the common denominator of us all, to bring in the mayor, to bring in the governor, to bring in the president, to let them sit down and talk this thing out. This is not sustainable. They want to figure out a way to promote peace, to get this action to stop. Let's listen to Tommy Beavis again.
I love what he had to say.
And this has been the safe space for our community. And the fact that it's right here on our doorstep is alarming. Nobody's safe in Minneapolis anymore, right? Brother George Floyd was murdered, lynched just a few blocks from here. Brother Winston was lynched just a few blocks from here. Sister Renee was lynched just a few blocks from here. And right here on our block, on our doorstep, on our safe space, Nicollet Avenue has been that safe space for so long. Of immigrants, of diverse people coming together for healing, for safety, for comfort. And now it's being violated right here in the heart of the city. But we're doing what we do best, protect our people, keep our people safe. And remember that Minnesota is one love and one Minnesota. We're leading with compassion, we're leading with community, we're leading with heart. Nobody's gonna break the Minnesota one love.
Nobody's gonna break the Minnesota one love.
Leading with compassion, community, and heart.
Welcomed words after this very, very tough morning. And we know a lot of people woke up to that news today, right? And we know a lot of people sleep in. It's Saturday. It was just after 9 o'clock this morning.
Our show ended this morning, WCCL Saturday morning, when we heard about that shooting near 27th and Nicollet, right in front of the Good Grocer there on Eat Street in South Minneapolis. A crowd began forming almost instantly, blowing their whistles, shouting profanities at the federal agents that were there.
And at first, we didn't know what was going on, right?
No.
We just knew ICE agents, or federal agents rather, were involved. But then we've gotten more information throughout the morning. Not a ton, but we have gotten information from federal and from the police chief, who basically didn't say much, but told us the basics, right?
Yeah, he basically said that once that individual was shot, that he sent officers to the hospital to get information about who that victim was. And we're told that individual was a 37-year-old man who is an American citizen, who has nothing but parking tickets on his record and is a lawful gun owner and allowed to carry a weapon on him.
And that is the information the police chief said. Then we did get a statement, a written statement from DHS. Again, any second, we're going to hear from hopefully Greg Bovino and get more information from the federal side. But they pretty much said right out of the gate, hey, the agents felt threatened here by that gun, right?
They said he had a 9mm gun and 2 magazines on him. He brandished that in front of the agents. There was a scuffle and the agents fired because they feared for their life.
And we do know that there are certain times when law enforcement do have protection in acting like that. We don't know if this was that case at all, but we're waiting to get more information on that. We do know that there's the gun.
There's the gun, picture of the gun that the Department of Homeland Security has given to all of us here at CBS News, and that is the gun that they say that the individual who was shot and killed was brandishing to the ICE agents, and that is the reason why they fired and to protect themselves.
And the chief did again say that it was someone who was permitted to carry a weapon, right?
Yes.
And it really got me just seeing the police chief, the heaviness on his face, talking about how officers had to go to the hospital, identify the person. You know, people were saying, hey, can you say the name, chief? And he said, no, I can't. And that no doubt is out of respect for people who are getting the worst news of their entire life this morning, who knew that person.
And we've talked to the chief just right after Renee Good was shot and killed. And he said this was his biggest fear. This was his biggest fear, that this would happen and it would set off a chaotic scene in the streets of Minneapolis. And this is what they're dealing with right now. An unlawful assembly near 27th and Nicollet, where a man has lost his life and people, like you said, the tensions are high and people are lashing out and saying no more.
Yeah. And I think that the hope by him was that this won't get worse. And the way they're saying to not make it worse is to stay home right now.
That's right. And the police chief is asking people to stay out of that scene. Don't go down there.
We see people are there, though.
Yeah, they're down there. But and he just said you do have a right to express your First Amendment rights and protest. But when it gets to the point where you're attacking these agents who are trying to do a job, it becomes an unlawful assembly, and they want people to disperse in the area.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are being reminded of what happened in the days after George Floyd was killed in this city.
Yes.
And that is one of the biggest fears from people, is that businesses and innocent people would not get caught up. We can see they're controlling the crowds right there. I mean, this has been a huge theme over the past few weeks, right?
We've seen it in different locations, especially at the Whipple building, the Whipple Federal building, where crowds have gotten a little out of control and they've used chemical irritants to try to control them. But even in -7-degree temperature, Susan and Elizabeth, these people are still out there expressing their discontent with ICE in our communities.
I know. And there's probably people around other country, in other parts of the country going, how in the world did people do this? I think something I took away from yesterday's huge, large scale protest on the coldest day in 6 years in Minnesota was that that's part of it. People are saying, we don't care how cold it is. We want to make our point. We want our voice to be heard. Esme Murphy was at the press conference with the mayor. And Esme, I know one of the most startling things about that press conference was that the police chief didn't seem to have a lot of information about what had happened in his city.
It is surprising because it obviously is a homicide that happened in the city. Also, I'll note that there have not been that many homicides so far this year in the city of Minneapolis. 2 of them have involved ICE now, which is a remarkable statistics. I know that we're awaiting the press conference from Greg Bavino, the commander of the Border Control. I'm sure they didn't want this as well, but certainly there are an awful lot of questions. I go back to that protest yesterday, which was so powerful. It was so powerful to see thousands and thousands of people in sub-zero weather. I mean, this was -10, wind chills -30, deciding that they had to come down and march and take a stand. I mean, this is something that is permeating the entire state of Minnesota. It was interesting. You heard the woman from suburban Edina that you had on. This is registering across all kinds of people, suburbs, exurbs across the state. And I think there's a lot of concern. One of the things that I was planning to do this coming week is interview somebody from the Minnesota Farmers Bureau, because they are worried about some of these ICE raids in the rural areas and in the outstate areas, because those areas depend on immigrant labor to do all their work. So this is a very, very sobering time. And something that Reg said, really stands out to me, Reg. All of these people behind the scenes, like the mayor, the police chief, officers on the ground, have all said they were worried this was going to happen. Some said it was a matter of time. And I think the fact that it has happened is just something that is so alarming. And I think that you have this parallel universe where DHS will come out here pretty soon and make a statement. And they have their reasoning. They are going straight ahead, at least according to the statement from Tricia McLaughlin. They're already justifying this as a justified shooting, saying in Tricia McLaughlin's DHS statement, I think that's very important. That came out within minutes of the shooting, that this man, that the agents were approached with a gun. So I think that's a pretty quick step that we've heard from DHS. It'll be very interesting to hear what Greg Bavino has to say. And obviously this scene is still unfolding, but you folks are doing a great job up there. It's just a very tense situation here at City Hall, as everybody is just waiting to see what happens, and also what the commander of the Border Patrol has to say in just a few minutes, we hope.
May, watching that press conference from here, it just seemed there was a heaviness and a sadness to the police chief, the way he gave that information.
And the mayor.
And the mayor, obviously, just very passionate and clear, asking the president to come into cooperation. How would you describe the room, Esme?
Well, I can tell you, I agree with you, Susan Elizabeth. I've covered both the mayor and the police chief a tremendous amount. The police chief did have a heaviness to him. He is an emotional man. We've seen him shed tears when there have been shootings of police officers. He basically looked just worn and just very, very concerned. And then the mayor also, I think, was reverting back to anger, angry that this is happening again, anger that this situation that they have all been worried about behind the scenes has happened. And the tension on the streets is so high. It's so high. I mean, it's just, everything is so volatile. And this man that was shot, the police chief said he has a conceal and carry permit. Well, thousands of Minnesotans have conceal and carry permits. There are a lot of guns on the street, both legally and illegally in Minneapolis. I know that photojournalist Joe Kaczynski and I were at a scene on December 15th that quickly went out of control. And I remember both of us looking at each other, and this was a scene where there were arrests and people were knocked to the ground and confrontation with ICE. I remember saying that, you know, all we need is somebody to pull out a gun and this is going to be a disaster. Sadly, this continues to happen. And I think officials here are just, I think, a bit in disbelief, but obviously moving forward with what they have to do.
Okay. Thank you so much, Esme. I want to read a statement here. We are hearing from Tom Emmer, congressional Republican from Minnesota. And this is a statement that was made on X. It says the governor and local leaders' rhetoric has empowered criminals and put federal law enforcement's life at risk. It's dangerous and has made the situation in Minneapolis much worse. Unlike my Democrat colleagues, I'm going to let law enforcement conduct their investigation. So that's what we're hearing right now.
Some elected officials are
saying
that.
let them figure out what happened, asking people not to make assumptions. And I think we all want to know more about what happened. And I believe that we will after we hear from Greg Bovino here.
And then
just a few
hopefully
minutes.
within a little half an hour from now, we'll also hear from Governor Walz. And that's where Caroline Cummings is on her way to see what he has to say about that. And hopefully, you know, we can get shed some more light on exactly how this investigation will move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just want to kind of walk through it again for people who woke up this morning to the news. It was just about 9:03, according to the Minneapolis police chief, when this happened. Eat Street, very family friendly, popular area of Minneapolis. There's tons of ethnic restaurants. I mean, Caribbean, Mexican, you name it,
Asian
German.
food, German food.
Yeah, everything is right there in that little hub. And this is 9 o'clock on a very cold, -9-degree morning. And then we started getting word here that there had been a shooting involving federal agents.
And then we got some video into WCCO that showed officers or agents, on top of one individual. There was an altercation, and then we hear gunshots. And that was in front of the Good Grocer there on 27th and Nicollet Avenue. That's when we started hearing whistles and started seeing people come out yelling and screaming at ICE agents. And they were trying to set up a perimeter. HSI, Border Patrol, and ICE agents to try to make sure that they contain that scene. And our Adam Duxter is live still out there near 26th and Nicollet. Adam, what's going on there?
He's been out there all day.
All day.
Yeah, Reg and Sue. So when we saw you last,
Minnesota State Patrol.
hold on, I'm gonna pause.
Frontier on 26th. You need to move back now, or chemicals will be deployed. This is your warning.
I want you to see this barricade to the north, barricade to the south. And then if you look here to the east, Susan, Reg, we're on 26 now, headed east. If you look to your left, or if we'll show you on his left, they are setting up dumpsters here to block the street from these large armored vehicles to get out. We're standing right in front of Little Tijuana there. And here's the Prodigal. I mean, again, these are, if you live in Minneapolis and you like to go out to eat, people know this area. You hear the promise for chemical agents here, and the reasoning behind that, Reg and Suze, is you see this barricade here. This is 26th and 1st, or yes, this is 26th and 1st here, where you see these people lined up, and you see these dumpsters set up here. Because what's about to happen here in a moment is they're going to attempt to clear this scene. We've been saying it all day long. And this is what's going to happen. Sorry, are you associated with this restaurant here? We're talking to people. My name is Adam. Would you talk to us for a second? We're at WCCO. What is your name?
Jeff.
Jeff, and you're the owner of the Prodigal here.
Yeah.
You just heard the warning a second ago. They're going to come through with chemical agents. We are standing right in front of your restaurant.
Right. We're trying to be a public house. You know, we're trying to let the neighbors gather in peace and in safety and to fight against this bullshit.
How are you feeling? You're looking straight down.
A neighbor was murdered. One of our regular pub attenders was right there. I mean, they were murdered on the street. Well, I mean, how are you supposed to respond? It's ludicrous. It's asinine. It's crazy.
You're a business owner.
I'm a business owner. I was shut down yesterday. We're going to have to be closed today. It affects, you know, there's a lot of ripples, not just emotionally, spiritually in people's lives, but economically in the neighborhoods and businesses.
But as a business owner, you pour into this community.
I've been in this neighborhood for 40 years. I was a pastor for 38, 2 blocks down.
How would you describe this time now compared to any of the other times you've seen?
Well, it reminds me of the Middle East. It's total chaos, military presence, invasion. Everybody in Minnesota wants these folks out. 2 people have been murdered.
Anything else you'd want people to know? Your business is right here. We just heard from the owner of another restaurant just up Nicollet as we were standing there.
Yeah.
But I think for the business owners who love and pour into this community, your insight is so valuable. Is there anything else you'd want people watching at home right now to hear from you?
You know, I just think that we need to stand together, and we need to tell the truth about what we see and not let others tell us what we're seeing.
Jeff, thank you. I know you're busy. I know, and Reg and Suze, I mean, we just heard from the owner of the Prodigal. We heard from the owner of Pimento a moment ago. And you also just heard from the State Patrol who said, hey, this is your warning. We are going to deploy chemical irritants. And we were talking with our crew here. We have a photojournalist and we have security here with us as well about what's the exit plan or the exit strategy going to be for us. And we're looking, and here at this apartment complex, they have an exit that would be a place to get out, barricaded off. And then if you look behind us here, you see those dumpsters that are set up here on 26th.
Yeah.
And you both saw when we were on Nicollet, as it feels like things are ramping up here a moment. You both saw on Nicollet what the scene was when they tried to roll through that armored car. My sense of time is a little skewed, but I want to say that was at least a couple of hours ago now. And there was people hanging off of the front of that armored car. And you hear them urging this crowd now once more to go home, and they're slowly going to push back. And they're trying to walk this crowd back, because what they're going to do is they're going to try and move these vehicles through. And we're going to go to Mike Max here in a second.
Okay, thank you so much, Adam. And you heard the State Patrol there saying that they will deploy irritants. Let's go to Mike Max right now, who's on the other side of the perimeter. Mike.
Yeah, they've issued their last warning. They're slowly walking, and they're now starting to confront some more of the protesters that decided not to succumb. They've already made the threat that they're going to deploy gas again, and there's a small group here, contingent, that is choosing, I guess, to confront the officers as they walk slowly, and then they're trying to set up a bigger perimeter to get the vehicles out of here. But some people have chosen to continue to stay right up at the line here and fight this. So I think any minute, if they don't, you're going to either see the spray come out, or they're going to get chemically deployed. They're going to have some chemicals deployed. You can see the vehicles behind them that they're trying to get out of here. And in essence, I think they're trying to leave the scene, and there will be no one to protest to.
Is what they're doing.
And so you can see this right here. They're just slowly walking. We get over here, Nick. They're slowly walking. They're putting down, and about 10 feet from where people are throwing dumpsters and cables, here they come. You see if you can get that shot right there. Okay.
And Maxie, can you
They
tell
just deployed tear gas.
who is deploying the gas?
So there's our officers, there's the people, and about on Nicollet and 26, they're now starting to throw dumpsters towards the officers, which you can see over here. Simple debris. Oh my, if you get the shot there, we're going to the gas is coming in a big way. Look at everybody coming, and the tear gas is right behind. They're going to clear the streets. This is coming in a big way right now. Look out, Nick, there's a car behind you. But the gas has been deployed. They've just deployed all these troops. And the people are either going to have to walk away or they're going to have tear gas in their eyes in a matter of seconds because it's moving down this way. We've seen this before. You can see the white gas there. You can see the people confronting the officers. But they probably won't be here for long because you just can't take it when that chemical gets into you. All you can do is cough. And so this is the final retreat, I think. There are far fewer people, by the way, than were here before. The last round of tear gas sent a lot of people either home or scattering, but they're moving quickly now, folks. Here we go. Let's go, Nick. We're gonna get it, buddy. You can see the canisters coming out. Here they are, right there, and they're moving the last group of people as best they can out of here. And oh my, that's right by us, man. That one.
Yeah, we kind of lost your shot.
Now that people are throwing it back. They're throwing it back at the. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Yes, we want you to get to safety right now.
I got you, Nick. I got you, Nick.
But we can see the shot from Sky 4, and you can see the chemical irritants actually sweeping through that area that were just released by those law enforcement there on the scene. They're trying to control the scene. The Minneapolis police chief has said, Brian O'Hare, this is not sustainable. This is an unlawful assembly. They're asking people to disperse the area, and they're forced to use chemical irritants to drive them out of that scene.
And I'm not sure if you could tell, Reg, I know when we heard from Adam, we could hear it was State Patrol that was asking people to leave or saying they were going to deploy irritants. I couldn't tell with Maxie who was deploying the irritants. If it was
couldn't either, but it looks like it was state officials who were basically trying to contain the scene, trying to make sure protesters are safe, but also to disperse.
And I cannot imagine in this moment out there if it's not confusing to people.
They don't know who's federal, who's state,
who is local. And there's been an amount of people who have seen local as sort of their protection in this. And then they have seen ICE as agitator. And in this moment, not sure who can tell who is who.
And that is true. And as you see, people are moving back. Those chemical irritants seem to be working to disperse that crowd. Our Mike Max was caught up in it as well, him and photojournalist Joe Van Ryn.
Our absolutely amazing photojournalists who are on the line. And I want to be clear to you, it is below zero. There are high winds, there are irritants in the air. But this is how important this story is, that we are committed to be there. We have security with us too. Is we are not taking this lightly at all, but we think it's important for you to see history unfolding with your own eyes. That's why our crews right now are still rolling. See, with the tensions like that, people just running, coughing, mourning, screaming.
And how cold it is, the irritant seems to linger in the air. So even after the big impact of the smoke passes you, and we've been caught in this too, Suze.
Yes,
it just sticks to you. You cough and you can't get it out of your system because it just kind of lingers, and that's what we're seeing right here. But as Mike says, it's just the adrenaline that's keeping people going, because how are they doing this in negative 7-degree temperature?
Speaking of adrenaline, Adam Duxter, his crew has been out there since at least 9:30 this morning straight. Adam, what's happening on your side of the area?
Yeah, Suze, we just saw a second ago, and I don't know if you could hear it if we had any live feeds going. We saw one of the people in this crowd throw, I don't know if that was an M80 or what, but some sort of firework back towards the federal agents, not federal agents, sorry, rather the State Patrol who is here to try and disperse people. I told you all essentially this morning, as we're probably to a safe spot in the gas, but this is what had to happen at some point, is they had to get these crews, whether it's Minneapolis police or Minnesota State Patrol, or I'm not sure how many federal agents are still here, but they had to get them out at some point. And so that is really what we just saw. And it appears they're trying to get out on 26th and head east from the scene. But that was as much force as we can see. And it sent the entire crowd scattering, gas, you name it. They're using less lethals, as they will say. And that stuff is no joke, as you've said. You want to ask yourself the question, though, is if they're clearing the scene, is this at least slowing down or settling down for now? I can tell you that we were at the scene when Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE agent Jonathan Ross just about 2.5 weeks ago. And the biggest clash we saw that day was when the federal agents were trying to leave. And then things were kind of on a standstill with Minneapolis police on scene that day. And then there was another clash when Minneapolis police left. And then almost instantly that night, if you can both remember, people just started flooding back into the scene, and it was a vigil in a moment's time. And then that night, the night that Renee Good was killed, if you can remember, on 34th in Portland, there was 10,000 roughly people out there in a peaceful protest that night. And so you wonder now if those crews have rolled out, and we can give you again a look back there as they are rolling out. You wonder and you hope if that is the end of the clashes, at least for today, if that they're through and that this street will reopen and there's no longer a standoff, if you will. But you could see that gas and the attempt to get out there was so intense. And now I think the crowd is pushed back and they're not sure what to do, but you could still hear a little. But again, I think we've been saying it all morning long is that as this crowd grows, at some point, the law enforcement on scene is going to want to try and clear out. And we saw that happen just now. That is what we just witnessed. And you could still see our photojournalist, Will Griner, is going to give us a shot down the street. Look at that image just riding through the smoke of the heavily armored vehicles on 26th, and just the armed people running with them. And now it looks like, again, things are really clearing out. But you would hope, Reg and Suze, that with people clearing out, with those law enforcement on the scene clearing out, that we've seen the end this morning and this afternoon of people being gassed, or just these less lethal means used, but you really can't say for sure. But that's what we just saw there a moment ago, was them just trying to move out.
Well, thank you so much, Adam, for your reporting this morning. We want to go now to Greg Bovino, who is in town. He is about to address us from the federal perspective. It sounds like they have a lot of information about what happened. We're waiting to hear his words. He's coming to the podium right now. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Gregory Bovino, and I have the privilege and honor of leading United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help, state and local law enforcement, to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition. In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. I want to reiterate what President Donald Trump, Secretary Kristi Noem, myself, Director Marcos Charles, and so many others have said time and again. If you obstruct a law enforcement officer or assault a law enforcement officer, you are in violation of the law and will be arrested. Our law enforcement officers take an oath to protect the public. We go to work every day to protect our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens. The fact of the matter is that the law does not enforce itself. It takes men and women who are willing to risk their lives to enforce it. The men and women of CBP and ICE, law enforcement, are highly trained professionals who love this country and do this work because they want to leave their kids and their grandkids a country that's safe and secure. Questions?
Commander.
One question. First question, when did agents learn that he had a gun, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation again is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
All right, going on to the next question. So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of how the man was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So, did it come from the agent? Did they say he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light, but let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
All right, no more questions. Sorry, no more questions, sir.
Commander, the videos that are publicly available directly contradict the speculation that you are putting out there at the moment. What comment do you have? Commander, there's no video supporting the way that you are addressing this issue.
Okay, I am joined right now by Frank Vassalero and Derek James. You guys came in. Of course, this is such a big story. We're going to be continuing it nonstop. But that was the first time we got a little bit more information on what happened. You know, we had talked to the police chief this morning who said, I know very little. Greg Bovino giving more information as he says the federal account was that at the end of the day that an agent feared for his life.
and that an individual with that 9mm violently resisted arrest were Bovino's words, saying that an agent fired defensive shots, that person had 2 loaded magazines, and that he considered this an attempt at a massacre against law enforcement.
And we should be clear that that person that they shot, Bovino says, was a citizen who saw them trying to arrest
this other gentleman,
an undocumented immigrant who they are going after, supposedly someone with a criminal record. And he intervened in the situation in some way. Now, he didn't explain how police saw the gun or what led to that. And then we had a good question from our Connor White that was unanswered about what you're saying doesn't appear to be the same story as what's happening in the video.
The video that we're seeing thus far, which is one angle that we've seen reportedly, and obviously we know, as we've heard from our reporters out there in South Minneapolis, that there are folks recording and documenting this everywhere. So it is very likely that we're going to see
That's the
additional
video.
pieces of video.
Everybody's been watching is this video and wanting to know what led up to it. And we got a little bit of information from that today. You know, the president, right before this press conference started, put a message out on Truth Social. So we are getting that in right now.
Yeah, let's bring that to you if we can pull that up. This is the message from President Trump. It reads, "Where are the local police? Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off." Now he's asking that as a question, as you can see on the screen. It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. The first time that we are hearing from President Trump today.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll hear more from them and more from DHS. And again, we just heard from Bovino's side, but you know, there's a lot of conflict, and as you can see, emotions are running so high, and people are upset, and they're completely disregarding the order of, hey, please don't go to the area.
Right.
Please disband. They're doing the opposite, and that's not a judgment statement. That's just a factual statement, because I know that people are upset and they're angry, and it's a very emotional time, and people are really passionate. And to wake up on a Saturday morning and see another person in Minneapolis shot and killed at the hands of an ICE officer is extraordinarily upsetting to folks.
It's very interesting. It takes me right back to the moments after Renee Good, because we're going to get a lot of different perspectives on this, right? I mean, at this point, the city's saying we basically know nothing. And then federal officials saying that people are going to see the video. There's going to be so many questions in the days ahead. They didn't even take questions after the press conference.
Yeah, and
They did.
Well, a few. Yeah.
They took questions.
Okay.
That too, and I just worry almost more about the immediate, and I'm not sure what our tour is going to be here. We'll find out through our producers where we're going, but I'd like to see how, you know, what's going on with the crowd. We saw what happens with Mike Max,
Right.
where Frankie was on one side of 26 in Blaisdell, and where Adam was as well, because those are longer term questions. Today, I'm just wondering: is there more violence? Is there more disruption? This order of dispersal that we've heard from the police is not being obeyed or listened to. And we're going to try to bring people a sense of what's happening on the ground right now, and then start looking at those other
Different angle of video we're getting right here. We got this into the station of the situation that unfolded. This is a different angle. We got this video from the Associated Press, so it gives a little bit of a different perspective on what happened. I think people could all see agents surrounding someone. We've had to blur out part of it right there, but this gives you an idea of a different angle. And we know in these moments, phones are running, everyone's rolling.
And
right?
I think it's important to pull out, as we live in a world of AI, and people are saying, even the protests yesterday, oh, well, that is AI video.
Yes.
There's a rigorous process that goes through before we put these videos on the air, whether that's CBS News, WCCO, or the Associated Press, to verify the video. And we actually have teams that work to do that, to verify these videos before they ever go on air. Well, one other thing that's been talked about a lot since this Operation Metro Surge started is how much experience do these various federal agents have? Because you have so many different agencies on the ground at the same time, as our reporters have even seen today. One thing I noticed is that Greg Bovino, when he spoke just moments ago, said that the agent, I believe, that fired his weapon was a Border Patrol agent with 8 years of experience.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah, let's hear a little bit more about what he said about what unfolded.
At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Okay, and earlier we heard from the mayor a little bit about the person who lost their life right there, and we were told it was a 37-year-old. Now, the police chief said that they did not have a record on the person outside of traffic citations and said that they did have a permit to carry.
Yes, a lawful gun owner is
That's
what O'Hara
was
said.
mentioned from that, yes.
Yeah, a little confusion about that, and I'm sure we'll get it cleared up through the course of the day. We've heard he's 51, and then we heard a report that he was 37 from the police chief, who said he had officers with him at the hospital. But we'll get to the here and now and deal with that a little bit later. This is a live shot from our chopper, 24th and Nicollet, and a large crowd occupying all 4 parts of that intersection. I'll be curious when we get to our reporters if those ICE agents have left. I know that was a point of conflict. Some of the video that I was really taken with earlier today is you get an idea of people's passion and resolve, and they're literally standing in front of an armed vehicle trying to force it not to move forward.
Moving,
Yeah.
Adam Duxter has been out there since moments after it happened. I mean, this isn't far from our station, so he got there pretty quickly. Adam, when we talked to you earlier, it looked like things were settling down. What's the feel now?
So you hear the cheering. This is exactly what we kind of thought would happen when these local police, local law enforcement, and federal agents move out, is essentially the crowd that was pushed back by the chemical irritants and the tear gas and whatnot has effectively walked all the way back into this intersection. So right now where we're standing is literally in the intersection of 26th and Nicollet. And I want Will to turn around and show you, try and get a sense of how many people are in this intersection right now. This is a massive crowd of hundreds, if not over 1,000 people in this intersection right now. Just like we saw, and I apologize if it's hard to hear me, but just like we saw after the shooting of Renee Good, is that this entire intersection has been blocked off. So people have brought in dumpsters, people have brought in tables and chairs and barricades. You see one person now addressing the crowd, but this is a crowd now that knows that law enforcement is gone. And so people have come back to this scene, come back to this intersection. I'm trying to get a sense of what's being said, but I can tell you now, this is a group of people, Frank and Suze, that were on all sides of this intersection. You saw clashes on the north, east, south, and west side of 26th and Nicollet all morning long. And now this crowd has gone together, and there is a sense of what's next. I know we talked about it, though, after we saw Renee Good get shot and killed just over 2.5 weeks ago. We saw the community essentially reclaim that area. In the moments after, we saw them block off the entire 34th and Portland, between 34th and Portland and 33rd and Portland. Of course, we saw city crews come back and clear that the following morning. But you get a sense that it's going to take a lot for folks to leave this intersection now, especially that there is no more law enforcement presence, and folks are essentially listening and trying to figure out what's going on next. So I do want to listen a little bit to what's being said through this megaphone, because one person is talking and has the attention of this entire 1,000-person crowd right now. I'm going to try and give you a sense of what they're saying as best we can.
Hey, Adam.
Yes.
Well, a couple things. We have a chopper shot of your location so we can see how big that crowd is. It spills onto all four crossings of that intersection. But I guess the key to the whole thing is that the police are going to be fine letting these people occupy this intersection. There are no state patrol, conservation officers, Minneapolis PD, ICE. They're all gone, it sounds like.
Nothing you can see, Frank. That's where we saw just within the last half hour those big clashes. It was those folks trying to move out of this intersection and clear this scene. And so no, you look every single direction now, and there is no law enforcement as far as you see. And I think that is why people have kind of come back to this spot. They've wanted to be here. They've wanted to be in community and be in this spot. And so since those folks have all cleared, since we saw those conservation officers, since we saw those state patrol troopers clear, now it is just people here in this intersection. And so as for what's next, now we're not sure. I'm sure some folks will go home. It is very cold outside still, despite the sunshine. But you hear this chant right now, Frank and Suze. Can you make that out? They're saying, keep this block. And so, you saw it following the murder of George Floyd at Chicago, and 36 and the stretch to 38 that became, George Floyd Square. We saw the attempts to do that, 34th and 33rd in Portland following the shooting of Renee Good 2.5 weeks ago. This crowd says they're not giving up this block. So we'll see how long folks hang out. We know that when Renee Good got shot and killed 2.5 weeks ago, people spent the night, and that was similar timing as far as when that shooting happened. Of course, this one was just after 9. Renee Good was shot and killed just after 9:30 in the morning 2.5 weeks ago. But people stayed the entire night, and people were building yurts in Portland. It's essentially saying they're in it for the long haul and they're not going anywhere. And so, you heard the chants just a moment ago, keep this block. And I think for people, there is even just a sense of relief, though, as you can imagine, that there's no more chance of getting tear gassed. And you hear now a chant being led, but Frank and Suze, there's over 1,000 people. Easy. I know you've got the chopper view.
Yeah.
If you want, we could try and talk to someone here. I could keep talking all day long. I could try and talk to someone in this crowd.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and do that? Maybe we'll circle back with you as we share a little bit of information. I'm curious too. I don't know. I know the Renee Good thing was so emotional, with her being shot. I know the reaction was less powerful, vociferous when the Venezuelan national was shot. And I don't know if the circumstances change. And I don't know if people are just upset that someone else has been shot, or the fact that this man apparently, the deceased person apparently had a gun and was trying to intervene. I don't know if that changes the equation either. It might be too early to even think about that because people are emotional. But talk to some folks. We'll get back to. As we look at this,
the crowds.
I can't imagine that there's any incentive for Minneapolis police to go in there and try to have these
with those barricades now set up the way that they are.
Very interesting.
And we're going to hear from the governor here. We're told any moment, and our Caroline Cummings is in the room. I also wanted to point out, we just got word from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that they have requested assistance from the Minnesota National Guard to support deputies at the Whipple Federal Building so that they can relocate deputies to other areas in need of support in the county right now. Their job, according to this release, will be to assist the sheriff's office in protecting life, preserving property, and helping to ensure the safety of everyone in the community.
Well, that'll be a big deal. I'm sure the governor will address right away. They've been put on, he had him on a pre-assembly warning. Then he actually had them on standby.
Yeah.
And now it looks like we're on the verge of seeing a deployment. We'll let the governor announce that. We don't want to speculate about that. But if that's what the sheriff's saying, and we'll see if that changes the equation. Because I was curious about that too, Derek. You know, there's
And we
several main
do
points
have-
of protest, and one of them is Whipple, always has been. So we'll see if we can get a shot of what's going on up there.
As
for you
we
in a few
await
minutes.
that information from the governor, we do want to show you again one of the newer videos we get. This is kind of an opposite angle of what happened. Now you can see the agents right there. A lot of people asking what led up to it. Greg Bovino saying that basically the agents feared for their life.
Well, they said the guy had a gun, and that they
it
were
was a
trying to make him arrest.
9mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
they said it was a 9mm.
But I you know, the moment that I wonder about is where I can't tell. Were they trying to wrestle the gun away from him? Was he reaching for the gun? Was he reaching for an ICE agent's gun? Did he have it in his hand? It's because usually, you know, you see them screaming from a distance, you know, drop your weapon, that kind of thing. I don't know how they got into this, you know, physical confrontation where they're wrestling with them. And did we not hear two suits? Did I hear that right? Was it more than one officer or just one ICE agent that fired his weapon?
We don't know about that exactly. Border Patrol.
Border Patrol
is who
agent
it was.
with
It was
8 years
Border
of
Patrol.
experience, according to Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino.
Okay.
Right. And then, you know, something else that comes up here is we just saw those crowds where Adam was. Really powerful quote, I think, that we heard from the police chief, Brian O'Hare, this morning is, please don't destroy our city. When we see this image, a lot of us have flashbacks of 5 years ago. And they said, don't let innocent people get involved in this. The suggestion there, businesses, you know, the looting we saw before, they're really trying to temper that. And I expect the governor will echo that message here any moment.
Yeah, although, you know, listening to Maxie and some other folks, it just seems like a much different vibe of the pandemonium that we saw for George Floyd and those 2020 riots, just in terms of, you know, not only the temperature of the people, but the actual temperature outside, how many people are involved, and what incentive is there, right, for anyone to go ahead and destroy any of these things. I'd imagine that's when we'd see law enforcement and maybe even the guard again if we saw destruction. But I don't get the vibe listening to our reporters on the ground that that's what's happening in this instance. And I'm sure that's why, again, what's the incentive other than a intersection in South Minneapolis is blocked for the police to go in and try to disperse 1,000 people.
And Maxie did mention, you know, 70 degrees when George Floyd happened, and it is 7 degrees below zero right now in Minnesota too.
Yeah.
So no doubt that plays into the situation.
I think to your point earlier, Frank, about the new video we saw from the AP, I think it'll be interesting to see if at some point today or in the near future, we see some video that was taken in the moments before. Governor Walz speaking now. Let's listen into
statement, then I'll turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update the situation, joined here by Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Menke, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claimed another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier, something that I've been lectured to by Republicans for decades, that is not only your right, it's your duty. We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high. And to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faith packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors. They're walking their kids to school. They're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint, and I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets. They think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace, we'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room that will keep the peace. With this, I'd like to turn it over to Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as we know it. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis. I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. A man died. His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma. And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around this man's family and friends to support him. I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared, they're confused. And I want to assure you that this state's public safety officials and our local law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our communities. You have the right to demonstrate peacefully. We recognize that demonstrations are often driven by strong emotions, beliefs, and a desire to be heard. But please, please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again that because it is important and it is critical. Peacefully demonstrate. By doing so, you help local authorities to get answers. You help us to do our investigations. By remaining peaceful, you help ensure nobody else may be killed or injured. The thousands and thousands of people who gathered yesterday in Minneapolis proved that Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully, and they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. State resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota National Guard. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Ken Bernal with KARE 11. Governor, you've made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that it will be answered differently? Have you had any conversations with the president, with the federal government, and is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
Well, I spoke twice this morning, shortly after I received the call of this shooting. I spoke with the president's chief of staff, and first request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is with no uncertain terms that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have the most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures and unrelated people who we don't know anything about and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative. And I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end. Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing. I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And I think there cannot be very many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job. And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess, no, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what I do have confidence in. There's a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right and stand up for the rule of law and stand up for human decency. And that's the moment.
So then, just to follow up, because then if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle right now? Because if they stonewall and you're trying to investigate, is that forcing?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that. And I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough. Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
Governor Carolyn WCCO, either you or Commissioner Jacobson speak to the fact that you talk about you don't trust the federal government to handle this investigation. We know with the Renee Good shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have officers on the ground doing the investigation right now?
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA has attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time, we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
Who is handling the investigation, if not either DHS nor state officials right now?
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene and in this investigation. So we are there, we're available. We want to make sure that we continue to work on this and engage with our federal law enforcement. But at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were not able to hold it. We wanted to make sure and keep people safe, but federal law enforcement left the scene and left us there.
Governor Ernesto, within your time, have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sheriff Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping?
Yeah. Yes. The answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have. And as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for the folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, they're activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Can you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now. And I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one, too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old, posed a threat to these agents? And are you rejecting the idea that he played some role with the weapon in leading to
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's why you need to have a fair investigation. And that's why a video can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this the case. And I will just say, you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing in front of them. And at some point in time, your reporting, and I think the reporting this week has been spectacular across Minnesota, that there's not two sides to every story. But in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the vice president, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is because I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information. We need to gather all the facts. We need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy. I mean, I don't know. I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, it doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. These are not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy or whatever. These are people's lives, and we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it, but I don't know. You kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, you just leave him. Is there a single case in American history where you just like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess? I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one. So yes, ma'am.
Bringing over with you guys to Channel 5. A vice commander just said in a press conference within the hour that they're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to give violent criminals action. What's your response to that?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals, I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question? State and local law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you as part of the media hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want a safe Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Governor Walz wrapping up a press conference right now. You can see emotions were running high. He said he hopes that this is the event that people say enough is enough. Gave a lot of information there.
One thing that I want to point out is something that Caroline talked with you earlier this morning and Reg on set about was the BCA being locked out of the Renee Good investigation. And what will this be like this time around? And we heard that the BCA is engaged in an investigation at the request of MPD, but that, and this was interesting, that DHS pulled out of the initial scene because they could not hold that scene together due to the number of protesters that were around.
Yeah, was it DHS or BCA? I thought he said the BCA couldn't hold the scene. But
I think he also said DHS.
I don't think anyone could hold the scene because it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
So that leads to this evidentiary problem where how do you try to get evidence? What witnesses do you talk to? Those type of things.
Yes, he said they did not conduct a proper evidence sweep like they typically do
they
because
weren't
of
able
safety.
to. So we heard about narratives and who's saying what already. Let's get out to Connor White. He's at the Whipple building with a little better look at some of the videos that are being talked about a lot today, Connor.
Right, Frank. A crowd is starting to grow here at the Whipple building. We've seen consistent protests here ever since Operation Metro Surge really got going. This crowd building in light of this most recent shooting, a third shooting at the hand of ICE agents, the second fatal one. We understand that the National Guard may be on their way to the Whipple building to help relieve the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino was just inside. He put off an initially scheduled press conference by about 3 hours to then come to the podium, reiterate a statement we have from DHS, and then only take 2 questions, not addressing all of the videos that are out in public right now on social media showing several angles of what happened this morning. This first video, it's one that you likely saw on your own. It went viral. You see an officer swinging at a man who is on the ground, several other agents surrounding him. You then hear gunshots, and that man in the middle, he falls. We now know that he is dead. In this other video, a different angle now, there's a struggle on the ground. There's fighting involving people's hands. Again, gunshots, agents running away. We've blurred it, but that man's body is then left lying in the road. In this third angle, you can see an agent pushing a woman. This seems to be before all of those other videos. And the man confronts the agents, gets pepper sprayed, wrestled to the ground. There's a struggle on the ground that lasts about 20 seconds. At least half a dozen agents surround him. Again, you hear the gunshots and agents leave. Now, at no point in any of those videos do we see what appears to be a firearm in that man's hand. Instead, he appears to be holding a phone. There are some angles that suggest that something has fallen out of his pockets or is otherwise recovered by agents during all those struggles on the ground. But from the videos that we were reviewing, Frank, we never see a gun in that man's hands.
Video, the guy that gets pushed that's helping the woman, is that the man who's eventually going to be shot? Because if we can, I'll have our director roll that back again. Is that what you're saying?
To the best of our understanding, yes. Now, of course, we don't have anyone with Minneapolis police or DHS confirming that that is the 37-year-old individual who was shot and killed. But based on all of the videos that we were seeing, these different angles, based on the colored jacket he's wearing, the hat that he's wearing, that does appear to be the man holding a cell phone, not a gun.
So I wonder where the weapon comes from, because here we can see he's trying to hold on to the woman. Then the agents separate him from the woman. And they have him on the ground. So we're watching it here for a second, Connor.
Sure, absolutely. We can let it play.
So we see a ICE agent pulled his weapon. It's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm. It is hard to tell. Of course, this is purely based on what we're able to review. It is cell phone footage from bystanders, so we may get more footage that could come out. We may get clarifying information from the agencies that were on the ground. But Bovino didn't take too many questions on this. He was willing to make the speculation that this man was here and armed in order to harm federal agents, but then he turned and said that he didn't have enough information to answer other questions, calling this a developing situation, Frank.
Yeah, we heard you yelling a good question at him that he didn't answer, so that's interesting. All right, Connor, do they expect more people there? Do any of the protest folks say that people are on the way? Any sense of what might happen near the airport there at the Whipple Federal Building today?
Here, we haven't heard too much from people actually in the area. And I will say we only just got outside as we were locked down in the Whipple building for the better part of 3-4 hours as we were waiting for Commander Bovino to come to the podium there. But you may have heard it. I do apologize if any of the profanity came through. People here are, of course, angry. We've seen emotions over at that scene near 26th and Nicollet. There are similar emotions spilling over here as this crowd you may be able to see going down the fence, this barricade that has been somewhat recently put up as there have been more and more clashes with federal agents here over the past few weeks. More and more people are showing up in these sub-zero temperatures.
Thank you so much, Connor. And we are going to go to Mike Max. Now, when we spoke to Mike last, Reg and I spoke to him, he had to run away because of the irritants, he and Nick being affected by them. What's going on there now, Maxie?
Yeah, we've recovered from that. Now we got tear gas twice today, and man, you can feel it. Cleared out a lot of people, but it's different now out here at 26th and Nicollet. It's almost a pep fest right now, unimpeded, because there are no officers out here. So the tension is gone. Adam, come over here quick. Adam, you've been with us throughout, of course, done an excellent job out here. It feels like right now people are turning their attention towards energy and protesting without there's not going to be any more altercations. It's almost like we've all taken a deep breath here for a minute.
Yeah, and you know what, Max? Yeah, I talked to someone a moment ago who said, we're not going anywhere. This is our intersection now, was the message that they were sending. And so you get the sense that people are going to be here. I mean, if you look behind us, you see the barricades set up. people say they're in this for the long haul.
Yeah, and I don't know where you begin to clean it up. They're talking about the National Guard going to the Whipple building, maybe here as well. But at some point in time, somebody's going to have to just come in here and as calmly and quietly as they can, I guess, try to get everything cleaned up. Because right now we've got barricades and impromptu, all kinds of stuff just sitting in the way. But at least it doesn't feel like there's a threat of danger. It feels more like people just want to be out here burning off energy.
Yeah, and Maxie, we saw the day after Renee Good got shot and killed by ICE agent Jonathan Ross 2.5 weeks ago. People did this same thing, right? There was maybe 8, 9, 10,000 people between 34th and 33rd in Portland that night for a vigil. And they did the same thing. They blocked the street. They put up barricades. People were building yurts overnight. And then we saw overnight, I believe it was a public works crew for the city of Minneapolis came through and they picked everything up. I think they didn't want that street to remain closed. So like you said, we'll see what happens. I just get the sense from this crowd, people are not going anywhere anytime soon.
Now, for a while, hey, thanks for your excellent work out here today. Yeah, you can see this. This is what said. These are the least of their problems, really, though, unless an emergency vehicle would need to get through here, and you could probably displace a lot of this shortly. But a lot of people, and this is where it does feel like George Floyd a little bit, they understand that there's a sense of history here, that something significant has happened, and they want to be out here amongst other people, and they want to congregate in some way, shape, or form just because they're so energized right now. It's below zero. It doesn't feel like it. A lot of the crowd has gone different directions now because the ICE agents are out of here and law enforcement is out of here. I think, though, that right now you see more smiles and more, hey, we're just getting started kind of thing, more of a mentality here as part of a movement than you do anything else. And I think it will continue for some time, but you're not going to see at least the altercations, the tear gas, or the things that we experienced earlier today out here. That's all behind us, I think, at least for now.
The street being barricaded, is there destruction to property, cars beat up or windows smashed out or anything like that would require the cops to come in?
Not that I saw. We saw one tire was slashed, and it was not. They thought it was an ICE vehicle. It wasn't. It was someone else's. And then we saw, of course, we brought it to you live on TV. Of course, they smashed a couple of windows when they commandeered a couple of vehicles. I think right now people are speaking, and they're getting a little pep fest going over there in the form of bullhorns and riling the crowd. If you can just take us right over there, you can see some people up on stage. And they're talking to the audience, and they've got a captive audience right now that wants to hear it, that wants to believe in it, and wants to feel it. And so this is all just organic and impromptu, and they want to be here. The people want to be here. They want to be a part of this, and I can't hear what they're saying or what the message is, but I'm sure it's consistent with what we've heard all week. While this looks like a huge crowd here, and it's not small or insignificant, many of the people have left and gone. But some of the people that commented to me, they said, we saw you this morning out here, and we decided we wanted to be a part of it. And that's where it's like George Floyd. So there have been people that have gathered and moved in here and come down here, probably feeling safe now, and they just want to be a part of this. So that part of it has grown in the last hour and a half.
All right, Michael, we appreciate all the updates through the course of the day. If you're just joining, this all began at 9:05 in the morning with a shooting near 26th and Nicollet. ICE agent shot a man. I know you guys have more information about that.
Yeah, we do. Bob Jacobson, the Department of Public Safety Commissioner, spoke with the governor moments ago, and I found it very powerful. He said, let's pause and not let it be lost in this moment that someone lost their life.
Yeah.
And we're getting new information about who that person is. We knew it was a 37-year-old man. We were told that he had a permit to carry and didn't have a record. That's what we were told earlier. Now we're getting a name. The Associated Press is reporting that it's Alex Pretty is the victim, an ICU nurse. I'm not exactly sure how to say his last name. It's Pretti, Alex Pretty. They say that his parents confirmed that his life was lost this morning. So we, of course, are going to keep that central to our coverage and figure out who this was and keep reporting on that part of the story.
Yeah, Jonah Kaplan sharing some information that it's believed that Pretty also worked for the VA. So someone we're going to learn, obviously, a lot more about through family, friends, those that knew him, worked with him. going back to what we heard from the governor and Bob Jacobson, the commissioner of public safety here in Minnesota, was that because of how chaotic the scene was in the moments after the shot was fired by the Border Patrol agent, that DHS actually had to pull out of that scene. I just want to play that piece of video back if we have that queued up.
No, maybe not.
Okay, we don't have that right now.
But that was something I had never heard before.
Never.
In 20 years of reporting crime, that the officials literally, they fled the scene because it wasn't safe, it wasn't
They couldn't
secured.
hold the scene in order to do that initial investigation in the moments, the minutes that followed.
Yeah, and the governor, he's so much more measured at the end of his press conference. It started at 1:30, but part of it just he said the feds can't be trusted. The state will handle this. Period. Right. And then he calls out the president and he says the feds, but he says we're going to do our own investigation. We can't do our own investigation. They weren't there to gather evidence. I mean, his public safety commissioner says we had to leave. So
Right.
I'm sure they'd love to do it as much as they can. And it's great to say that, but I don't know
how you would do
that.
You can't go back in time.
It
And also,
really makes you
in the
think
Renee
there's going to
Good
be questions
circumstance,
never answered.
that if the Justice Department and the FBI does not give you forensic evidence, does not give you witness statements, does not let you look at the weapons in charge, you don't have an evidence-based ability to charge this person or to investigate. I mean, obviously the civil side is different, but I just don't know how any of this ever ends with one side going after another right off the bat.
And I have not seen one iota today of thinking that there is coming together.
No, other than the Bob Jacobs said the state and local are willing to help and make arrests, and we want to get violent offenders off the street. I mean, that's the first time I've heard that in weeks. But so I just, in the big picture, you just go, wow, how are we going to do this? How are you going to say, period, end, we're going to do the investigation? And then we hear 10 minutes in the press conference, we weren't able to even stay there.
Right.
Because the crowd
Nor
forced
were
us
the
out.
federal
And I
officials.
believe we actually have that sound now, so let's listen to that.
The question was related to whether or not the BCA is on the ground currently with the investigation, and a reference to previous investigations that the BCA have attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time, we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk anymore about those details.
Very interesting information. Those of us who have been on crime scenes many times, that area would usually be, cornered up for hours and hours and hours. The fact that the feds left and the local, I mean, he flat out said that they didn't do the evidence sweep that they typically would do.
No, and also I can't tell if was he trying to imply or infer that DHS said, hey, you guys can stay here and investigate, we're leaving. But they couldn't stay there and investigate. So how that gets to the feds can't be trusted, the state will handle this, period. I don't get that. Do you see?
Yeah.
I mean, I see a disconnect there.
Yep.
So we'll see. I mean, it's great that they want to try to do it, but will they be able to? We don't know. And we do know that, there's a 37-year-old ICU nurse who lost his life. We have several videos and angles of what's happened. We'll put those together in a really great form for you when we do our formal newscast this afternoon and this evening, and then try to get a better idea. And then we'll also have a better idea. The governor it says, I've seen several videos from several angles, and it's sickening. Bovino comes out, the head of Border Patrol goes, hey, it's clear to us that, this was a shooting. The guy was fearing for his life. He had a gun, and they show us a picture of the gun, a 9mm gun. So
2 magazines, which they've pointed out.
It's just mind-boggling that the
Contrast.
concepts of how investigations happen and what goes on has been thrown out of the window since the Renee Good shooting, where now within half an hour you have some of the most prominent state and federal officials, Kristi Noem speaking after the Good shooting, saying this is what happened and here's how it went down, and that's what we know. When I think anyone in their right mind that has ever seen how police work and these investigations work realize that's not reality.
It's not normally how it happens. I mean,
Right?
we
That's not
usually
the civil
basic
process. It's not the law
information.
enforcement process.
Yes.
It's not the evidentiary process, but that's our new process.
We get basic information, and often those press conferences might be together. And look, I mean, 2 different buildings, 2 different narratives.
Yeah, that's why I say I just don't know at what point it ends. We heard from the president today, and he's upset, and he's calling out Minneapolis and Walls, and he's saying
Right.
it's our fault. And the first thing the governor stepped up and said is he said this is a campaign of organized brutality.
Yeah.
And says there's horrific cruelty and an absolute abomination happening on our streets. Now, I'm not saying that's not true, but I'm just
Let's go over
there's
the
so much
president's statement again.
conflict that you just don't see any kind of possible resolution, at least not in this moment.
And this is the first time we heard from the president.
Yeah, the president's saying on Truth Social, where are the local police? Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off. He asked that as a question. It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves, not an easy thing to do. And he also, in another post on Truth Social, really asked if the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis maybe called off officers. He suggested that maybe they called off officers not to protect Border Patrol and ICE agents.
Well, that goes to the first assumption. Were they called in to help? Did ICE say, we're at 26th and Nicollet and we need some assistance or we need some help? I don't know. And the way that thing went down so quickly at 9 o'clock in the morning was like there was a huge crowd there. There were some people out there with videos, and Border Patrol says they were going after an undocumented alien that had a criminal record. And then this other gentleman who has lost his life, they said intervene. And we have video to show that and how it happened. So again, these immediate narratives are it makes for such a disruptive environment.
Disruptive and emotional. We want to pause for a second for you to hear some of the emotions. This is from a 70-year-old man we talked with. This is what he had to say.
First, you've got some of the chemical agents being used during some of the clashes there. And now we'll hear from him.
Yeah, this is about 11:30.
Stop! Look out! Down! Just chill. Okay. I'm fine. I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Angry.
Yeah. I mean, that's the temper of this moment, right?
We've heard a number of people today through our various reporters on the ground of people that maybe have not come out to a protest before. We heard from a 55-year-old woman from Edina earlier today.
Yeah.
We're hearing from this 7-year-old man. These are people that have gotten to their breaking point in some cases and said, I now need to make my voice heard. I'm no longer going to stay on the sidelines after this now 3rd shooting involving a federal agent here in the Twin Cities.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a cumulative effect. Started December 1st, the shooting 2 weeks ago, another shooting last week, the shooting now breaking the peace of what we were hoping to be a more calm morning on a Saturday, following a big, civil, peaceful protest yesterday with 15, maybe 18,000 people, and it immediately changes the narrative and the feel of things, and you can sense the rawness in that man's voice when we try to guess: are people angry? Are they passionate? He's crying, and he's like, "I'm angry," and there's a sense of that, and it's interesting. Those people come from Edina to go down there, and it's the exact opposite thing that the governor and even at 11:30 this morning, the police chief and the mayor say, please don't come down here. Please stay away. But again, I think people are so passionate and fed up.
They feel compelled that they must.
Yeah, that they want to go ahead and do that. And now would be a good time to do it, right? With everyone else gone and that protest that's continuing there in that large area.
And
But
Greg Bovino's
it's a hard situation.
Absolutely. Greg Bovino has been in town for weeks now, right? We've
Yeah.
seen him a lot around here. And he
was
came out
angry
this
too today
morning.
when he came out.
He absolutely was. Let's
Yeah.
listen to a little bit more of what he said happened this morning.
At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Greg Bovino speaking there. There are obviously so many different storylines, some larger than others happening right now. Just as a small note in everything going on today, the NBA has postponed the game between the Timberwolves and the Golden State Warriors, which was scheduled for this afternoon in Minneapolis. The two teams now set to play on Sunday at 4:30 over at Target Center. And this is obviously a move to prioritize safety and security of those in downtown Minneapolis today.
Right. Right.
I was taken when Bovino says that Alex, we know the victim's name now is Alex Preddy. He's 37 years old. He's an ICU nurse. He says he approached them with a handgun, but we'll go back and we'll try to figure out. In the video we have, we don't see that.
We don't see
We
that.
don't see him and that he wanted to do maximum damage. We never see him like approaching the several agents, at least 5
Because
of them.
that's what that description puts in your head.
Right, in your head when you hear someone approached and
With
you,
a 9mm semi-automatic weapon, yes.
and you think an educated
Mhm.
ICU nurse,
And this
who,
is
unless he was really intent, and we don't know his intent on hurting, shooting, killing these people, who in their right mind is going to pull out a gun in front of heavily armed federal agents conducting their operation? We see a struggle, we see a scuffle, we see Pretty trying to help a woman as ICE agents pull him off. So this idea of approach with a handgun, we don't, not that it didn't happen, we don't know.
Sure.
But based on what we know right now, it's hard to understand because that does put an idea in your mind when you say someone approached me with a handgun. And that's not what we see. And we did try to ask about that, by the way, directly. Our reporter Connor did said, hey, we didn't, and Bovino did not.
Let's go
answer that
back. We
question.
just actually got Alex's picture for the first time, and this is central to this whole morning. I mean, I think one thing everyone can agree on is that it is very sad that a life has been lost. We do have some information on Alex. We know that he is 37 years old. The Associated Press talked with his parents and said he is an ICU nurse, obviously someone who is a healer, a helper. That's how he is described. We also were told by the police chief that they quickly looked into his record and they said what we found was a few traffic citations. That's what they said as far as that. And they said he had a lawful permit to carry a weapon, something Governor Walz brought up in his press conference too, right? So we know that there are people mourning. We know there are some of you watching who know Alex right now, and we will continue to try and figure out more about his life as we have so many questions in this moment.
We want to go to our Caroline Cummings, who is at the State Operations Center. And Caroline, we were discussing earlier about the scene and what we've learned about what happened. And you asked that question in the press conference. Just give some of your additional thoughts.
Right. So yeah, we just heard from the governor and his public safety commissioner, Bob Jacobson, and it comes as the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension sent a post on social media just minutes before that press conference where they said, quote, our agents and crime scene personnel attempted to access the location, but were blocked by DHS personnel at the scene. Now, you heard me, as you mentioned, ask Bob Jacobson about that. To what extent is the state involved in any investigation, right? Why does that matter? Because there was a lot of contention between the state and the feds over the Renee Good shooting investigation. The BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence in that case. Multiple public officials, including the governor, asked the federal government to reassess that position, to let them have access to that evidence in the Renee Good shooting. So I asked that question of Commissioner Jacobson, and he said the BCA was on the ground, but he was kind of hinting at a confrontation where he said, you know, federal law enforcement left. They were then BCA and other federal, or excuse me, local state agents were on the scene, and it was kind of a chaotic scene. They had to like make it more secure. So again, we know that the BCA says that the agents at the crime scene were attempting to access that location, and then they were blocked by DHS. That's according to the BCA's post. And also we heard from the governor where he said he spoke to the White House this morning. Now, it's unclear if he spoke to the president directly or if he spoke to his staff, but he said in, quote, no uncertain terms that he believes that the federal government can not be trusted in this investigation, which, as we've noted earlier on this broadcast, you know, there are community members who are seeing these videos go out there, then they hear what DHS is saying moments after it happened, and there is some distrust there. And the governor is saying, you know, the federal government can't be trusted in this. Another point that's important is that Bob Jacobson, the public safety commissioner, told protesters to be peaceful, act peacefully, calls for calm at this moment where there's he called for calm and asked for the situation to be peaceful, guys.
Okay. Thank you so much, Carolyn Cummings, who was there and saw Governor Walz speak and asked that very important question. They got some very important information about the scene and how people basically had to flee it because of safety, including law enforcement.
Yeah, those are great follow-ups. Like, how would you do the investigation if you weren't able to be there and process things? So,
right,
which we don't know right now.
We will be asking.
Yeah,
lots of questions right there.
We do know the governor definitely would want the state to handle it. He said that, and like Carolyn said, he said feds can't be trusted. So here's some of what Governor Walz said earlier. He was live about 1:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that. And I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there doing this. Thank God we have video, because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough.
Okay. Well, knowing now that the officials left the scene pretty quickly, it's going to be witnesses that will be giving a lot of the information, you would imagine, in this investigation.
And with all the things that have happened since the start of this operation, you know, there's a rush to judgment. And we should point out that there are people on both sides of this issue
absolutely
that are making a determination based on the little bit of evidence that we've seen thus far.
Yes, and this is a snapshot of an event unfolding. So we do not know what happened before or after.
Now, this is the newer video that we got a short time ago from another angle.
That came from the Associated Press right there. And we know that there were a lot of people rolling their cameras at that time. We imagine more videos will be coming in too. And then hearing from those people is going to be so key.
Speaking of hearing from people, Caroline Cummings just letting us know that we do expect to hear from the BCA again, probably within the half hour, maybe a little bit longer than that. So that will be
That's
another
interesting.
agency that we will hear from, which will be interesting because as we know with the Renee Good situation, the BCA saying we were completely locked out of that investigation.
Yeah, as opposed to this one saying we tried and we were trying to get evidence and information around this 26 and Nicollet area, but because there was so much chaos and so many people that they were forced, for lack of a better word, to leave that area. So
Yes. And our Esme Murphy earlier this morning, when she was with the chief, she asked the question, have you been in contact? And the chief said he got some information from DHS. So that suggested there was some communication between federal and local at that time.
let's get to Connor White at the Whipple Federal Building. What's happening out there, Connor?
Hold on. They're coming to us.
Yeah, we're with you right now.
Frank, you might be able to hear behind me. The anger is only building as we continue to see some movement from law enforcement on the other side of these barricades. We're going to try to give you a look here. It looks like some of that movement has calmed down, but you could be able to see through the fence here. That is a command center that was set up by the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. That was somewhat recent because it used to be just federal agents who were standing guard here, who were confronting protesters. But then there was about a change about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, where sheriff's deputies started coming in and started doing that kind of security for the building. We're now starting to see more and more different kinds of law enforcement. This is still sheriffs, by the looks of it, still sheriff patrol cars. But we do understand that the National Guard, the sheriff has put in a request for them to come in and be able to relieve them of their duties here at Whipple so that they're able to go and perform their other law enforcement duties elsewhere in the county. That might be general work. It might also be able to allow them to be freed up to help as the scene continues to develop in some way where the shooting actually happened this morning near 26th and Nicollet. This crowd behind me only continuing to build. And in addition to all of the anger, we're also seeing people showing up with hats, gloves, scarves, hand warmers, coffee, as people know that they are going to be out here in these negative-degree temperatures, Frank, for some time.
Connor, I've been there during the week. I don't know if you have, but so this might be a tough question, but during the week, there's a lot of federal vehicles coming and going from Whipple, turning into that gate through that secure area. Is it that active right now? Because
I may have lost you there as I'm not hearing any communication from you, so I may have to throw it back to you guys if you're trying to talk to me.
Okay.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you so
I was
much,
just
Connor.
curious about that because, during the week there's so many and this thing happened at 9 o'clock this morning. I know when you've got 3,000 ICE agents, it's a lot of manpower, person power you can do and go wherever you want at whatever time.
Right.
But I just don't know. I was kind of surprised that at 9 o'clock in the morning they were out trying to find someone to do that. So
Did look like the crowd
maybe
was
it's a
growing there.
24/7, 7-day-a-week operation. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Similar to what we've seen in South Minneapolis is even though we've heard, including from Mayor Fry and from Minneapolis Police Chief Fry and also from O'Hara,
Yeah.
that they were asking people not to go to those
Yes.
areas, but clearly now with the barricades set up and no real legal presence there from our reporters on the ground,
Yeah.
it seems that these crowds are only growing larger and larger and will continue to do so into the night based on the people that our reporters are talking to down there.
And you guys, it changed so quickly. I mean, this whole morning we were here on the anchor desk. It was just law enforcement. We were seeing local, we were seeing federal, we were seeing them interact with crowds, and it just clicked. And now it's a whole different story. And we see the protests right now. And one thing that Governor Walz brought up was he said the protests have been peaceful to this point. We must keep it that way. We are going to show that we keep the peace. So he definitely had that message interspersed with his passion and frustration.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's any reason for, again, unless there's some destruction of property or for law enforcement, local at this point would be them, or State Patrol to get involved and try to break this up. I don't think, I don't know what advantage they would gain. Granted, it's an inconvenience for some folks who live down there, but other than that, what can be gained by going in and trying to disperse that crowd, especially if they're, again, just trying to assemble peacefully.
Yeah, and what we do know is that some of the businesses in this area are helping out with letting people go inside to get warm from time to time, which we should point out that many of our reporters and photojournalists are doing as they've been out there for hours and hours now, taking breaks due to this extreme cold. And we know that some of the protesters are doing the same. They're filing in and out of buildings where they're welcome, letting them warm up for a little bit, maybe get something to eat or drink before going back outside.
We've seen a lot of those examples of community every time this happens, right?
Yeah.
Like Adam mentioned, people bringing hats and gloves and hand warmers. Folks like these businesses going, hey, come on in, have a cup of coffee, warm up, whatever you need to do, which is really just a complete 360 from this video that was shot earlier when ICE agents were on the ground. You can see some in the middle of the street.
And State Patrol, yeah.
And State Patrol and conservation officers, and all the smoke that you see. Some of it came from a dumpster fire. Most of it came from tear gas and pepper balls. But it was chaotic, and it was really tense for several hours today. At 9:05, we heard that Alex Preddy, we didn't know his name then, but Alex Preddy was shot and killed by ICE agents. And then it just kept snowballing with more and more people coming down and more confrontations with police, to the point where BCA investigators and local agencies that were trying to actually gather evidence at a crime scene had to get out of there.
Mm-hmm. And things have certainly calmed down since then, as we have seen.
Yeah, they're dramatically different. Yeah, it's a big peaceful gathering of hundreds, maybe thousands
people
of people.
are continuing to gather. Connor said that people more and more are coming to Whipple
too.
right now, right?
Yeah. Well, that site might become, where Mr. Preddy lost his life, kind of where like Renee Good did, where people are literally on vigil and on mourning, and people from around the country are heading there to see that. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that and ask those questions.
We
and see if
had
that
Alex's
develops.
photo up earlier. If we can pull that up again, we just want to keep being central to this, that someone lost their life right now, and that we do know it was a 37-year-old man. We're told it was an ICU nurse. And you said that our colleague Jonah Kaplan is reporting that he worked with
for the VA. And actually this photo is courtesy of the VA. So this is someone who obviously we're going to learn a lot more about from not only the family who has confirmed his death, but his coworkers, family members, those who loved him in the days that come.
Yes, we will keep that central to our coverage for sure.
Just looking. Yeah, let's go to Adam Duxter, who's been on the ground throughout the morning. And Adam, give us a sense of maybe how some of the vibe has really changed there over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, hi, Derek and company. A relief, I would say, for many here after hours of a tense standoff between federal agents and State Patrol and conservation officers. Now we've heard cheering, we've heard clapping, we've heard that and everything else here. And the one thing we have heard from people here is that they don't plan to go anywhere anytime soon. We've seen just about every intersection or every direction at this intersection as you go barricaded. But I want to talk to one person here. Why? Yeah. And you have lived here for some time. Yeah. Just up the road for a period of time. How would you describe just the way, as a Minneapolis resident, that you're feeling right now?
Can I describe it not as a Minneapolis resident, but as an American citizen? Thank you. This started as a pretext about immigration and the fraud, whatever. It's well beyond that now. It's into your Second Amendment. It's into your Fourth Amendment. It's into your Sixth Amendment. This is so far beyond what people at home probably are watching going, oh, it's Minneapolis, it's Wolcott, it doesn't affect me, whatever. It does. It's you. It's you as well now. Wake up. please watch what's happening here. I feel like we're performing CPR on what may already be a corpse called the Constitution. And yeah, there's plenty of people online laughing at us and going, haha, tryhards. But I think it's worth it, and I hope you do too.
Well, you were saying to me earlier that you were HOA president for a while.
Yeah, I'm the Square community, man. I like built real estate document search portal sites for Wells Fargo. I am the Square community. Like, yeah.
But you were HOA president, Frank and Nick. So this community to happen here, for this to happen here at this intersection on Nicollet in East Street, how do you begin to explain the significance of it happening here today?
I assume it's Kristi Noem's provocation. She saw how much this city hates her clowns, hates her scarecrows, and said, you know, we'll double down. We'll put the boot a little bit harder on the throat.
How long will you stay out here?
Till my balls get cold. Just till it gets too cold. Probably all day, I think, yeah.
And you're one of, I want this crowd to see, thank you, you're one of over 1,000 people. I know we had the chopper out here earlier, but this crowd has no intention of going anywhere here at 26th and Nicollet. And you hear people with cowbells, you hear people banging on drums, you hear people banging on tables. But really, the one thing, as we've talked to many people in this crowd that we hear over and over again, is that they have no intention now of leaving this intersection. We saw it, obviously, when George Floyd was murdered in 2020. You know, you still see the memorial as you drive through George Floyd Square. We saw it the day that Nicole Good was shot and killed just over 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, as the immediate response when the scene was clear was to set up barricades. And essentially, people would say, as they're here, claim the space for themselves. And that's exactly what we've seen happen now at 26th and Nicollet, is barricades up in every direction. There's over 1,000 people here. They're packed in super tight, but many people we've talked to say they have no intention of going anywhere. You know, you heard that gentleman right there say till he gets cold, but many people here say they're not going anywhere anytime soon. And so, again, Derek, going back to your initial question of, you know, how has the vibe shifted? I would say that for a long time today, it was a standoff. It was what's going to happen next. It was deploying chemical irritants and chemical agents. That has stopped. You have seen now anger, frustration, but also people say they're coming together as a community. One last thing I want to point out, though, that I did find interesting is earlier, just a few moments ago, there was a woman up on top of one of those tables with a megaphone, and she was holding court in the crowd, if you will. Everyone was listening to her. And after she was done, I went up to her and talked to her for a moment, and she talked back and forth, hey, why are you here? And then I said, hey, are you from here in Minneapolis? And she said, no, I'm from Los Angeles, California. And she said, I've been here for 2 days. She said, I'm an activist in LA. And she said, 2 days ago, I came to Minnesota because she said, I knew I had to be here. I think one thing that can't get lost on us in saying that is there are so many people here, whether it's media members or people who have come that are not from Minnesota or not from Minneapolis, but essentially have made what's happening here the cause that they want to champion, that they want to be here for. And so it's interesting when you hear people say, yeah, I'm from Los Angeles, and I just had to be here. Because once again, you know, almost 6 years later, it is Minneapolis being the center in some ways of what's happening, you know, not just in Minnesota, but happening in the United States. And I think that as the crowd is kind of silent now, you could potentially even see that continue more. People coming in from all over the country, because this is where the conflict is. And it has been where the conflict has been now for 6+ weeks. We don't know when it's going to end. We don't know how it's going to end. And people who have been maybe watching on their TV or seeing it on their social media say, hey, I can't not do anything. I have to come I have to be here, and I have to join forces with the people here who are on the ground. So just a truly unique scene. It is still very, very cold. Make no mistake about that. But the crowd here just says they're not going anywhere, and they don't plan on leaving anytime soon.
Adam, we have heard that some local and state law enforcement are sort of backed outside of the perimeter so that they could be called if there was any need for public safety there. Are you able to see that at all, or have you heard that at all, that they're just staying back at this point and allowing this to go on as long as it stays peaceful there?
Derek, one thing to that point, I mean, that's the first I'm hearing of it in the crowd. You can look down 26, you don't see anything there. We were looking north on Nicollet a moment ago, you don't see anything. That doesn't mean that the situation's not being monitored. Last Saturday, we were at Minneapolis City Hall where, a pardon, someone pardoned from what we saw on January 6th came, and they said they're going to burn a Quran. And as we were out there last Saturday, the one thing people kept saying was, where is police? But then when there was a conflict, police came really fast. And so all that to say, Derek, is that, you don't see anyone out here right now. That doesn't mean they're not watching or not monitoring the situation, right? In Minneapolis, they have many avenues and many means to just keep an eye on the situation. But I can tell you this, Derek, is that if there were to be law enforcement on the scene, I think you would see an immediate confrontation or back and forth, just because of how amped this crowd is still. And we've seen that happen over the course of the last few weeks, where the second law enforcement leaves, things die down as far as those conflicts or clashes. But then, should law enforcement come back in, that can start right back up. And I really do think that just picture for a second, there is 1,000+ people here who are really upset. And when that
Looks like we're losing Adam's signal there right now. He's there, 26 in Nicollet.
A lot of good points. As we move forward, I want to let you know the BCA plans to hold a press conference at 3 o'clock, and then DHS Secretary Kristi Noem is scheduled to speak at 4 o'clock. So we've heard from the mayor, we've heard from the police chief, we've heard from Greg Bovino, and we've heard from the president via social media. Now we're going to hear from the BCA, and then we're going to hear from Kristi Noem. And it's interesting how everyone wants to get their ideas or take out on what's going on. So we'll
lots of different
those.
voices. Yes.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know what the BCA is, we know people are watching us around the country. It's kind of like the state police. So we'll get the state perspective, then we'll get Kristi Noem's perspective right there. Frankie McClister has been out there most of today. Frankie, what I'm seeing right now looks a little calmer. What's it feeling like?
That's why, Susan Elizabeth, we feel like it's good to give you this perspective. We're right here at Nicollet and 27th, where my photojournalist Ray Campos and I arrived probably between 9:30 and 10 a.m. And this is where everything really began at this intersection behind us. But as you see, I'll actually step out so Ray can kind of show you the perspective we're looking at. I believe, guys, and correct me if I'm wrong later, but that Adam is in that area. Which is 26 in Nicollet, but right there you have that wall of kind of, it looks like dumpsters and big recycle bins that community members kind of use to block off. We don't have any law enforcement right here in this area, but as I'm looking south, if you're familiar where I am, I'm looking south at more of East Street, 28th in Nicollet, and there is a big police line and also Minneapolis police vehicles back there that seem like they're just kind of blocking out the area and kind of boxing in where everybody is, so cars aren't roaming around, although I do see some going west and east. I'm going to bring us to a man right here, Mike. He just got here. Mike, you said you live in South Minneapolis. You were yelling some words as you walked up the street. And I want to ask you, you came out here today on a day that is negative temperatures. Why?
Well, I'm a lifelong South Minneapolis resident. I support the police. I support the military. I love South Minneapolis. And today, this could have just as easily been me that got shot.
Why? Why so?
Because I'm a Minnesota permit carrier. I love donuts. I could have been in the donut shop. I would have came out and I probably would have filmed ICE because
I don't think what they're doing is right. And so I had to come down here and see the spot. And I just can't believe that they shot him in cold blood.
As a Minnesotan, seeing everybody out here today, you said that you were also out on these streets during 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I rode my bike down here after they killed George Floyd. And I cried after what I saw that they did to my neighborhood. And I just pray that everybody stays vigilant, but also peaceful, because I don't want to see this happen to my city again. Call in the National Guard, keep things quiet, but get ICE out of here. I don't think ICE belongs here. I've never had a problem in South Minneapolis with immigrants. They feed me, they roof my house, I just don't get it. 3,000 of them? I don't get it. That's why I'm here.
Can I give you a hug, man?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think we need more of that today. That's something easily that we can agree on.
So I'm going to go see the spot and figure out what my next move is.
Okay. You take care of yourself, and that's what's most important today. Okay.
Guys,
Thank you very much. Yeah, and Susan Elizabeth has been saying all morning long, I think we can all agree that an individual did die. And so that's why that man was saying earlier that he showed up here. But I do want to show you guys, because we were out here earlier when chemical irritants were deployed and it was more intense. As right now you can see it's a little calmer, and that's just where we are right now. Things were just changing like crazy. Earlier, that whole crowd was down here, the original crowd. But as we know, 2026, as social media works, videos circulate, facts get out, and now we're just seeing people pouring all around. What I do want to show you is something we found on the ground, and that's a rubber bullet right there. Just one of the tools that has been used. My photojournalist Ray's just asked me to back up right there. Is that good, Ray? Can you see that right there? Yeah. So that's just a rubber bullet. On the ground, we are seeing just like different canisters being used and stuff. We were here when at this intersection right here, irritants were first deployed. Like the very first time they were deployed at this intersection. And that was after a protester threw snow at the time were federal agents, but we don't see any federal agents here anymore. Guys.
All right, Frankie McLister, thank you. We do want to check in with our Caroline Cummings. She's in Blaine over at the State Emergency Operations Center, where we are expecting to hear from Drew Evans within about the next 10 or 15 minutes. Hi, Caroline.
Well, hi there, Derek. So yes, we are going to hear from Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA. This comes after the BCA said earlier that the agents were blocked from accessing the scene by DHS. We did hear from Governor Tim Walz and Commissioner of Public Safety Bob Jacobson, who didn't go into so much detail about the investigation, but did say that, you know, when the agents did arrive at the scene, he made a mention of federal law enforcement leaving the scene, and that it was really hard for them to contain the scene because there were not enough resources there with all of the commotion and the protesters around. So we should hear from Superintendent of the BCA there, and in the next 15 minutes more about the BCA's process and what comes next. Of course, in the past, with the Renee Good shooting, there was a point of contention between the state and the federal authorities. The state said that they were not allowed to access evidence in that investigation. They implored the federal government to reconsider so they could do their own investigation. At this time, BCA is not investigating that incident, and we will soon know what comes next for if and how BCA is investigating this shooting today, guys. I apologize. I might have lost you in my ear there, but hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, we heard it all. Thank you, Caroline. We'll look forward to that coming up, we believe, at 3 o'clock. So
Yes.
we'll get more information, be able to ask some questions about that as well.
We have gotten a Republican response from Congressman Tom Emmer, and he put this out on X earlier today. This was before we had the press conference with Bovino. He said the governor and local leaders' rhetoric has empowered criminals and put federal law enforcement lives at risk. It's dangerous and has made the situation in Minneapolis much worse. Unlike my Democrat colleagues, I'm going to let law enforcement conduct their investigation and not jump to asinine conclusions. We are grateful no Border Patrol officers were harmed. So that is another perspective we got right there from Republican leadership from the state.
And we have heard from both Republicans and Democrats today to not rush to judgment in this situation. There are obviously so many questions. There's obviously going to be more pieces of video because we are getting them by the minute and going over them leading up to this incident this morning where a federal agent shot this 37-year-old man, Alex Preddy.
It's interesting they say that, but we've already seen like 3 instances of rush to judgment by either appointed or local officials. So it's strange times because there's such a disconnect on what people are saying versus
we're getting,
what they're doing. Yeah.
Yes. Well, we want to keep it focused on the victim here, of course, Alex Preddy. We know that this is, I say the person who died. We don't know what happened leading up to it. We know that federal officers say this person showed a gun. We are told by Minneapolis police chief that this was a lawful carrier. We're also told that Alex is an ICU nurse. You can see right there, it looks like, just like you predicted, Frank, that there's a memorial popping up to remember Alex. And it looks like mourners standing right there where he lost his life, which is the center of people's interest today all around the country. People trying to figure out what happened in this case. But you can see the crowd is gathering. And, we saw so much mourning for Renee. It looks like the mourning has started here again. Something we are waiting for, more answers. We've heard from so many different agencies so far about what happened. And we're going to hear from the state police, the BCA, then we're going to hear from Kristi Noem. So we'll have to see again, are we going to hear 2 different accounts, one after another, first the state and then the federal? We'll see here over the next few hours.
And will we get some of these initial questions answered or not? Or will we continue to have varying accounts when different evidence is presented by these different agencies?
Yeah, to give some perspective, if you're not familiar with the area too, where that memorial was, it's right by Glam Girl Donuts, and 26 and Nicollet, is informally known as Eat Street in Minneapolis. It's an active area. A lot of people frequent and visit it. There's a lot of restaurants. It's, as you can see from our map, really close to downtown Minneapolis. It's located in South Minneapolis.
Just a couple of miles from our station.
Yeah, and it was I think a pretty normal Saturday morning until about 9:05 today. And now
9
it's
o'clock getting donuts.
Now it's anything but.
Anything but. Once again, Minneapolis is center to the national headlines, and it doesn't look like things are slowing up.
And that's why we continue to be on air with you here on WCCO, CBS News Minnesota. And we know that many of you have been watching throughout the day around the country and around the world through CBS News's app, as we're once again sort of the center of this ongoing ICE activity that's not only happening here in Minnesota, but in other states across the country as well.
Absolutely.
Yes, but we are definitely the epicenter.
Yes.
Ground zero right now. The video, a lot of people have seen too. We've been playing that over and over. It sounds like Esme Murphy is joining us live now. Esme, I know you have heard from the police chief, from the mayor this morning. Let us know your perspective in this morning. We're going to have more questions answered, hopefully, over the next few hours from the BCA, from Kristi Noem. What are you looking for as far as answers right now?
Well, I think obviously we need answers, but I do think that Frank has made an important point here, is that in their statements, obviously everybody's emotional. I think local leaders and also federal leaders have made statements that could be construed as rushing to judgment. And I think the situation here is incredibly volatile. This has been going on for way longer before Renee Good was shot and killed. These ICE agents have been on the ground since before Christmas, and these scenes have been going on a much smaller scale throughout the city and also throughout the region, and St. Paul as well. So this has been going on for weeks. It didn't just start with Renee Good, and I think that's important to know, just how exhausted people are. But I do think that some of the language that's being used, we can't trust the federal government. There are other statements coming from, different sides are very difficult. The other thing that's happening, and you folks have just done an amazing job here, on the anchor desk, and the field reporters, amazing work. there's another war that's developing, and that's online. And you can look at at X and see the responses from people like Stephen Miller, a top aide to President Trump, who blasted the statement that Amy Klobuchar put out on her X account, which seemed, I basically said ICE get out, but was a very statement, aimed at promoting peace. But I think this is a really, really tough situation and a dangerous one. And it would be, I think what really needs to happen is that somebody, hopefully maybe the president, the governor, can start talking to each other, because what we have now, as I think Frank pointed out earlier, is a situation that can be construed different ways by different sides.
Yeah, Esme, I bring it up because I just don't see an exit ramp with the way both sides are talking. I mean, at there's very little give, and if anything, I think some of this rhetoric has almost been accelerated.
Right. Frank, I think you're right. I think you have a very good point. I think what we saw yesterday, you didn't see Tim Walz yesterday. You didn't see Mayor Fry. You saw just a clip of Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith at a worship service at Temple Israel. But I think the rhetoric has been amped up now on both sides. I don't think you can dispute that. And I think the rhetoric that's on social media has been amped up. It's being played out on social media and news channels that are, have certain points of view. It's a really, really tough situation, and people are watching this. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are watching us, and we thank them and we appreciate them for being with us. But there are a lot of people around the country and also here who are looking at social media, and social media is a mess right now. And I just think it's going to be a very tough situation. One can only hope that people will remain calm in obviously what's a very difficult time.
The only thing that I saw some agreement from both sides is, when J.D. Vance, I've seen him say it from D.C., and I saw him imply it here from Minneapolis on Thursday, is that, hey, there's an election coming up, and if you don't like what we're doing, go to the election booth. Don't take it out on the federal agents. And today the governor said, hey, if this continues, the Republicans who he threw in can't find their spine, said they're going to lose an election in a midterm. But other than an election, which sadly doesn't get us all the way until November, I just don't know where that exits. But I thought it was interesting, Esme, that there was a point of agreement between both of them, is that you're going to have a chance to vote on whether you like the method.
That's true. But Frank, as you mentioned, it's going to have to happen before. I think bringing up J.D. Vance and his visit here to the Twin Cities is an important point, because if you really looked carefully at what Vance said, it was different than what he said right after Renee Good was shot. He came here really saying the president wants to bring the temperature down. He also said, initially after Renee Good was killed, he said the ICE agent had absolute immunity. He said, when he was here, no one has absolute immunity if they're breaking the law. I mean, he was clearly trying to bring the temperature down. And I think he took a lot of questions. It wasn't just one or two questions. He took questions from local reporters, which I think is very important. I've been at some of these news conferences with Greg Bovino where they've only talked to national people, and the local people are getting tense. And it's really, this is us. This is our home. This is our crisis. And, local people do need to ask the questions. But I think I can only really hope and pray that somebody steps up here and becomes the adult in the room and tries to bring the temperature down once again, because I think that's really what's needed.
Have you asked the governor has he reached out to the president or the vice president or the mayor? I mean, is there at least some basic communication?
Well, the governor said in his statement, I was listening to it, that he had spoken to the White House chief of staff, that is Susie Wiles, who is, that is as close as you can get to President Trump. Obviously, the tensions and relationship between President Trump and elected officials here is not good. But I think yesterday, after the Vance visit, yesterday, you saw the top Democrats really step out of the spotlight. And I think that was a definitive effort to try and tone everything down. And now we have this, and it's right back up there, if not higher than it was before. This is also, I've been looking at some of the national coverage. I mean, this is the lead story on every newspaper around the country. There's a massive snowstorm for half of the United States that's really kind of shutting down the entire southern United States. This is the thing that people are talking about. So I think we have to see, but something needs to be done before the election, Frank. You're absolutely right. That's just too far away, and there's got to be some kind of agreement between these two sides that are not speaking to each other. Just about.
Esme, what sort of information might we hear from BCA Superintendent Drew Evans in the next few minutes?
Well, I can't say what they will definitively say. I do know what Minnesota law enforcement has been doing, and they have been going over all these videos that you've been showing on the air, and people can see these videos for themselves. And they've been going through, looking at them kind of frame by frame, looking very carefully at each scene. I did talk to one person high up in law enforcement, and they told me that they have not been able to see a gun in the hand of Alex Preddy. Now, if you have a gun, it can be anywhere. These videos are taken at a distance, so you can't see everything. But that's one thing that they are looking at. And I think that the BCA is determined to try and sort this out. Now, when they had the news conference with the mayor and the chief at 11:30, the chief said that the BCA was on the scene then. So the BCA was on the scene collecting evidence, but increasingly, it's these remarkable videos that we've gotten from everybody on the street. This is everybody's news right now, and they are putting these videos up. Here's the BCA statement right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Evans, and I am the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The public in the state of Minnesota expects that when a person is killed in one of our communities, an independent, thorough, and transparent investigation is conducted into that incident to fully understand what occurred when any law enforcement authority is involved in a deadly force encounter. Minnesotans not only expect this, but they deserve this. That's what our BCA Force Investigations Unit does. For years now, our independent unit has investigated the majority of use of deadly force incidents in our state. That's true for entities like the BCA, and it's common practice across the United States. That includes incidents involving federal officers and other high-profile incidents like have occurred in the city of Minneapolis and across our state, not only in recent months, but in recent years. Our highly trained independent team of investigators, crime scene personnel, are experts at conducting these types of investigations. This is all they do. We do not make decisions about guilt or innocence, but we compile the facts of the incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and we're in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter the scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, But unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time. As the FBI gathered information and conducted crime scene evaluation, they left. After they left, we were attempting to move in to do our own scene examination once we can access the scene, but federal agents that cleared the scene, as was previously said, the state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection of that scene alongside federal agents trying to allow us to do our work, were unable to hold that scene, and it got overrun with protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene. I'm aware, and our team is aware, of the videos that you've seen, and we would welcome additional information provided to our team going forward that will continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have. And we will do that, as we always have, fairly independently in that process and transparently, as we do in every investigation, and provide that without recommendation to the county attorney's office for review. You know, we're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding, both within our state and across the country, that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that, and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case. We welcome cooperation. I'd continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation, and that we want to work together with all of our federal partners so that we can really understand what occurs in any of these cases. An officer-involved shooting is an incredibly complex incident, regardless of the video that you see. And the only way to really, truly understand what occurred is to have a full investigation of the matter so that we can really understand what we all see that happens in a very short period of time that is often incredibly complex and requires a very thorough and large investigation to really understand what occurs in those very few moments that we often see. We'll continue to pursue partnerships with our federal partners in these investigations and others going forward, as it's clear to us and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners. Whenever that happens, Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be clear, you said you got a signed official warrant to gain access and were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How uncharted is that? And have you had any contact? You said that you understand DHS is leading now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Yeah, the question was, have I had any contact since? It's my understanding DHS is running this investigation. I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that, make that contact, and understand their process, but we have not had contact yet today.
how much investigative work were agents able to do at the scene and when they could get access?
We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being said, we have been out talking to witnesses, gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis, if and when it's prudent and we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene.
Do you know the identity of the federal agents who were involved in the shooting?
The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well.
Do you know how to ensure, how will you
Excuse me, introduce yourself, please.
Yes, Karen with Channel 5, how will you be able to ensure a thorough and fair investigation if they weren't able to collect evidence related to the shooting?
Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why the long history of jointly working investigations when the federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long established process of doing that. And we'd welcome that now, or we'd welcome parallel investigations where they share information with us. And to be clear, the BCA will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would in that process. So it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths to do the best that we can with the information that we do have.
WCCO, so on the point about the warrant, it sounds like earlier, just to be clear, you said you took that step preemptively, knowing that perhaps you might be denied. And then secondly, can you share what agents were told on the scene by DHS as the reason that they were not allowed to access, or that your agents weren't allowed to access?
So the question was about the warrant and then access to the scene. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene much like we would anywhere else by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
So you arrived, just you arrived at the scene, you were denied, you go to a judge, ask for a warrant, so Judge grants that warrant, you show up with that, and still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant. Please.
I'm not trying to be glib here. Has local law enforcement lost the ability to pursue the rule of law against these federal officers? I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for this Operation Metro Surge?
Yeah, the question was about, has local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law? I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets of illegal entities in the United States that conduct law enforcement operations: state and local, and federal, and then tribal and territorial. And normally, and under normal circumstances, we work hand in hand in partnership on a variety of different criminal investigations. Each and every day, BCA agents and local law enforcement across Minnesota are conducting violent crime investigations, drug investigations, human trafficking. We work together with the federal government all of the time. This is a situation where we're in a different place for a variety of reasons when it comes to this, and we need to find a path forward. You've heard various people say that we need to look to turn the temperature down. I look to turn the temperature down not only because of a situation that all of us want to be in across the state of Minnesota, to be safe in our homes and communities each and every day, but importantly so that we aren't in a position where there is a standoff between local, state, and federal law enforcement authorities. We have a long history of working together in partnership, and we need to keep in mind that we're all safer, we're all better together when we can do that collectively together.
One more at the far end and then one more after that.
Mary Murphy with the Farm News Service, were you able to confirm the identity of the man who was fatally shot, and then also to confirm the whereabouts of the officers who were involved in the shooting?
The questions are, can I confirm the identity? I'm aware of what's being reported. That's who we believe the individual to be, but the medical examiner will be the one to officially identify them or at least provide us permission to do that. The second part of the question was, do we know the location of the officers involved? And the answer is I do not know.
Presented, the question about past situations you guys have dealt with on this. Have you ever had a situation where the FBI has denied access to the scene like this? Under what circumstances have those happened in the past?
So the question was, have I ever had a situation where federal authorities denied access to a scene? Not in my, 20 plus years at the BCA and a situation like that. There's certainly investigations for, national security and sensitive reasons we wouldn't have a line of sight into, nor would it be our position to ask for access to information in those particular instances. In instances where there's really concurrent federal and state jurisdiction over a matter, I'm not aware of an instance where that's ever happened. So
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Drew Evans there giving us an update from the perspective of the Minnesota BCA as the superintendent, really saying that the type of work they do is independent and transparent and asking for a seat at the table after, for the first time in his experience in over 20 years, that the entities at the federal level are not working with those at the state and local level in these investigations.
It's stunning. He said they had a warrant because they figured that would help, because last time they didn't, and they had a warrant that they presented, and he said that the feds did not allow them to go in there and conduct
no
an investigation.
access.
Yeah, he said they actually completed no work at the scene. So they have nothing they're working off of right now.
It's unprecedented. I just, we'll bring in Esme Murphy. She's got a lot of experience with Esme. Unprecedented would be the word. I mean, I've never heard or seen of anything like that where they X out the agency that is involved and primarily in investigating officer-involved shootings in this state.
Yeah, this is really concerning, Frank. This is the situation and the relationship, if it, whatever it existed, sounds like it's completely deteriorated. I mean, I think one thing you need to look at is where this happened. This happened on a public street. There was no presumption of privacy at all. This is a public street in a very busy area in Minneapolis, and the Minnesota BCA is being blocked from the investigation. Then when they come back with a warrant, they are blocked again. I think this is as Drew Evans said, this is uncharted territory, and I think it's one that's very difficult. Now, I just learned that there is going to be a news conference with Senator Klobuchar, Senator Smith, and the mayor, and I'm hoping that perhaps they can do the bridge here. The question is there anybody who can talk to the Trump administration? Because the language on the two sides is really tough. I mean, Congressman Emmer has been very, very vocal, angry. So have other people on the protesters' side. So I think this is absolutely never happened before. And in fact, Drew Evans, the head of the BCA, just said, if you're creating a new system for investigating officer-involved shootings, we need to know, because this is completely unprecedented. So it's pretty grave, and I just hope that cooler heads can prevail in light of this. But that's really extraordinary.
Esme, typically at the very least, would a parallel investigation simply be allowed, even if there wasn't a lot of inner workings between the state and the feds? At least normally, would there be a parallel investigation happening throughout?
Absolutely.
With equal access? Absolutely.
And I think it certainly happened in George Floyd. I mean, that was definitely the case. It certainly happened in the horror of the Annunciation shooting. That happened. There were federal investigators, there were state investigators. They worked together. And I think Susan Elizabeth brought up a point where, you don't really go to these press conferences and they all spend the first minute thanking each other. This is just the opposite. And the fact that they're not communicating at any level, the fact that some conclusions are being drawn very quickly, just as they were in the Renee Good situation, is very, very concerning. And I think that when we get to this news conference at 4 o'clock, I'll be very interested to hear what Senator Klobuchar has to say, especially because she certainly has been in the Senate for a number of years. Obviously, she's running for governor. That's a political thing, I know, but I think she's running for governor because so many people have come to her and said, the state is in desperate need of new leadership and a calm new voice and a new chapter. So we'll see. But I'm going to be heading to that news conference here in just a minute. It's down at City Hall. It's with Senator Klobuchar, Senator Smith, and also with Mayor Fry.
This is kind of odd, but you know, Christine Noem's supposed to speak at 4 o'clock as well. So I wonder if this is intentional, or I'd love to see some coordination, because I'm sure people would be interested in hearing both.
And can't we give our viewers the perspective too from us as journalists? We usually don't have 10 different press conferences from different places.
Right.
It is much more of a concerted effort usually in these big cases, right, us?
Right. Absolutely. There's much more coordination. There's obviously no coordination here. I do know that out of respect, for instance, the commander of the Border Patrol, Bovino, held a news conference earlier this week in which he waited because the president was holding a news conference, I believe, in Davos, Switzerland. So there is that kind of respect due, and I think there will be that kind of respect due. It'll be interesting to know, to see what happens. I mean, and also, these people know each other. Governor Walz knows Kristi Noem. They were governors together. Certainly, Senator Klobuchar knows all of these players. It'd be great to know that they were coming together at some point, but we will see. Tune in, folks, and see which news conference you see around 4 o'clock here, because we'll have them all.
We'll have them all. We'll have them all. I also want to show some pictures we had earlier of the person who lost their life here, Alex. I don't know if you guys showed these, but we got to see him as a biker, and we're sort of getting more information in on his life. We know that he's a 37-year-old, and I think that everyone probably wondering, is there going to be a fair investigation from every angle of what unfolded? And I'm sure many people, knowing him as an ICU nurse with the VA, wanting to know what happened to his life. And as we saw just moments ago, there's many, many more questions than answers, and a lot of questions if there ever will be answers.
There's a memorial, one organization's plan at 7 o'clock at the site where he lost his life, and then another plan for earlier in Whittier Park. So people are already kind of rallying and talking about that.
So that'll be at 26 in Nicollet, right? The
Generally,
7
yeah.
o'clock. Okay.
We do have, before we go to Frankie, I just want to read this that we received a short time ago.
I wanted to get to that because but I think Esme's gone. This is almost ironic. But
Yeah, the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus has sent us a statement. We do want to share it with you. It says in part, despite widespread speculation regarding intent, there has been no evidence produced indicating an intent to harm the officers. We are calling for a full and transparent investigation by both state and federal authorities. Every peaceable Minnesotan has the right to keep and bear arms.
Talking about Alex Purdy right
Yes.
there. Yes. So they are saying they do not have any sense of intent.
Well, I mean, I think the more interesting thing about that is that, this group some people vilify it because post-Annunciation shooting, they came out so strongly against any kind of other, measures that would be banning
Gun
weapons.
control.
And this is a group that's actually saying, hey, let's not. This is the only group I've heard today that says, let's not jump to conclusions. So
Frankie McLister has been covering the protests, at times the clashes that we've seen throughout the day. Obviously, we've seen things sort of shift as the day has gone on there, Frankie.
Yeah, hey there, Derek. And I want to say thank you guys for holding down the fort in there. We appreciate it. I'll get out of the picture right here so our photojournalist, Ray Campos, can show you what's going on at the intersection of 26 and Nicollet. So if you're aware of the area, and honestly, if you're just tuning in from outside of Minneapolis and across the world, we're right south of downtown. And earlier, you guys painted the picture. We're right south of our studios, too. It's a big, large gathering happening right here. You can hear some kind of banging sounds. The community has put together this kind of like barricade around the intersection. You see folks on top of roofs. You see a lot of big, massive dumpsters and recycle bins, and that kind of is where you're hearing those sounds, people using the dumpsters and such as to make noise. And actually, there is somebody that brought a speaker, and they've been kind of rotating out people that are on top of those dumpsters and speaking. You can kind of see it. We're going to walk over there in just a second second. But before I do so, Ray and I, my photojournalist, we've been here since when the news broke, guys, like 9:30, 10 a.m. hour. Right here earlier, we had some images and some photos of a dumpster that was on fire. We're standing right here on 26th Street. If you're aware of the well-known restaurant Luna and the Bear, there were a lot of federal authorities and Minnesota State Patrol that were moving west down exactly where you're looking at right now. And so the crowds are being pushed back more and more. You can kind of see the aftermath of the dumpster fire. The dumpster is no longer here, and just kind of some of the irritants that had to be deployed. And all the way down there, that's the intersection of Bladesdell. You can see Minneapolis police vehicles all the way down there, just kind of on the outskirts. So that seems to be where they are present and just monitoring the situation and kind of like blocking off these streets. But what we'll do here is we'll give you a closer up perspective. Let's go on a little walk, Ray, just because we have the time. He'll adjust as we hop into the shade here. But I want to reiterate, guys, as the day goes on, it continues to be freezing out here. It's in the negatives, and this is not stopping Minnesotans from coming out here. We have people that have told me they have traveled from near and far the second that they saw the video circulating, and that has what brought them out here. Let's kind of walk through this crowd. I'm going to get a little quieter to kind of maybe pay attention to hear what they are chanting up there. Excuse me, sir. And see kind of what's going on. Let's actually, Ray, let's try and get as close as we can. Excuse me if you guys don't mind. We're just going to move our way on through here. But there is no law enforcement in here, I want to reiterate. And it seems like I'll step out of the frame so Ray can kind of show you right up there what's going on. You might see some profanity on signs and maybe hear it too. So I want to just give you a fair warning there. As I listen in, I can't hear exactly what they are saying. Let me see if... Okay, so that just seems like a community member right there speaking out against, with a backpack right there that says abolish ICE. Do you guys mind if I ask you what brought you out here and where you traveled from?
We are local Minnesotans, and we are mad that our city is under occupation. We're mad that our children are getting kidnapped. We're mad that our people are getting murdered. ICE is creating a massive problem here. They are the violence in this city.
How long have you been out here?
Born and raised.
And you've been out here on the street right now for how long?
So we just got rather recently.
What brought you out here about an hour ago? What was that trigger moment to you that said, I need to get up off of my couch on this cold day and come out to the intersection where the incident occurred?
Right away. I mean, I had a breakdown this morning because this is now the second time this has happened. We're seeing our neighbors getting abducted off the street and treated horribly. Even if you have to make arrests, like, this is not the way to do it. So getting the news that someone else has now been killed, immediately we were like, we need to go out. We need to do something. We have to do something now. We can't, you know, it was supposed to be really calm.
How long would you all say you plan to be out here?
Until we get too cold.
Which takes a really long time for Minnesotans, if it even happens, right?
Oh, yeah. I've got my whole bag packed full of hand warmers and toe warmers. I'm good to go. Yep. We were prepared.
Thank you both for your time. Stay safe. That's what's most important. Okay. I want to, they said that they had hand warmers in the car. We'll move out just because it's a little loud, but there have been people just going around with boxes of hand warmers too. We've seen people deal out hand warmers. I'm just going to watch behind me. There we go. We've seen boxes of hand warmers be given out to crowds, guys. We've seen people with pizzas. Right here, you can kind of see this is what the community has created. And this was built here kind of over time. I'm just going to let it breathe so you can kind of see the scene here real quick. So right there, they're chanting, "No more Minnesota nice," because the feeling in the air is very tense. People are saying they are fed up. And as you saw earlier, there are even folks on top of roofs right here. We're in the Eat Street neighborhood, a lot of just legendary restaurants, a very cultural hub for our city. And we're seeing people of all types, Minnesotans that have lived here forever, Minnesotans that just moved here months ago. Some even tell me, and this is a common theme if I've been covering Operation Metro Surge, that they have never protested in their whole life, and they feel the need that when they see incidents such as today's to get up off their couch and come here. Guys?
Okay, well, we want to thank you, Frankie. We want to thank Ray. I mean, for people watching in other parts of the country, the temperature has not gotten above zero today in Minnesota. So they are out there in some elements. Shows the passion, right?
Absolutely.
Caroline Cummings is going to join us now. And it's really interesting. Caroline was with us early this morning when this first broke. And one of her first questions in the newsroom was the BCA, the state police here in Minnesota, allowed to be part of the investigation? We got a lot of those questions answered. Caroline, a lot of information came out of that press conference.
Yeah, that's right. We just heard from Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA, and he described what the BCA had posted publicly earlier, which is that the BCA arrived to the scene and they were told by DHS that they were not allowed to access that scene. But the new information that we just learned from the press conference was that they go to the scene, they're denied access to the scene. This is according to Superintendent Evans. Then they get a judicial warrant, like a judge finding probable cause that they have the right to access that scene. They go again, and then they are denied again. And just for some context here, you know, never say never, right? There's a long history in this state, but it is definitely fair to say that taking such a step, seeking a warrant to access a scene in a public place in the city is pretty rare. So we learned that new information. And then as for what's next, Drew Evans said they are still going forward with an investigation. That's a little bit of a departure from what they said post Renee Good shooting, which you may recall that the state was denied access to that scene at that time. And the BCA said, you know, we're not going to have enough evidence to do a proper, fair, and full investigation here. So we have, so here they're going forward, but he did say he'd be remiss if he did not mention that it's not going to be easy to do an investigation unless he gets full cooperation with the feds on this. We do have some of what he said here. We'll play it for you now.
This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and were in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, but unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time.
So you heard there from Superintendent Drew Evans kind of laying the land of what happened earlier today, arriving to the scene, being told that they could not be at the scene. This is the BCA agents then coming back with a warrant, still being told that they could not access the scene. And of course, as I mentioned, pretty rare to seek such a warrant at all to access this scene. But you heard him emphasize the long-standing collaboration between state authorities and federal authorities when it comes to investigations. Evans also spoke about how any incident involving an officer firing a gun, an officer-involved shooting, is a very complex case, and that's why you hear him emphasize the importance of getting access to all of the evidence in order to do such an investigation. But they are going forward with an investigation at this time. But again, they have been denied access to the scene so far, at least in starting to collect that evidence. So we will continue to monitor and see if we get any updates from them about to what extent they are allowed to access that evidence. You heard from the governor and the Department of Public Safety Chief, Bob Jacobson, and now Drew Evans emphasizing that they would like to be a part of that investigation. I'm going to send it back to you guys. I just lost you, so I hope you can still hear me, but I'll send it back to you guys at the desk there in
Can you not hear us? Can you hear us or no? Oh, that's a shame.
She cannot.
Okay. Yeah, it's admirable that they want to move forward doing it, but as he said, it's going to be complicated. But there was a question that he was asked from a reporter, and he said, our investigation will be compromised. So, you just, you appreciate the fact they're trying, but at the end of the day, what will they have? And those are questions we'll ask. And how would it be? How would we compromise? But to hear an investigator say our investigation will be compromised doesn't give you a lot of faith that they can do the kind of investigation that they obviously would normally do.
Literally said, "quote We did no work at the scene."
Yeah. Yeah, he said that the investigation will be compromised. That's his quote.
And let's be clear, he pointed out that previously the federal government has been an excellent partner in any investigations that they work collaboratively on, and saying we need to find some path forward. Someone needs to do something to stop this standoff that is now happening between federal entities and state entities.
Yeah. And that being said, too, I mean, we'll ask when we get it, but maybe if they get enough citizen video, maybe if they get enough eyewitness testimony, maybe they can piece something together. But to your point, that's a great question. I hope someone poses to Kristi Noem. She's supposed to be speaking at 4 o'clock. I'm not sure if she's in the nation's capital or where she is, but at 4 o'clock, we're supposed to hear from her. The other unusual thing is that Mayor Frey, Senator Smith, and Senator Klobuchar are also supposed to speak locally at 4 o'clock. So we're going to try to figure out how to make that happen. Maybe we record one and play one back. But, that's a question right to the federal government is why can't we be part of it? We've always been part of it. Is there a new system? How do we move forward?
And if there is,
doing it? I mean,
can you lay that out so everyone can understand it, especially when the head of this in the state of Minnesota isn't getting answers or is confused about what has changed and why?
Yeah, and I would point out, yesterday in our 10 o'clock news, our lead story was another DOJ attorney from the U.S. Attorney's Office of Minnesota has quit. Because she supposedly, according to CBS sources, did not like the way of the civil investigation in the Renee Good case. And we know that 6 other U.S. attorneys in the Minnesota Attorney's Office have quit as well. And then we haven't had a lot of access to Mr. Rosen to ask him a lot of questions because obviously there are so many questions to ask. And when you have your own government official, the supervisor of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension going, I'd like to ask some questions too, like what do we do? Moving forward.
Because this is their expertise. That's why they do these investigations. They are the folks that have, law enforcement that have been experienced doing these types of investigations for 20, 30, 40 years.
And we have covered dozens of, as we call them in the business, officer-involved shootings, right? And it is always the case that there is an external investigation. That's what he's saying. He said, long-standing, when there's a federal officer involved in something, whether it's FBI or something, we come in as state police. He said, this is long-standing. We've been doing it for years. And to your point, Derek, he said, if something's changed, let us know if there's a new system. But it does not appear that there's cooperation.
And he made a point that we all have to think about in these few hours since this happened at 9 o'clock this morning is this is more complex than looking at a couple pieces of video.
Yes.
you know, to do a full, thorough investigation, you need more than video from various angles.
And he literally said that he had attempted to make contact. You know, one of the reporters said, have you called? Have you? And he says, you know, I've tried to call to no avail. So he certainly wants to work with them from what he's saying right there. So,
and the interesting thing of our new reality is that, you know, you mentioned when the shooting happened, and within the course now of 6 hours, we've heard from people, I guess if you're going to call them sides, I probably shouldn't do that. We've heard from the federal government, we've heard from local, and we've heard from state officials, and they all have their own take on what happened. And that is just so bizarre and so unusual and so different from the way that cases have been handled in the past. High profile shootings, officer involved shootings, that is just not the norm. It's not the standard. It's not what's happened before. And now everyone comes out quickly with their own narrative about what went down.
and everyone wants to know what happened here to Alex, this ICU nurse, right? So many people wanting to know what happened, what went down, what happened to those officers, what unfolded. And it's becoming more evident in this moment that there's not a lot of clarity right now.
No, well, there is, depending on who you talk to, right? Everyone is trying to form their own sense of clarity around it, which is the strange, bizarre, unprecedented part. And I think speaks to it just adds a whole layer of tension to what we're dealing with.
And there's going to be a vigil. We've got some video right now of the scene where this happened. And that's, did we hear 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock there. Another organization has a rally at Whittier Park at 5 p.m. And then we have dueling news conferences coming up at 4 p.m. So quite a bit going on.
We want to go to Frankie McLister, who is at that vigil now, just to give us a sense of what's happening there and what speakers are saying right now, Frankie.
Yeah, hi there, Derek. So we just moved south on Nicollet, right south of 26th Street. This is where the vigil is being set up, where the shooting occurred. We'll walk you in right here. It's icy, it's cold. This, as I said just about 20 minutes ago, is not stopping Minnesotans from coming out here. So we'll show you what it kind of looks like right now. They're just kind of rotating speakers at this time. This was all set up pretty darn quick, guys. You can see a lot of brushes and branches at the site. That man right there, as I listened earlier, he was saying that he works in a hospital overnights or somewhere overnights of some sort, I want to mention, and said that basically he wishes he could have been out on these streets instead of working the past few weeks. And now he's out here. As you can see, there's signs with Alex's name right there, candles. There's even 2 different fire pits right here. So the smoke you're seeing is not anything from chemical irritants. We actually haven't seen chemical irritants for a while. Earlier, probably it's been time at this rate, guys, I'm not sure, but maybe I want to say 2 to 3 hours ago is when all authority kind of left the area and left it up to community members who we can see right now here. We've spoken with many that have traveled from near and far. That man up there, as I mentioned, said that he has been wanting to come out here, and it's a Saturday. So he said that he's been working, which has not given him the ability to come out to the Minneapolis streets all throughout Operation Metro Surge and protest against the federal agency. But now that it's a Saturday and he's off, is giving him the ability to do so. Let's walk kind of from here while watching this fire, right? To kind of give you the point of view from the whole memorial. You can see a cross right there on the side. People have been chanting all sorts of different passionate phrases. Let's look over here, Ray, right there. And this is exactly how it's changing. You had that one man over there kind of giving his words. Now this woman right here with signs that say stop killing and abducting. And everybody's just kind of coming together and taking turns here right now. There are folks right here smack dab on the ground, but also up on the roofs as well. And everybody's been kind of talking about where this scenario occurred. Again, we're right south of 26 and we're on Nicollet right now. There's Glam Doll Donuts, which is just right across the street. And it appears that it is open as people keep coming in and out of the business too. So if you're standing over there looking over here, this is where that video that has been circulating social media. And in 2026, people see those videos very quick and bring people to the streets. We talked to a few today that said, and this is actually all throughout our coverage of Operation Metro Surge, a common theme I found, guys, is many people have told me that they have never been one to, quote, protest. And they now feel the need to come out here. And even one man that we spoke with today said all throughout this, he's been going back and forth thinking about if she should be out on the street or not. And today was that kind of tip of the iceberg, he said, on why he should come out here. So this is probably the most common phrase we have heard all throughout. Why don't you show them right there, Ray? Is just simply ice out. You see that on signs. You see people chanting it right there. And there is some profanity as people are very upset. While I describe kind of the air right now, I would say it has changed all throughout the day. When we first got here, very intense standoff with federal agents and state patrol. We didn't see Minneapolis police earlier in the day. They were kind of staging like from afar to kind of secure this whole entire neighborhood vicinity. We're in the Whittier neighborhood. If you're tuning in from outside of the city, outside of the state, outside of the country even, we are aware the spotlight is on Minneapolis and has been just for a while. We're right south of downtown. This area is called Eat Street, a very large cultural hub filled with a lot of different restaurants that are special to the people of Minnesota. So we now have a site right here where Alex died. We have a site where George Floyd died. And then we also know where Renee died as well. And so you're having all of these memorial sites across our city that are setting up. And I'm unsure of what those scenes look like right now today, but obviously this is what is unfolding today. Guys, let me know if there's anything else I can clarify for you
Frankie,
while we're here on the ground.
Yeah,
too.
only one question right now. Are you noticing a continued presence of helicopters circling overhead, just sort of keeping an eye on the location from afar?
So that's funny you say that, because right as you asked that, Derek, no, I don't see or hear any choppers. I actually do see a drone right up there now that I'm looking up. We did hear choppers earlier. The only enforcement I have witnessed is Minneapolis police from afar. So it seems like right now we're on Nicollet. So right down here is 27th. I'm looking north right now at 26th. So I want to say Minneapolis police is even at 25th and further, and that's 27th. I know last time I was over there, they were at 29th of some sort. So they're just kind of like barricading this whole area to make sure vehicles don't come through the area. And as you could imagine, we know they're watching just to make sure everything stays safe. And peaceful is an adjective I would use to describe the environment right now.
All right, Frankie McLister, we'll check in with you again in just a few minutes. Want to make a couple small notes. Due to concern for the community, safety of the community, we've had a couple of postponements and closures today. About 2 hours ago, the NBA announcing that the Minnesota Timberwolves game today at the Target Center has been postponed until 4:30 tomorrow against the Golden State Warriors. And then just a few minutes ago, we learned that the Minneapolis Institute of Art, MIA, was actually going to close early out of concern for the community. And
They're
wouldn't be
pretty
surprised.
close to that scene right there.
Which would obviously make sense that they would do something like that. And obviously hopes that tomorrow, everything will be somewhat more normal or safe.
Yeah, they're really close to that scene. And that scene is going to be where there's going to be a vigil tonight at 7 o'clock in memory of Alex Pretty. We are getting a little bit more information about him. We've been showing you these photos today. We told you that he is an ICU nurse at the Veterans Hospital. We're getting a quote now. We expected. Some of you watching right now probably know Alex. We're hearing from someone who does know Alex. And we got this quote from a neighbor saying, He was a great guy and neighbor, very kind, would always be willing to help others. We are all heartbroken and are praying for his family and friends and for justice for him. And that is from Nia, a neighbor of Alex right there. So many condolences rolling in his honor. You know, what we do know so far from Minneapolis Police Chief is that he didn't have a criminal record. We know that he did have a permit to carry, a weapon to carry. We heard from federal officials, though, an account, they're saying that they felt their lives were threatened by Alex, right? So totally different interpretations right there.
And this comes as we're about 10 minutes away hearing from Kristi Noem from Washington, D.C. with an update at the same
She'll
time.
talk more.
She's going to be talking more. And then obviously, we don't know if this will change, but at the same time, also scheduled at 4 o'clock is for us to hear from local and state lawmakers to discuss this as well. So we may have these things happening at the same time where we've got senators and city leaders speaking at the same time that we're hearing from those in D.C. with Kristi Noem also commenting. I just saw in one of our feeds that there's also a candlelight vigil planned for those in St. Paul tonight at 7 o'clock. They are asking people to gather along the sidewalk of Summit Avenue and that they will have candle and pickup going on. They say, and they make stress this, that this is a peaceful gathering to mourn as a community. They're saying, you know, bring your own candle if possible. If not, you can light a candle in your window tonight. They're working to have more available for people, but hearing of another candlelight vigil for Alex tonight at 7 o'clock on the sidewalk of Summit Ave in St. Paul.
And all of this going on with some serious weather conditions here. Below zero will continue to be tonight. So we know that people are really trying to make a point, no matter the temperature, that they're going to show up and pay respects right there.
When Mike was reporting much earlier in the day, he said as cold as it was, he said it was almost like one of those situations where there's just so much adrenaline and so much emotion and passion that you know, the really harsh conditions are almost secondary to what those folks were thinking and feeling at the moment.
Well, I'm very curious to hear from Kristi Noem. You know, it was something that came up in the BCA was that DHS, she's the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, of course, is heading this investigation up because there was a question, BCA, you know, is FBI? No, this is DHS. And she is the head of that. So it will be very interesting to hear. It sounds like she is, you know, captain of the ship that is investigating this. And as we heard from the state, they have basically not much of a part of it.
Yeah, no access to the scene, even though they had a signed judicial warrant because they thought, well, maybe this is the step that we need to take in order to get access. But again, we're denied access.
Yeah, I hope she takes questions because, I mean, that would be one of them was, hey, an agency came with a judge's warrant and you know, didn't abide by it. I'd love to hear those questions and then also more about what happened, because when we heard from Greg Bovino, the commander of Border Patrol earlier, he said that Pretty approached his officers with a handgun, and we screamed some questions at him that weren't answered because our reporter said, you know, we don't see that in the video. So the question of what happened beforehand, what happened before we didn't see the video, and then there's some new video coming in as well that and we can't just throw it on. We've got to vet it and take a look at it and make sure it's right. But we'll, you know, we want to share and package all that in a way that you folks can understand at home. And frankly, that we can understand it as well and make some sense of what other people are saying, because Bovino said they feared for their life. This person was trying to inflict maximum damage and that they had to do that where then at 1:30 in the afternoon, the governor says, he says, I've looked at the video from several angles. The governor called it sickening. Those were his words. Yeah. And said the feds can't be trusted. So the gap, instead of shrinking around how we get together and try to end this, is actually going the opposite way. It feels like it's actually getting wider and further apart. When you talk to state, local, and federal officials, there just seems to be not even agreement on what we are all seeing and witnessing.
And some of those local and state officials are expected to speak here in about 7 minutes from right now. Our Esme Murphy is live at City Hall as she prepares to hear from not only Mayor Frey, but we know we'll also be hearing from some senators there as well.
Right. Senator Amy Klobuchar and Senator Tina Smith are scheduled to be part of this briefing. There is not any word that the Chief O'Hara will be part of this briefing, but it'll be interesting to get their take, especially Senator Klobuchar, who is a Washington veteran who prides herself on being able to work across the aisle. It'll be interesting to see if she has been able to reach anybody in the Trump administration. When we heard Governor Walz speak earlier, he said that he had spoken with the Chief of Staff, President Trump's Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff is Susie Wiles, who is very close to the president. So that's about as close as you can get without speaking to him. But it'll be interesting to see if there's been any kind of dialogue there. I also think one of the interesting things that has emerged is that statement from the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, which you had earlier on the air, which this is a group that represents thousands and thousands of Minnesota gun owners, who said that they did not see any evidence of the man approaching or threatening officers with a gun. I also can tell you that there's a top law enforcement official that I did speak to, and he told me that they are going over all the video and they're not seeing a gun in the hand. It doesn't mean that he may have had a gun in the hand. We're still in the very early stages of this, but that's something that they're really poring over to see where was the gun and did he have his hand on it. But that's something that they've learned right now. But we're waiting now for Mayor Fry and the senators to come. It'll be interesting to see who goes first, Kristi Noem or the senators and Mayor Fry, or if they'll even occur at the same time.
Esme, there's usually some discussion and coordination about that. I mean, we were talking earlier about division. We can't even decide who's going to have a press conference. Have you asked about that, or do you know who's going to go or what's going to happen?
Well, that you're absolutely right, Frank. I mean, there's normally complete discussions beforehand. If there's something at the local level involving federal officials, yes, they coordinate their press conferences. It's not clear that they have. I do think it's important to note that these people do know each other. Governor Walz and Secretary Noem were governors together. Certainly, Senator Klobuchar knows Governor Noem. I think, you have to wonder if there hasn't been some kind of dialogue or an attempt to have dialogue. It sounds like all attempts to share, though, have been completely blocked. Drew Evans, the head of the BCA, saying not only were his agents turned back when they tried to get into the scene, but then they came back with a warrant and they still weren't allowed to be on the scene. The scene being a public street, but busy street, I might add, in Minneapolis. So right now, I think, Frank, your observation that things seem to be further apart than they have been in terms of these two entities working together or even communicating, I think is spot on. Maybe we will get a different message here at this 4 o'clock news conference. We'll see.
Yeah, well, we're really curious to hear that, Esme. Not only just from the sake of being curious, but for the possibility of us moving forward as a community, a state, maybe even a nation, since everyone has taken such a quick and early position on this thing.
And Esme, you've covered politics for so many years. Is it your sense right now that support of this Minneapolis-based operation is falling along party lines for the most part?
I think actually this I think initially it might have been along party line support for the operation, but CBS News had a poll saying while the majority of Americans supported President Trump's deportation policies, over 60% said that they were opposed to what ICE tactics are happening on the ground here. So I think that's very important. And I also think that this is permeated, well beyond sort of Minneapolis, which is obviously known as a Democratic and very liberal stronghold. It's also gotten into the suburbs. I think you saw 15,000, maybe 20,000 people marching in the streets of Minneapolis yesterday. There were people there from the suburbs as well. And this has also hit the suburbs. There have been these arrests in Bloomington, in suburbs all around the metro. So I think it's further. And I think what's happening, according to that CBS poll, is that while there's support for deportation of illegal immigrants, that poll showed very strongly, I think it was 63% of people responding said that they did think that ISIS tactics were out of hand. However, if you broke that 63%, the percentage of Democrats, I think, was at 94% who thought that their tactics were out of hand, and only about 14% of Republicans. So I guess in some ways, yes, it is still divided, but the division continues, and we're going to see if there's anything that can possibly bridge this divide. Very interesting to hear from especially Senator Klobuchar, who really has made a career out of talking about working with both sides and bridging the gap and bridging the great divide. It will be very interesting to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, we should also know, too, I think most people know, but for those who don't, tuning in across the nation, she was a Hennepin County prosecutor here for many, many years.
Which is the Minneapolis County. Yeah. So this was her beat.
Yeah. Esme, I don't know what that polling shows, but I'm struck by an interview we did many hours ago where a guy we spoke to at the site of the shooting said, hey, I don't mind rounding up people that are committing crimes and doing the wrong thing in this country. For him, this had morphed into a Second and Fourth Amendment issue. Just because of, again, the strangeness of who does an investigation, how is it done, why aren't certain things done. This guy, it was an elevated level of now you're going into constitutional issues.
Well, and another constitutional issue is the 10th Amendment, and that is the 10th Amendment and the First Amendment are the amendments that Attorney General Keith Ellison and the mayors of St. Paul and Minneapolis have filed a lawsuit. There's a hearing at 9 a.m. In federal court on this lawsuit that was filed last week. The 10th Amendment basically states that states have their own sovereignty, that anything that's not explicitly in the Constitution that says the Constitution delegates everything to the president. Anything else that's left over is the state's business. And that's something that all these state officials are arguing as well. Yes, it is at the essence of the Constitution. And some constitutional legal experts, we say at this point, this actually appears to be very close to a constitutional crisis.
Yeah, and then you think of that, and then you think of 2 weeks ago, the president brought up the using the Insurrection Act. He backed off of that a few days later, but that could still be out.
He actually brought it up again today as a possibility in one of his Truth Social posts.
I did not see that.
Again, mentioning the word insurrection possibility.
And we know the National Guard locally is staged. Did he talk about federalizing the National Guard?
He did not in that post.
Yeah. It's interesting because Minneapolis has 600 police officers, roughly. St. Paul has 600 police officers. They do a very good job, and they are being dwarfed by the federal presence that's here. And obviously, if federal troops come here, that would be even a greater presence that the feds would have.
Yeah, I think those numbers are interesting because we're reminded that 3,000 plus ICE agents are here, and there are 600 officers in the Minneapolis Police Department and the St. Paul Police Department. We've talked to some of those officers who have been in here with the police chief basically saying that they've been sleeping 2 hours a night, everyone's working overtime. So I think that goes back to the quote we keep hearing, this isn't sustainable.
Esme, yeah, it is. But just so you know, too, for some context, Esme, as we're speaking to you, we're looking at some video outside the federal Whipple building near Fort Snelling in Minneapolis, not far from the airport, where we saw some National Guard vehicles just moving in. Don't know who was inside, if anyone, but we saw, a convoy of at least 6-7 vehicles that were moving into the area near the Whipple building.
All right. I haven't heard about the actual deployment of the Guard yet, but I know that if there are Minnesota Guard troops on the ground, the state has taken precautions to put them in vests that make them look differently from the ICE officers, because everybody's
the brighter vest.
Yeah, and that's really, really important. We're also being told that this news conference with Mayor Frey and Senator Klobuchar and Senator Tina Smith will start very soon. We're not sure exactly when that is, but the concern is what happens when the sun goes down. And that's certainly for those of us who were here in 2020, that's when things really got out of control. And the hope is that this doesn't get out of control, that there can be some kind of maintenance of unity amongst protesters, amongst, political leaders to just keep the temperature down. The concern is, I think, from the people here in the state and cities, are the feds on board? In other words, is the Border Patrol on board? And there's concern about some of the comments that Commander Bovino made earlier. So we'll have to see. I think it'll be very interesting to hear what these leaders have to say.
Esme, we've just been told that the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry has asked Governor Tim Walz to bring in the Guard out of an abundance of caution to provide help and support to the city of Minneapolis. And you mentioned the size of the overworked 662 member police force, all of which are not patrol officers, we should note. And Mayor Fry now has asked the governor for the support of the Minnesota National Guard.
And this is that combination of Mayor Fry asking Tim Walz for the support of the National Guard. The communication between those two was not good back in 2020. There was a lot of confusion. There still is. People who were trying to sort that out. Who called who when? Why did they wait? Clearly, they're not waiting. They obviously feel this is a tipping point beyond the Renee Good killing. They obviously feel that this is something that they've got to be ready for. And it's obviously, you know, the amazing scenes that we've seen from our incredible photojournalists and reporters in the field. It's obviously tensions are so high, and that's a good reason to have the National Guard out.
And that will conclude today's action. If there's more updates, we will let you know. Thank you for following One Crack News. He said, what happened? Thank you. Hopefully you guys subscribe. Don't forget to join my Patreon, which is Carcino for Life. Appreciate everybody who was here today. Join, subscribe to One Crack News so you can stay updated. The Patreon is Carcino for Life. Appreciate your time. Be safe.